agilely do in UNEP that you can't expect to achieve, that you can expect to achieve in a new post?
Well, the new organization that I moved to is called the Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet. It's a public foundation based in the United States with the headquarters in New York. Now, the UN, I have been a UN official for a long time, almost 25 years when I left. And so I'm a UN alumni in that sense, and have great affection for what the UN does and what it is capable of. But the reason I left was that it was rather simple for me. The UN is a great place for supply side conversations. You know, you bring together the heads of states, heads of governments, or
Thank you, Satya. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your warm introduction. His Excellency Yukio Hatoyama, 93rd Prime Minister of Japan, Dr. Luo Xiang, Chair of the SIIS 2022, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to speak to you today and deliver these virtual keynote remarks here at the Special Impact Investment and Sustainability Conference 2022, SIIS 2022. My deep appreciation goes to the social impact investment
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to chair the ESG Roundtable today. This is Meng Liu, head of China office of the United Nations Global Compact, greeting you from Shanghai at this very moment. To make sure that we are all on the same page, when we talk about ESG, E stands for environment, S stands for social, and G stands for governance. I know many of the participants today, you are from governments, business, and all walks of life. So no matter where you are right now, every one of us must confess and be grateful first that we are in a safe and peaceful environment. Otherwise, you won't be able to join online or person today for this important conference. So before we start, I really want to invite everybody, our organizers, our speakers, our participants, to spend one moment to show our solidarity and pray together for long-lasting peace for our community, our humanity, and our planet. So do you know currently the number of the violent conflicts around the world is the highest since 1945. We must cease fire and pursue peace across nations, peace among people, and advance peace between humanity, other creatures, and our Mother Nature. Because without peace, how can we be so luxury to talk about ESG today? How can we possibly achieve sustainable development? For you and me who are lucky enough to enjoy and benefit from a peaceful environment, let's think about what we can do at individual level and within our sphere of influence, acting as the messengers for peace amidst not only a pandemic, but also infodemic globally right now. So let's ask ourselves what actions we can take to facilitate and be a positive contributor to peace that's fundamental for each one of us and the next generations to come. So now, if I may make an analogy that peace is the number one, now I'm going to add many zeros together with you after that number one to make it 10, 100, 1,000, or even bigger. And those numbers to make this one much more powerful and bigger are what is called ESG that we're going to discuss today. So look around the world, and Asia in particular, ESG are gaining increasing popularity and significance across a broad range of stakeholders. We have witnessed government regulators are tightening legislation and making policy directives to enhance disclosure on ESG. We also see growing number of companies are integrating ESG into their strategy and operations. Investment communities, many of our speakers represent today, are catching up, including institutional investors, asset owners, investment funds. They are incorporating ESG in their investment decision-making process more and more. We are encouraged by a growing population of conscious consumers, especially young people around the world, who are using their purchasing power to cast their vote for greener and more sustainable products and services. In the classroom in China, in the US, across the world, of business schools and universities around the world, we see robust discussions between professors, researchers, and students on issues related to ESG. So a global ESG ecosystem is taking shape today. If you allow me, as the roundtable chair, to share my perspective on ESG, my answer is quite straightforward. The definition of ESG from the United Nations said is reflected by the 10 universal principles of the United Nations Global Compact, covering the area of human rights, labor rights, environment, and anti-corruption. We advocate business everywhere to take a principle-based approach to ESG to avoid any ESG washing. So I'm sure each one have their very different understanding of ESG reflected by your respective sector and based on your unique experiences. With that said, in today's session, we have 3 panel of distinguished speakers with us today. We hope after these sessions, each participant can walk away with clearer answers to the following 3 questions. And I call them why, what, and how. Why ESG is important? What does ESG means for you and your organization? How do you integrate ESG in your business or measure ESG performance when making investment and key business decisions? So now let me invite our first panel to take the floor, and it's my privilege to invite Mr. David Ferguson, Executive Managing Director, M&A Generational Equity, to lead the following discussion. David, over to you.
Thank you, Liu, and good morning, everyone. Liu, I can't think of a more thoughtful, impactful, and inspiring introduction to today's session. And it's truly my pleasure to participate in the Social Impact Investment and Sustainability 2022 Annual Conference. Thank you as well to the organizers of this significant event. I couldn't possibly be more aligned with the theme of this important assembly of wise women and men, solidarity and action in a changing landscape. We're going to talk about impact investment, carbon neutrality, ESG, and even, yes, we'll dabble a little bit in the metaverse. When industry works sustainably, the world simply works better for business, for people, and for the planet. I believe that sustainability is today the greatest innovation opportunity in front of us. We've arrived at a moment where enterprises and people are inspired now more than ever to do the right thing, to collaborate, to innovate, and to accelerate for a more sustainable future. Collectively, we truly can create financial, consumer, human, and societal long-term value for all of the stakeholders. I'm an investment banker by day, and I can say with confidence that there is steadily growing popularity of ESG for investment analysis. A key indicator of the advancement of the role of ESG is that the ESG data market has reached over $1 billion in 2021. And if we look at just the first quarter of 2022, we've already seen a 20% growth rate. So it's clear that investors see it as valuable amidst increased regulatory pressure to disclose ESG-related data in countries such as the United States and across the European Union. This push has been compounded by an increased affinity for ESG data and analytics from investors and advisors. They're seeking more data and using it, I think, in new and increasingly varied applications. While perhaps in the beginning, the use of this data by purists was to ensure that they were investing in the right companies. But we're also seeing a really interesting and dynamic trend, which I am very encouraged by, and that is that investment is going into those organizations with poor ESG scores, where investors feel that there's an opportunity for enhancement and subsequently increased profitability. And I think this bodes well for all of us. ESG strategies are already taking on new characteristics, and we'll learn more about that today from 5 individuals who are actively engaged. Investors, activists, and other concerned stakeholders are creating greater expectations and demands for more forward movement on a broad variety of environmental, social, and governance issues. In my study, over the past couple of years, I can see 2 clear trends that are really taking root here in 2022. And the first one, and I'd like to share just some some high-level thoughts, which I believe that we'll expand upon as we come together as a formal panel today. First is the emergence and the evolution of DEI becoming DEIA. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are critical parts of almost every company's ESG strategy, but certainly results of activities over the last couple of years, heavily weighted in the United States and across Western Europe, is the subject of anti-racism. And I believe that the addition of anti-racism to DEI is going to more responsibly broaden that mandate. An interesting trend that I'm strongly encouraged by is the movement from carbon neutral to actually become carbon net zero. There's a growing consensus among scientists and environmentalists that these efforts currently underway will not be enough in carbon neutral initiatives to avert a climate disaster in the future. And so we're seeing pioneering organizations, and Poman, perhaps you'll share some insight in this regard in your presentation today. Third is a movement from transparency to accountability. I think transparency has come to be expected today. The next and most logical hurdle is not only being transparent in what you're doing and what you intend to do, but actually reporting on the results rather than simply making promises. How companies can evolve their ESG strategies to respond to these greater challenges, I believe, will determine which firms are considered leaders in this field rather than followers or even laggards. And certainly the bar keeps getting raised higher each year, and companies will be expected to continue to improve on an annual basis rather than simply resting on past promises and commitments. And so the leaders of these institutions will need to continually advance their own thinking as they move their companies forward in what I believe should be established as the new normal. So I'm honored to have with us today 5 industry leaders who will share with you their unique experiences with ESG as well as their outlook. I'd like to begin with Poman Lo. Poman is the Vice Chair and Managing Director of Regal Hotels Group and also the founder of Body Love Foundation. She is the first female Asian recipient of the Oslo Business for Peace Award by the Business for Peace Foundation. And she's been the driving force in the Regal Hotels Group with their emergence as a sustainability leader in the hospitality industry, with corporate social responsibility commitment to the community, to their employees, and of course, to the environment. Regal, under Poman's leadership, is also an active triple bottom line investor. And I look forward to hearing all that you have to share. I know we won't have enough time to talk about all that you're doing, but it's my pleasure to welcome you, Poman.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. And so happy and honored to be here today to share, our experiences and also our mission in impact investment. Sustainability has really long been at the heart of our group's DNA and passionately infused in all our corporate initiatives and strategic investments. And we consider ourselves a pioneer of green hospitality in that we actually launched the first carbon neutral hotel in Hong Kong. It's called iClub by Regal in 2010. So that was 12 years ago. And we are really happy to see that actually, according to booking.com, 70% of travelers around the world, especially those from the younger generation, do prefer eco-friendly accommodation and are even willing to pay us like premium for it. Apart from iClub, all our Regal hotels in Hong Kong are certified with the EarthCheck Gold standard. And our group as a whole has been awarded the Caring Company recognition for our consistent caring for the community, for our employees, and also the environment. And as of 2012, we made our first impact investment. And since then, we have been trying to empower sustainable technology companies to deliver socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable impact around the world. So through the years, we've made roughly about 40 investments, out of which 18 I would count as impact investments. And I'm really very encouraged to see the fact that these 18 impact companies actually demonstrated significantly higher multiples and IRR than our total portfolio. So what we have seen and proven is that companies are profitable because of the impact that they deliver, rather than in spite of their impact. So this really is very encouraging to see, and definitely it addresses a lot of the misconceptions and concerns that other investors may have. So I'd like to share a couple of cases of our investments. I think a lot of you might have heard Beyond Meat. I myself have been a vegetarian for 18 years. So I have been just thrilled to see the surge in interest in plant-based protein around the world. And Beyond Meat is one of our investments, and it's grown into the world's largest and first publicly traded producer of plant-based meat, which actually is very beneficial to our environment in that it does consume over 90% less water. It also uses less land. It produces 90% fewer greenhouse gases, and also uses 46% less energy than the regular burger, like a traditional beef burger. Another company that we invested in and are extremely proud of to be a part of is Waterdrop. It is a social insurance platform for the underprivileged. It really has a very innovative business model in that it leverages on our compassion. So instead of paying to acquire users, they actually leverage on the viral effect, so that they have been able to actually solve the healthcare needs of 2.1 million patients who could otherwise not afford healthcare. And they helped to raise over 43 billion renminbi from over 370 million users in China. And that actually significantly reduced their marketing costs. And out of these 300-some million users, millions have been converted into paying users, paying purchases of insurance themselves. And 90% of these insurance purchases have never had insurance themselves. So it is a very intelligent way to educate the community about the benefits of insurance. So we focus on three main verticals: green tech, which includes like clean energy, smart city, climate change solutions. Secondly, we obviously focus a lot on agriculture and food technology, and also fintech for financial inclusion. So these three verticals are closely aligned with the United Nations SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 2 is to end hunger, to achieve food security and improve nutrition for all, not just those in the more developed countries, and to promote sustainable agriculture. Goal 8 is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, and also to provide productive employment opportunities, again, for all. And Goal 12 is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Goal 13 is to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact by reducing emissions and also promoting developments in renewable energy. So we truly believe that in the future, the next unicorns will no longer be e-commerce or entertainment companies, but sustainable technology companies that actually can help us tackle this problem, climate change that the whole world is facing. So let me now try to share a bit about some trends in impact investment. So according to the IFC, the global market for investments have really grown. And allocation to ESG investing has more than quadrupled to 2.3 trillion US dollars in 2020. And we see this trend to continue, and we are truly encouraged by it. So green tech really helped to facilitate our transition to a net zero future. We're seeing breakthroughs in clean energy such as fusion power and fuel cell systems, carbon capture and sequestration technologies really help pave the road to this greener future. And we have green buildings, sustainable prop tech, and smart city technologies enabling a more energy efficient future for us all. So out of all these areas, we see, I guess, the most being invested in transportation and logistics, agriculture and food, and as well as energy and power, and enabling technologies that are fueling the growth, such as AI and IoT, comprise nearly a quarter of investments in green tech. Technologies like autonomous driving, they don't directly improve the climate, but through increased adoption of electric vehicles, we are actually reducing emissions in a significant way. Growth in Chinese green tech startups have recorded 138% growth rate, which is truly amazing. But it's heavily skewed towards mobility and transport, with the total funding raised being over 8.9 billion, which actually accounts for 99% of all climate tech investments. And now let us take a look at agri-food tech. Because of the last 2 years of pandemic, there has been heightened concern for our own health and well-being, as well as for Mother Earth, because after all, it's a one world, one health concept where we are all interrelated. This concern has accelerated a lot of concern for promoting sustainable food consumption patterns. And we see that the alternative protein market is continuing to build momentum in the past few years. And new technologies such as fermentation, biotechnology, 3D printing, and even gene editing, which actually stems from a lot of biotech for humans, has been translated to the agri-food tech industry and are really disrupting this space. As for fintech, fintech for financial inclusion, we are seeing, dramatic disruptive changes, because this is really the era of the digital economy. We are trying to benefit the underprivileged population, which is often overlooked by traditional finance. DeFi, P2P platforms, virtual banks, Web3 technologies, and also other new, very innovative payment gateways are democratizing traditional finance and providing the unbanked with basically unprecedented access to financial services, such as insurance, a lot more efficient remittance services, etc. And fintech companies account for, interestingly, 1 out of 5 out of 1,000 some unicorns as of the first quarter of 2020. So obviously, fintech is as the industry itself suggests, where you can actually see very solid business models. And according to McKinsey, AI is estimated to generate up to 1 trillion additional value for the global banking industry annually. And we see blockchain technologies disrupting every facet of the financial industry. The digital asset exchanges alone, they generated over 15 billion in revenue in 2021. And we are especially keen to see a lot of developments, very exciting developments in Southeast Asia, where 74% of the adult population is still believed to be underbanked or unbanked completely. So again, fintech is providing unprecedented access to a lot of capital, and we are seeing investments in ASEAN fintech rising to over 3 billion, which is like 3 times from before. So let us now briefly talk about impact measurement and management. So it is of key importance that we measure, track, and report the impact of our investments. Since our first impact investments, we fully recognize the importance and difficulty in effectively measuring impact. So what we have been doing is to adopt the IRIS Investment Measurement and Management Framework, the IMM framework, because IRIS is a universally accepted and adopted system. It is open and quite accessible, and it also offers a thematic taxonomy based on generally accepted impact categories so that we can customize our own framework, and is aligned to the UN's SDGs, providing a data-driven approach based on best practices across the industry. So for impact measurement, it's important that we forecast the impact that we expect in each company. So we are investing in private companies that, again, promote economic growth that is socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. We form strategies to achieve our goals. That's the impact planning. We want to track our impact by adopting measurement methodologies, frameworks, and systems to facilitate assessment and measurement. We need to monitor our impact by setting targets, and we want to set KPIs to track progress or deviations through both qualitative and quantitative targets, such as decarbonization, diversity, governance, KPIs. And also it's important to evaluate the impact that we are delivering by measuring performance and also communicating with all stakeholders. So I'm running a bit out of time, so perhaps we could also somewhat talk about the need for sector-specific measurement framework on top of these generic guidelines. For example, buildings actually are responsible for almost 40% of carbon emissions globally. I think the number could even be higher for Asia. So we are looking to develop more specific sector-specific measurement framework for the real estate industry by working with universities and research institutes, also regional banks, as well as carbon and securities exchanges, to develop a more robust framework that will better fit the needs of the Asian real estate market. And I also want to briefly talk about the role of technology in ESG assessment, because there have been a surge in disruptive technologies that can actually enable more effective impact assessment to track and optimize impact investments. For example, blockchain and digital tokens, they empower greater security and authentication. So for example, in the case of carbon credits, we can make sure that there will be no double counting, and every credit does become more credible. And AI and machine learning can help sustainable investors process and also make better sense out of mountains of data sets, and hopefully optimize their investment strategy. Immersive technologies such as Metaverse and Web3, they really disrupt the way people work, live, interact with each other, as well as the world. And open source standards do facilitate continuity and collaboration by allowing teams to build off each other's work. So we see, Metaverse gonna really disrupt every facet of life, and we see ESG impact investment also benefiting from Metaverse technologies. And lastly, big data. Data will play a very important role, not only for tracking and measurement, but also for future analysis, optimization planning, and also research and implementation. So our plan is to further invest in, a cutting edge user-friendly, intuitive data platform where portfolio companies can directly input their sustainability and ESG goals, metrics, for example, the IRIS for measurement framework, and their more customized customer ESG reports. For example, in the case of gender diversity, then we want to set very specific KPIs, such as number of direct jobs supported, percentage of women at the board, target performance, and also progress. So ultimately, I'm very excited to see just this interest in this global interest in ESG. And I think the timing is perfect for us all to join hands in promoting sustainable technology companies that will truly help us in our transition to a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Foman. Greatly appreciate your insight, and I have a long list of questions that I probably won't have time for today, but we'll make sure that we touch on a couple of the subjects that you've certainly put a spotlight on. I'd like to welcome next Justin Kula. Justin is a partner in impact investing and ESG for the TZP Group. Justin has a storied career in business creation, acceleration, and investment. He's a dynamic innovator, and from his past experience and current role, including his education and ongoing contribution to leading educational institutions, I'm sure will bring us some valuable insight into the opportunities and challenges in investing, impact investing today, and also what lies ahead in the future. Justin, welcome.
Thanks, David. That introduction may have been too generous, but I'll take it. I apologize for being late. I was double booked on another panel for the SIIS conference. Happy to dive in to any specific questions that we cover, but just in general, TZP Group is a lower mid-market private equity firm based in New York. We manage a little over $2 billion of capital through 5 investment strategies. I lead our impact investing fund strategy, which is our first horizontal strategy across our buyout and growth funds. I also lead ESG across our firm-wide portfolio of 30 companies. For us, impact and ESG are distinct practices. ESG is a toolkit for all businesses to practice as a way to de-risk and unlock value, taking into account the full range of stakeholders that affect the business: management, employees, partners, suppliers, customers, communities, environments, and investors. And impact investing is where the world positive value is delivered via a product or service to an underserved end customer aligned to a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal and with measurable outcomes attached. And so very simply, ESG is how businesses act, and impact is what they give to the world. We think about 2 specific domains within impact investing. The first is what we call the arc of human opportunity, which is a collection of education, employment, and financial inclusion. And it's a simple idea: people get an education so they can get a good job, and they get a good job so they can have a financially secure and stable future. This is not only a topic that is relevant in the US context, but globally. We know that people individually feel the power of these areas in their own lives. I felt that for myself, as education has been a prime lever for unlocking value for me in my own life. But also it shaped political landscapes, US and around the world, that adults fear at risk that they're not able to feed their families. The second area is what we call a sustainable society, which invests in sustainable and ethical products, and then sustainable infrastructure, both hard infrastructure like water and environmental services, and soft infrastructure like diversity, inclusion, ESG, and nonprofit veteran type services and software. One last point, because I know I jumped in the middle. For us, impact and ESG are distinct practices, but they have specific definitions. And for me, it's really important that those definitions are easy to understand, because they allow us to have a common language and vocabulary. There's a lot of buzzwords out there in the landscape: sustainability, world positive, and no one quite knows what those terms mean, because they're undefined terms. And so we've taken great care to really try to figure out what they mean to us. And so ESG and impact are financial concepts. ESG is best thought about as a comment on beta, on the risk inherent in a business, not short-term risk, but medium and long-term risk. And so if you're a holder of stock for a minute, you really don't care how that company operates as long as you make more money than you invested. But if you're an investor in a company for the long term, you care how they act, whether they dump sewage into their backyard, and whether they treat their employees well, whether they have good governance. Because if they don't, they're liable to get sued, have less great prospects for attracting talent, are subject to regulatory action, etc. And so practicing ESG is really good business practice, and any business can practice it. Impact is really a comment on alpha, and it is how to notice opportunities that other people don't notice as a way to create more value. And so impact investing is often thought about in terms of marketing. So you can call yourself impact investing and use buzzwords, and then presumably you have a higher valuation, or your customers like you better. That's really not the right way to think about impact investing. Impact investing is really a comment on supply-demand imbalance. There are all these groups out there who have been underserved, marginalized, discriminated, disadvantaged. And if you bother to notice the demand that they inherently have, you will be able to fill that demand with supply. And so matching supply and demand tends to be a really good investable proposition, and those opportunities abound. If you are thinking about these opportunities in the American context, you can think about African Americans who have traditionally not been well served from a financial perspective because banks haven't gone into their communities. The noticing that creates investable opportunities. Noticing that consumers are changing their habits and eating less meat and eating more plants creates investable opportunities. Noticing that people don't want lead in their water, they don't want to spend $6 on gasoline and prefer to charge electric cars if electric cars were more affordable. These are all investable propositions. And so impact investing is about opening up an optic and then utilizing a toolkit to communicate with your consumers why your world positive company is better than the alternative. And if you do that, you'll be rewarded.
Justin, thank you. Very valuable insight, and we look forward to diving deeper in with our question and answer session at the end of the remarks. I understand that Frank is with us as well. Yuofeng Li, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, tremendous. Good. Let me introduce you, and we will use your English name, Frank, if that's okay this morning. Frank, for over 40 years, has been innovating in the development and acceleration of businesses. Some may know you, of course, as the founder of the world's largest PPE company, Intco Medical Group. Right. You're also the founder and chairman of Intco Recycling Resources, which is one of the most innovative recycling companies in the market today. And I'm hoping that you're going to share just a little bit of what's propelled you to do good all of these years, and what's inspired you to move to the next stage in your investment in the recycling business, and how that's evolving for you. My pleasure to welcome you.
Absolutely, David. Thank you so much. Well, can I share my PowerPoint? Hold on just 1 minute.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. Hold on. Just right. 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Can you see it now?
It appears to be coming.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. We have it, Frank. Thank you.
All right. Okay, you got it. Okay, so recycling ESG is all right. Okay, you got it. Has a huge impact on the recycling side. We are investing and developing the plastic recycling business for the last 20 years, but we are never been so excited about the future of this business. Partially, I think a big percentage is because of the ESG. More and more companies have an ESG report, I think. So they pay more attention to more into the environment impact of their business models. And so we are a pioneer company into technology recycle company in China, which is not refraction and decorative molding. Around 20 countries. Recycling, especially for plastic recycling, is always very challenging business because there are not enough capital invested in these industries, and also there is not advanced technology. So it's always, if you know, China banning importing of waste plastics starting 2017, and which China used to be the largest country for importing the waste plastics. So after 2017, the whole world is very challenging. Next is very challenging for doing that. But since last year, the ESG has become a big portion of promoting this business. So we have our consumer, which is the ESG, very critical, which is very, very critical. They want our products. So we have company like Zara Home, and IKEA. They all want to partner with us. So you can see our model is return all the plastics recycled all the way to finished product, which is the key. And so far, we've been investing over $200 million into this business. Without the global company pay attention to the ESG, and you cannot close loop to recycle the plastics. So it's very difficult. You have to create a demand for that. And you can see our model on this page. Before our challenging is our consumers or our buyer for retail store. Nobody care. It is from the recycle. It is coming from recycled plastics, or it is just from virgin plastics, or from the wood. But since last year, we have so many buyers coming directly to us, asking what we can do for them to contribute their ESG portion of the guided. First time, we found people after 20 years, our customer pay attention to that area. Okay, next page.
Frank, it's David. If I can interrupt you for just one
yes.
moment. We're having some difficulty with your audio visual. I wonder if perhaps you could go off the Zoom camera and see if maybe that gives you a little bit more bandwidth.
Okay, all right. Is that works?
Good so far. Let's run with it.
Okay, so that's great. All right. So as you can see, each year, just like about the EPS, the whole world probably about, there's till started with the invention of the plastics, trillion tons of plastic being produced, but only roughly about 30% is recycled. 70% is either landfill or burnt, which create a huge disaster for the environment. If you can see, the whole world, or most of the sea fish or the animals in the ocean, they have microplastic in their body, and we can, and as I show, but people only reused about 1.5% into consumer goods. So I think, okay, next page. Just hold on. And the technology for the last 5 years, because there are so many new companies and technology company pay attention to this area, and there's a lot of new technology was invented. So to make plastic recyclable is not anymore. So most of the plastic today, either PS, PP, PET, could be recycled. Only thing is we need an audience, to pay attention to it, and we need a big company like Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Danone, or retailers around the world willing or educate our consumers. Most of the plastic you can. I'm willing to buy the consumer or utilize the polystyrene making to picture frame. Actually, other value. This is our factory.
We're going to have to, Frank. We're going to have to wrap this portion up. We still have 2 more speakers, so if I could give you another minute to bring closure, and then hopefully we'll have time for questions later.
Absolutely. So again, because of the ESG, we're super excited to do more in technology and product.
Thank you, Frank. Well, it's certainly a very inspiring story, and we look forward to discussing more about INCO and your pioneering efforts. I'd like to now welcome Oliver Niedermeyer. Oliver is the founder and CEO of Tau Investment Management. It would be an understatement to say that Oliver is a seasoned entrepreneur and investor and a board member with a 15-year track record of building, developing, and operating a broad range of businesses. And Oliver is also, and of course, why we have him here today, an ESG veteran. He's been active globally for more than a decade in impact investing and operation. Oliver, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks a lot, David. And yeah, let me keep this brief in the interest of time, but just perhaps 2 streams of comments I'd like to make. One is, so what we do at Tau Investment Management is basically exclusively focusing on supply chain transformation and investments into sustainable supply chains, although, as Justin rightly mentioned. That's a word we usually don't use. We actually don't even call ourselves an impact investor because that's also already a horrible buzzword by now. But the question is what kind of words you actually use. So what we are doing is we invest actually in a sector that is often overlooked, a $1 trillion supply chain called the fashion supply chain, or textile and apparel, which is, by the way, the second biggest water polluter in the world and the second biggest water consumer in the world after food. We are interested in investing in these manufacturing environments right at the dead center of these value chains, because from there on you can actually go upstream and downstream and optimize these systems. So what we're trying to build or help build are the factories of the future. We're mainly looking at places like Vietnam, for example, Southeast Asia, high growth markets that benefit from a transformation of these manufacturing environments from or migration from China into Southeast Asian growth markets, and then serve ultimately US and European brands and retailers. It's also fascinating, leaving the water and climate change and all of these angles aside from ESG and impact point of view, when you look at fashion, is that 95% of the workers in these factories are usually women. They're usually young women. It's actually a significant step on the ladder out of poverty for them if done properly. They usually support 4 to 5 people in their family with remittances and so on. There's a huge women empowerment. There's a huge social angle. There's also a really dark underbelly, obviously, on the social side, which ties into child labor, forced labor, and so on. So we were always, I actually used to be in fintech, and you mentioned, I don't know if I want to be called a veteran in general, but I started 20 some years ago and started actually a fintech company that was one of the first companies doing stakeholder relationship management. And then I ran and helped build some significant players in ESG reporting in the early days. And I got more and more on a personal note frustrated with a lot of these efforts, because obviously greenwashing was really very prevalent in these days. We tried to measure all kinds of things for large corporations, but ultimately it was just serving their purpose of greenwashing or later impact washing. I think the space evolved quite a lot, and as I think Justin made the differentiation between ESG and impact, we're really interested in alpha. We're really interested in finding these spaces or these sectors or these supply chains, and fashion and apparel is one, food is another one, where you can actually create alpha, and where ESG performance is not a trade-off with financial performance, but it's actually the key to value creation. And when you look at the most sustainable apparel manufacturers, we are involved in some leading manufacturers across the world, in China and Sri Lanka and places like that. They run carbon neutral factories. They treat their workers properly. They pay living wages, but they're also highly profitable. And they're actually more profitable than the Nikes and Lululemons that buy their products. And that's a big misperception in big industries like that, how you can actually create alpha. And now let me just focus perhaps on one point that wasn't mentioned so far in this panel, is that all ties into storytelling for me. And I think, so when you look at the life cycle analysis of a Tesla these days, it's actually not so great, right? We all know where the lithium is coming from. We all know how the lithium batteries are shipped across the ocean and so on. Ultimately, that doesn't matter. When I had my first Tesla, I think 8-9 years ago, here on the East Coast in New York, and I had the 12-year-old son of a friend of mine standing in my driveway and telling his dad that that is the coolest car he has ever seen. And that was 8-9 years ago, surrounded by whatever the Ferraris driving around there. Then I kind of realized that what they had achieved is really make an electric vehicle sexy for a 12-year-old boy. And that's storytelling, and that's, I think, hugely important. And we think about that a lot. We're about to close an investment in a waterless dyeing technology. So when you look at textile, the nastiest thing is actually getting the dye into the fabric, and that uses a lot of water, process chemicals, and so on. If you can actually do that without water, then that's a huge impact. And by the way, it allows you to bring some manufacturing back to the United States or to Europe, because now you don't have any environmental protection issues, and you don't have any affluent water issues, and you can get that thing permitted right away. But what's again important, explaining to people how you can actually dye fabric without water by actually using supercritical CO2 that is the byproduct of a brewery out of the fermentation process. That is incredibly powerful, not only as an investment thesis, but it's powerful because it's storytelling. And so we're very much looking at this intersection of storytelling and impact investing. And I think when I look at my 16-year-old daughter went thrifting today after with a couple of friends here in New York. She was at a demonstration for Earth Day. So that's great. That makes you really happy because secondhand clothes and whatever. On the other hand, the most valuable fashion company right now on the planet is a Chinese company named Chain that is not very sustainable in the fast fashion model, and that just got valued at $100 billion and selling to a lot of 16-year-old people a lot of stuff that is not done very sustainably. So I think how we align our stories around impact, around investment, with the realities of what this consumer trends are really going after is incredibly important.
Thank you, Oliver. And I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit about fashion in the metaverse and perhaps even hotel stays in the metaverse before we have to wrap up today. I know that's both of those subjects are of particular interest to you. But let me first introduce our final panelists today. Lo Wah-Kay, English name Roy, we'll use, is the president of HK UNIDO and managing partner at Shinewing, and has extensive experience in auditing, M&A, business appraisal across many industries. But I think most relevant for our discussion here today is that Roy is also the compliance reviewer of the Best Corporate Governance Awards of Hong Kong and the Institute of Certified Public Accountants consecutively. Roy brings extraordinary experience on global corporate governance to this forum. Roy, it's a pleasure to have you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night. Okay, today I want to more focus on the governance issues, especially the regulatory issues, because for my associations, the Hong Kong IED associations, we have around 1,000 members who are sit in the board of directors of all listed companies in Hong Kong. Okay, in Hong Kong around 3,000 listed companies. So in the past, I think most of the listed companies quite passively to treat the issues of ESG, but Stock Exchange has launched a consultation since last year, and also made the conclusion that they want the board of directors to take a more leading role, to proactively to consider about how to put the ESG implementations into their business, which is a long-term business benefit to the shareholders. But another issue is come out is that because when we want to do more ESG initiative in the listed company, they need resources, and some shareholders may think that we put a lot of resources on the ESG matters or related matters, but how we can benefit from them, which is it the share price will be going up, or can we earn more money? So that there's always a conflict between the board of directors and also how they can really put the ESG matters seriously. Okay, so the Hong Kong Exchange want to make sure that this can happen, so that they put it as a compliance issues. That means all the listed companies start from this year, they need to comply a lot of new requirements by the Stock Exchange, including how they set up the government structures, and also the mandatory disclosures under the Stock Exchange ESG reporting guideline, which is including the first one. They request that all listed companies, the board of directors, they need to prepare the board statements, which is containing disclosures on the board oversight of ESG issues of your particular listed company. And also they want to know about the process, how they use the process to identify, evaluate, prioritize, and also manage the material ESG related issues as well. Finally, they want the board have a practice to review the progress made against the ESG related goals and target. So that this is a new requirement in Hong Kong in this year. So every single listed company, they need to issue a board statement, including with their annual report, to be sent out to the shareholders. So every shareholders can see that when I invest in this company, the board of directors have a very strong view and strong interest to really to put the ESG matters a serious one. So that you can see that such introspections is partly in reactions in a demand from the shareholders, especially for the institutional investor, because now a lot of institutional investors is considering that if your company do not have a good ESG performance, we will not invest in your company. So that this is one of the very reason that why the stock exchange have made these changes. And also the stock exchange want to make the linkage between the ESG and also the CG, the corporate governance, you know that, and to improve the timeline of the ESG reporting, so that you can see that in the past in Hong Kong, the ESG report is about 5, maybe 6 months or 7 months after the annual result is announced. But now they request the listed companies should be issue the ESG report together with the annual report, so that to shorten the timeline and to make sure that the investor and also the potential shareholders can review the ESG performance of the listed company. So there's quite a big, the regulatory requirement now in Hong Kong to make these big changes. And other areas which is related to the social governance, because ESG, we have environmental and social governance, is talking about the anti-corruption and whistleblowing requirement. These two areas, because in the past, not all the listed companies have their own internal policy, how to deal with the anti-corruption issues, and how do they set a very good internal control system to make sure that the whistleblowing can be easily be from the bottom to the top. Okay, so that the new requirement is that they request the stock exchange request the listed company. They need to make the anti-corruption related disclosures on their annual report and also under the ESG guide. And also the audit committee, they need to recommend them to establish a whistleblowing policy and system for the employees and those who deal with the issues as well, all the stakeholders, including the customer and the supplier as well. So that these two new requirements also make a big impact to the listed issuers, especially for the listed company, because now they need to really have seriously how to handle the anti-corruption issues and also the whistleblowing policies, how we can make it become a healthy and sufficient system. So all this new initiative, we can see that is come up with that, because in the future, we can see that if we can put the linkage between the CG and the ESG, it can deliver a good corporate governance practices in Hong Kong. So that because we all know that ESG measurement is not just a box-ticking exercise. They really need to put in the resources and also to recruit some good people to help them to deal with all the ESG issues as well. So the rules and also the sanctions may be come up with together with this regulatory requirement, because if the listed company do not perform well good in the ESG matters, they may be sanctioned by the regulatory bodies as well. So I think these two areas is really may have a drastic and fundamental changes about the attitude of the board of directors, because in the past the board of directors is quite reluctant to put the real resources to deal with the ESG matters in the listed company. Maybe they're just doing some window dressing. But now, if they do not follow this new requirement, the new compliance requirement, they need to be face the investigations by the regulator body as well. So I think I want to add this point to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roy. And I agree wholeheartedly with the significance of the link between CG and ESG. Let me begin. I think we're going to have time for two questions, and I'll go quickly. Firstly, and I'll ask this of you, Justin, and you, Oliver. Do you think that Hong Kong is pioneering in this regard concerning the commingling and the significance of ESG and CG together, or are they following? Oliver, would you like to take that?
Maybe first. I think the Hong Kong Stock Exchange has the ambitions to be a leader in the market about how to put the ESG and the CG together and make sure that the board of directors can allocate the resources to deal with all the ESG related matters, because ESG is a really complicated, because not just a few issues, because different companies have different issues. So we need to spare the resources. Who can make these decisions is to be vested by the board of directors. So that I think Hong Kong can maybe a few years we can be the leaders at least in the Asia Pacific market.
What does this look like through the lens of U.S. market investing, Oliver?
Well, I think being European born and splitting my time over the last 20 years between Asia and the US, actually, they used to, or we used to make fun of the entire ESG space and also impact investing space later, in a way that you would always say the Europeans are 10 years ahead of the US and Asia is 10 years behind the US. So I think that's not true anymore, and it's more nuanced and I think especially on environmental things, Asia in general is probably going to be leading the way, and some of the European tactics are pretty antiquated, to be honest. But the US is definitely not the shining city on the hill on all of this. So I applaud what Hong Kong is doing and what certain other Asian markets are doing in general.
Right. Thank you. Justin, can we have you weigh in on this?
Sure. I think Oliver's comments about European being 10 years ahead of the US and Asia being 10 years behind. If you put 10 years in the context of modern capitalism or the horizon that we all care about, it's a very short time period, and so. I think it's actually not worth spending too much time thinking about who's ahead and who's behind. I do think that there's a general consensus both on the ESG side and if you want to emphasize the corporate governance, the G, that businesses need to be better managed for public markets, for regulators in the private market context, and the complexities of companies, the demands of companies, the sensibilities of regulators, of governments, the security concerns with respect to hacking that happens, and the real pressures that companies face, all demand a focus on good corporate governance and management. And more capital is flowing in. And so any good manager will be recognizing that this impacts their company wherever they are in the world. Now, they may be at an earlier stage in their life cycle and appreciation, but it is, I think, entirely obvious for anybody that these things are important and required. You don't have to look very far to notice the impact of local regulators in the Hong Kong context, in the American context, in the European context. You don't have to look very far to notice the amount of capital flowing in, and good practice follows sort of capital demands. And so I think that, and then the last is sort of consumer sensibilities, and consumers really feeling like they have real power to shape corporate governance. You can think about that in the context of diversity, and so at least in the U.S. context. So I would say that it's not worth thinking about which geography is doing it better or worse, I would say that it is entirely obvious that in the Hong Kong context, it is extremely important to focus on these issues.
Thank you, Justin. And we're very fortunate to have the vice chairman of a publicly traded hospitality company and the chairman and founder of two public companies, one in the PPE medical products market, and of course the other in the recycling market, as you've shared with us. Poman, I'd love to have your opinion on this and how this influences or could influence your day-to-day activities going forward.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question, David?
Yes, of course. So the link between what Roy's talking about, the significance of linking and intertwining corporate governance and ESG and the pioneering efforts that are underway in Hong Kong. I'm of the impression that your organization has been grounded in proper corporate governance and ESG almost since its founding, certainly during your term of leadership. Can you expand upon that relationship between corporate governance and ESG?
Sure. So I think what makes ESG work is full alignment between all stakeholders. So it needs to be a core focus for everyone, for the owners, for senior management, for our employees, and it needs to be communicated across the board so that everyone is working towards the same goals. What I think is, I think ESG is more a risk management focus in that there are things that we want to avoid doing. I mean, in terms of governance, there's a lot that we should be avoiding and regulating. But in fact, hopefully there would be a shift towards concern for the environment, environmental sustainability and social inclusion as actually a driver for return. And again, I think the focus can be more positive on the triple bottom line, return, maximizing return on people, planet, and profit. So a shift from risk aversion, ESG risk aversion, to a focus on alpha generating return.
Well, thank you. And I was particularly intrigued by your comments earlier about the higher valuations that are being realized on the 18 companies that you've invested in of the total of 40. I'm curious, Frank, your thoughts. You're not doing the right thing simply for the financial benefit. You've grown up and built your business doing the right thing, and you've found a platform in recycling that not only is delivering significant return, but of course, you're extremely well poised to be globally dominant in helping to convert not only the way of business operation, but also the way of personal consumption thinking. What do you think about that convergence of corporate governance and ESG, and how does it influence your day-to-day activities?
I think ESG is such an important portion for the business society. Honestly, not just for the recycling side. It is also for for the other side of business, which is PPE. Well, most of the PPE gloves are manufactured in developing countries. Last couple of years, because of the PPE, the market is exploded because due to the COVID. And nowadays, if you really want to be viewed as a responsible players or business in the global market, ESG is a big portion of it. Not only on your report, but also is your real business practice is very important. For example, last couple of years, a lot of PPE manufacturer, we found that they are using slave laborers. So immediately they were blocked by majority of the major countries and corporations. So does the recycle side. People not only view your products is good in quality, but also they are going to view where is it coming from. For example, we for the framing world, if you're using wood, people are going to view the wood you're coming from is from replaceable wood, which is replanted. You need a plan to plant the wood to make the forest sustainable. If it is from plastic, is that from recycled plastic? So which not only makes the consumer be more aware of the sustainability of your products and your business model, but also helping the business owners and business society more aware of the sustainability for our future. So this is, I think this is basically changed the whole fundamentals of our business world today. You can't do business irresponsible. No, for environment, for corporate governance, and for social responsibility. All area is you have to take a big consideration into your business. So profit is not only one can be the only thing you're concerned about. So which means, but our response to that is we can utilize the technology better. We can utilize improve our employees the skills better, and this is the way we can make our business better, to make our life better. So that's all about the ESG we understood. So thank you, David.
Thank you, Frank. We have I think about 90 seconds left, so I'm going to race from corner to corner. Roy, the metaverse and ESG. You've got 30 seconds. Tell me, what does it mean?
For myself, I think ESG is not just a short-term ideas. It should be a long-term ideas, and also it will have a great impact to the sustainability of the commercial world as well.
Okay. Oliver, the metaverse, ESG. What does the convergence look like?
Very quickly, I definitely personally don't want to live in the metaverse if it's designed by Mark Zuckerberg, but that's a personal statement. Number two, if you talk about Web3 and the serious stuff, then I think there's obviously some very interesting technologies like blockchain, which is highly relevant for supply chains in general, traceability and so on. There's obviously a lot of interesting things going on in NFTs. I think the most important thing is the cultural phenomenon around metaverse or Web3, the participatory element, and that's going to have huge impact.
And I think a fun subject, which we don't have time for, is what consumption looks like on the metaverse, and what impact that may have on less consumption in the universe. Poman, you're just about to launch a really exciting, dynamic metaverse platform initiative with Regal. What's important, and how can you use the metaverse to educate people about the importance of ESG?
So we are launching MetaGreen, which is going to be the first green metropolis in the metaverse, featuring a green hotel and also a meeting and conference center for online, offline conferences. And there will be a sustainable shopping mall and also eco-friendly travel adventures, as well as a nonprofit Meta Green Academy offering green curriculum to secondary school students, and also an NFT green art gallery. So what we're trying to do is really to promote the decarbonization and earn model so that we can foster more eco-friendly, sustainable choices in the consumer community as well as in our business community. And I'm very thankful for the overwhelming support that we have seen from various anchor partners, which mean that we can all join hands in empowering this transition to a greener world.
Wonderful. I look forward to checking in soon. Justin, Metaverse and ESG. What does that mean?
I would not put Metaverse in at the top of the list in terms of the real world challenges that we all face. I think that there's a good chance that that the Metaverse is complicating the lived realities of many people. I don't think you have to look very far to notice how challenging it is for each of us to navigate our real and digital lives, the complexities of parents navigating how comfortable they are with their kids living in a virtual world and all the negative effects that are happening. I would not think that the Metaverse, while it has, some opportunities for positive effect, would be among the focus areas of all of us. We are living in a world that is heating rapidly, where food is scarce in many places, where gender is still an issue that divides, where education is not accessible to people. We live in a world where it is increasingly hard to imagine a financially secure and stable life, and certainly a world that is more that is less dangerous maybe in many daily lives, but certainly more dangerous on an existential level. And so I would say that, for when groups of us come together to talk about, what is important, to deploy capital, we really need to figure out how to marshal $1 trillion of capital to make the world inhabitable. Finding ourselves running into a virtual world to escape our real lived reality, I think, is not a profitable exercise.
Thank you. Greatly appreciate your insight. We'll wrap up with you, Frank. The Metaverse, ESG. How can they should they commingle?
Can I get a question more detail again? Sorry, I follow you, but truly.
If we look at the Metaverse, and of course the pointed end of that stick today is gaming, and to Justin's point, allowing predominantly young people to perhaps escape the realities of their universe, those that are afforded the opportunity to. But there are some interesting developments that are occurring, and certainly we're going to work differently. We're going to travel differently. We're going to interact differently going forward. So is there an opportunity, do you believe, that the Metaverse can play a role in the advancement of ESG?
Absolutely. I think it will bring the people into the consideration, what's our future? What should we do? How can we be more responsible in consuming habits or handling our business differently? That's how I saw it. So it's completely different world instead of with all these crises we're facing, the war in Europe, the food shortage, and so it's definitely going to bring a new standard in either in consuming and also in production, so manufacturing. So yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Well, the same question, 5 very different answers, and I think that in and of itself is indicative of the importance of the subject. I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be together with you. I've learned a lot. Thank you. And I'm most grateful to our chairwoman, Louis Meng, for allowing us the opportunity and of course, the conference for inviting us to participate. Thank you all.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you.
have a good
Have
day.
a good one.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you all. Look
Thank
forward
you.
to
Nice to meet
Have a good
collaborating.
day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Great
Bye.
Sunday. Bye.
Thank you so much, David. And indeed, you have a very impressive panelist talking about many important aspects of ESG. And indeed, if I was about to prioritize one particular aspect as you talk through, I think that is climate crisis. And we need to declare a state of emergency. As the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres has outlined, and that is to tackle the climate crisis that matters for every one of us. At the UN Global Compact, as the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, we are committed to uniting business for a better and greener world. Over 15,000 companies from over 170 countries has joined the United Nations Global Compact, committing themselves to environmental and social governance principles reflected by the Global Compact 10 principles. We launched the Business Ambition for 1.5 degree campaign back in 2019, along with our partners at the Science Based Targets Initiative, to provide a clear pathway for credible climate leadership for companies and SMEs alike. And in October 2021, right before COP26, the SBTI launched the world's first trusted framework for corporate net zero target setting, providing a common understanding of what net zero really means and enabling companies to back up their long-term net zero targets with transparent, science-based, and near-term actions. So I'm very happy to hear all the sustainable solutions and stories from our panelists in the first panel. And now it's very exciting to invite our chair for the second panel, Mr. Chris Lee, partner of Cleary Gottlieb Steen and Hampton LLP, to talk about how to balance financial and social returns of impact investing with a distinguished panel of speakers. So, Mr. Lee, over to you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. So really excited about this next panel for this morning or evening, depending on where you are, and Dajia Hao to the folks tuning in from China. So I am Chris. I work at an international law firm. I advise managers and investors on the formation and operation of various types of investment funds, including funds that focus on climate change and impact. Now, ESG. Now, at a macro level, ESG transformation has been really accelerating significantly in recent years, and this has been driven by various factors, including increasing focus among investors on their portfolio companies and their portfolio managers' commitment to ESG and focusing on the ESG performance itself as well. Now, today we have a distinguished panel with decades of experience in this space to really help us get a deeper understanding of ESG, of recent trends, and practical applications of ESG at the company level, all the way from startup companies to larger companies, and for them to share their insight into what may be next in this space. And so today we have Eddie Chen, senior partner at Eurazeo Group, Verna Lin, who's the head of Greater China at Global Reporting Initiative, GRI. We have Matthew Freeman, who is the founder and CEO of the Mekong Club. We have Fang Yujin, who's a managing partner at Fang Fund Partners, and Alan Lam, director and CTO of Gravity Capital Partners. And so in the beginning here, I'd like to invite each of our panelists to introduce themselves, their organization, and at a very high level, give us their perspective on ESG. So I'd like to invite Eddie Chen to start. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you, Chris. Hi, everyone attending the conference. Eddie Chen from Eurazeo. I'm the senior partner. Eurazeo is a French private equity investment firm, and we manage a 31 billion AUM, and we currently are holding on more than 460 portfolio companies. In Eurazeo, we have been seen as the pioneer in Europe for practice ESG. So since 2008, we already incorporate ESG framework into our every investment cases. So from that perspective, today we have been seen as one of the leading example from an investor, from a company perspective, industry perspective. How should we, to building a framework, and also to launch a business model to incorporate ESG into a everyday work. That's not only to achieving a better result, return on investment, but also to contribute to the society from carbon reduction. So it's very happy to be here in this panel, and I will like to share more later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. And now I'd like to invite Verna to introduce herself.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all participants from different time zones. It's a great pleasure to participate in Social Impact Investment and Sustainability Annual Conference 2022. My name is Verna Lin, and I'm representing Global Reporting Initiative, known as GRI today. So GRI is the global standard setter. We were established in 1997. The organization was born out of the need for transparency. So we basically wanted to answer the question of how could businesses and investors improve corporate behavior. So we set the standards known as GRI standards for reporting on sustainability topics. We review the standards regularly and to make sure it's current and fit for purpose. And the GRI standard actually, the whole mission is to enable any organizations, no matter you are large or small, private or public, to understand and report on their impacts on the economy, environment, and people in a comparable and credible way. So therefore, in increasing the transparency on their contribution to sustainability, sustainable development, basically. So just a little bit about the reporting itself to respond to Chris' a little bit perspective about GRI. The term ESG was coined actually maybe in 2005, and initially is to identify ways to integrate environmental, social, and governance concerns into capital market. So initially it was coined from the investor's perspective. But before the term ESG, we are already writing the so-called CSR report, right? So like Chris just mentioned, about some years ago, like several years ago, suddenly ESG became the global spotlight. So in whether you call the sustainability disclosure or ESG disclosure or CSR report, we are essentially nowadays referring to similar things. We are basically talking about sustainability and impact, and that's what we are here all about today. And I'm really looking forward to having inspirational discussions with my panel, fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Verna. Now, Matthew.
My name is Matt Friedman. I'm the CEO of an organization called the Mekong Club. The Mekong Club works with the private sector in a positive, supportive way to help them to understand the issue of modern slavery, human trafficking, forced labor, child labor. So we do this to help them to understand that these particular elements have the potential to have an impact on their business. And so, for example, if you have a supply chain and somewhere in the supply chain you have forced labor, that can have a devastating impact on your reputation, can have a devastating impact on whether or not people think that you're a good organization and a company. And so we work with the business world, the banks, the retailers, the hospitality sector, the manufacturers, to give them the basic information and the tools and the training and the consultation that helps them to be able to protect their business. And by doing that, they kind of reduce modern slavery and various other things. When it comes to ESG, I'm super excited about the concept as it's growing. You know, prior to COVID, it was an emerging trend, but post-COVID, it's almost on steroids. And the reason for that is that in addition to profit, prestige, and growth, people are expecting that a company also has an emphasis on caring about the environment, caring about social issues and governance and various other things. And so while it started off from an investor perspective, I think you're going to see ESG grow to a point where the average person is going to be able to look into, you know, whether or not a company is doing the right thing, how they're doing it, to what extent have they changed from the previous year to this year to the next year. And so I think we'll see more standardization. I think we will see more regulation. And I think we will see kind of more of a sense of this being a mechanism that really allows for the world to understand what businesses are doing, and for the business world to demonstrate that, in fact, they do care enough to be looking at these very important factors.
Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate that. And we'll get to this a little bit later in our discussion as well, but this will be a forum where we have these great minds together to be thinking about what is the next thing? What is the next thing for ESG? So thank you. I'll turn it over to Fang Yujin.
Hello, I'm really honored to be here at this summit. Fang Fund was founded in 2001, and we are making diversified investment, more than 100 companies and more than 20 US and Chinese yuan funds. And we're focusing on those environmentally positive and commercially positive projects. I started social impact investment starting from 2015. So we want to practice these principles as well as learn in this process. In regards to China's impact investment history, I think ESG and impact investment are still at a very initial stage in China. Through many platforms and organizations, people have more deeper understanding of this concept. In this process, we need more communication and dialogues. I think there are several factors. Number one is government, capital, ecosystem. For example, in China's 14th five-year plan, we are seeing the policies are being implemented in different levels. For example, the central bank, as well as securities regulatory committee. We have different committees, as well as working with development zones and 36 countries, and as well as different regions to support green startups. In terms of capital, we have Social Security Fund, Insurance Fund, many state-backed capital going into this area, as well as Family Fund, and are also trying to get into this field. So I think in the Chinese market, we are also seeing ESG-oriented equity and funds. So the Chinese regulatory authority is also trying to revise the standards in evaluating the performance. I think we are seeing different levels of the market being together, working together in assessing the performance of impact investment. So I think this is a very interesting motivator and factor. So people are more accountable to working towards the welfare of the community. In terms of businesses, I think impact investment is centered around SDGs to focus on specific social issues. We need the standards and performance standards that are measurable. We have Chinese companies building up their own evaluations, standards, and performance. So we are also following international standards. I think ESG investment is responsible investment, focusing on how we can improve governance and environmental protection. I think it's more about risk management. So we are seeing a faster speed in its development.
Of course, it's about data. Through evaluating data, we can actually improve the efficacy of evaluation. So we have seen some practices and accumulation of data, and there's some tools available which can be a good reference for China. Of course, we have to find tools that suits China, and also the standards for different sectors are quite different. And this requires complex and open collective work. So we have to learn in the doing. Lastly, about ecosystem, at current stage, China needs to build a new type of ecosystem, and there shouldn't be an inner circle or washing out concepts, but just mutually beneficial ecosystem where we can learn and help each other. And SIISC is a great platform for such exchange and learning. And we can actually boost ESG to a new standard and believe there will be wider space for ESG to develop. And in 2017, GSTIN, the Global Impact Investing Network, was founded. And 5 years later, we're pleased to see that the China Impact Investing Network was also officially launched on April 15th. So there's some research and analysis conducted on impact management and management tools. And also we can prevent the phenomenon of impact washing. This program will be based on theoretical research and case studies to produce industrial reports, and we'll be able to establish standards that suits China's locality.
Appreciate that. Now, Alan?
Thanks, Chris, for the opening and all the panel members' introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan, Director and CTO of Gravity Capital Partners. Gravity is a technology-based impact investment and management company. We are currently helping early-stage startup, SME, and social enterprise. Besides the financial support, we are also mentoring those founders to understand more about impact, ESG, and the importance of balancing business and sustainability. In fact, Gravity is also a startup, and we just launched in November last year. So we understand startup, SME, and social enterprise. We are passionate to help them. As you may know that in Hong Kong, all the listed companies are required to include the ESG report in their annual report. However, what about startup and SME? They are all busy fighting for survival all the time. Are they capable to integrate ESG or even impact model in their business? Or how those social enterprise quantify what they are doing with an effective business model? Today, I'm excited to have a chance to share with you a little bit more later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. So now I'm going to go into some specific questions for different members of the panel. I'm going to have some panelists talking to one another as well. So my first question will be for Verna. And so, Verna, there's been a lot of discourse among the various stakeholders, policymakers, you got private sector, public sector, about really how do we measure ESG? How do we measure sustainability? And I know your organization has really been on the forefront of that. So from your perspective, what are some recent developments in this area that would be really noteworthy for us?
Thank you, Chris, for the first question. Impact measurement is a billion-dollar question. So what I'm trying to, what I could provide you guys a little bit of latest development of global sustainability landscape here today is actually, so I'm sure a lot of you aware like there's been like heated debate among different international frameworks or standards. Like some of you heard this a little bit confusion maybe to reporters or to different constituency groups like GRI report, SASB report, TCFD frameworks, and now like IIRC report as well. So in order for to give you a little bit of the overview of the latest landscape, I'd like to share with you one of the slide to provide you an overview. I don't know if you can see my screen of the slide. Yeah. Let me just do it maybe in a full screen. Yeah, sorry. So basically, what is the global sustainability landscape? It's basically now we are divided into two sets of standards. The first one is focused on financial reporting. It's so-called financial materiality, and the other side is impact materiality. So I wanted to take a very simple example, like there is so-called climate change, right? So on the one side, like the other side of the IFRS side, they are leading the ISSB, including the Value Creation Foundation, which was merged by IIRC and SASB. So what they are care about this side of financial materiality is the climate change has already happened, right? So they wanted to understand what climate change caused, the opportunity and risk to the company's financial report. So there's one side of the standard, and it's called financial materiality. But the other side of the spectrum, it's sustainability reporting that is led by Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, is we wanted to understand what is the company's positive or negative contribution that caused climate change. So to answer your question, Chris, from fund managers or investors' perspective, you wanted to understand your portfolio company's impact, right? And then you wanted to measure it in a credible and comparable way. Then you need to, first of all, you could read your portfolio company's sustainability report. But then what I'm trying to demonstrate here is there are so many different frameworks, but from 2 years ago, we respond to call for harmonization. So GRI in the center of it, we work with all the different frameworks, and then we are step forward to align with each other. So in the future of the global reporting standards, we would start with the double materiality that was led by European sustainability reporting standards. I don't know if it is a little bit confusing. So basically, let me just mention a little bit about the different frameworks. So this is why, so there are two milestones, like in 2021, year 2021. So in July, so I don't know how many people here knows that EU as one of the highest government authorities, they came up and they decided they're gonna set up a new European sustainability standards. So from 2023, all of the companies listed in EU would have to mandatory adopt the new EU sustainability standards. And so from day one, EU has decided they are not gonna reinvent the wheel. So they come to GRI, and when we sign a statement, so GRI would co-construct the new EU sustainability reporting standards, right? And then IFRS Foundation, they announced last year in Glasgow that they established a so-called ISSB, and then they will lead the work of a set of frameworks that was based on financial frameworks. So they will set up a new sustainability report based on their accounting system. So then IFRS and GRI, we signed a MOU just last month, 1 month ago, actually. So the conclusion would be, in order to unburden the reporters and to provide a set of actual global standard for all the different groups to understand the company's impact, we will have a so-called double materiality standards in the future. So this is kind of the latest sustainability landscape.
Thank you very much, Verna. That's extremely helpful. You know, because as we talk and think about ESG and sustainability, to have someone who can really break it down for us as to what it really means, and also the latest trends in that, that's very, very helpful. Thank you for that. My next question is for Eddie, who's in the private equity investment, and he looks at companies and look at their ESG performance, right, as part of the evaluation. So now it's bringing that sort of the technical measurement and all those things down to the ground level when you're actually making an investment. So Eddie, when you are looking at potential portfolio companies, how do you, in practice, when you're thinking about investment decisions, measure a company's ESG performance?
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for the great question. You know, from a practitioner perspective, we're always saying that ESG is something wonderful, but how do you implement? How do you really translate to day-to-day work? And then whether that is a drag or is a benefit, is a booster for the business. So I'm just wanted to using the following few minutes to share a few slides to illustrate how we practice that from Eurazeo as the investor, and how do we do this with our with our companies. So I just have a few slides to share with everyone. If you can all see that. So as I earlier mentioned, that Eurazeo is one of the very longest history a private equity firm, came out from France, mainly European based, with 140 years of history, and we currently manage 460 portfolio companies, mostly European, but also North America, Asia, and other markets as well. We manage AUM 31 billion euro as of today. Coming to ESG, absolutely, you know, Eurazeo in Europe, we could be very proudly to say that we are one of the pioneer, a leading player. Since 2008, Eurazeo already incorporate. At that time, you know, it's evolving, we call CSR, corporate social responsibility, then evolving to ESG. We've already incorporated ESG as one of our investment strategy for ourselves as a fund, but also to all the portfolio company we invest. Towards that, we actually build for the last decades, we built our own methodology, framework, and practice from investment stage to post-management to exit. So we have all the full-scale systems in place, which is guiding our day-to-day work with how we look from an investment perspective for ESG results. And because of that, we have today, Eurazeo has been as a listed company in Euronext. We are one of the modeling company, which means all our standards has been used by Euronext to judge other listed companies. So that's also a stronger recognition to us. So specifically, how do we do that? So, you know, when you having, we always said that if you as a decision maker, as a company, as an industry player, as a senior manager, you always have to start with something you believe in, right? The mindset. So ESG is a wonderful mindset, which we have seen this happening in the last 2 decades. But today, very few actually really say, how do we moving from a mindset into a strategy, then from a strategy into a business model? Means how do we really do that? In a lot of misunderstanding in the market, many companies feel that ESG is not it's a drag it's a cost center. Means if you do ESG means you have to invest a lot of money, but you don't really see the financial result. But I would say from my experience, from Eurazeo experience, we have seen ESG is a booster. It's a booster for a better financial return rather than a drag. But you have to take time and effort seriously to do this. So over the more than 10 years, in our company, we have built a very strong and pragmatic system. So actually, we starting 2008, we said that we have to do ESG. And from that perspective, in the company inside, we built we established a dedicated ESG team. The ESG team actually is independent from investment team. So every time when we look at a new pipeline, new deal, the ESG team working, side by side with investment team. So investment team look all the financial evaluation, due diligence, but the ESG team independent from investment team actually on the side look all the ESG related criteria. So we have set of criteria I listed here from a pre-investment, the due diligence, the climate and the ESG assessment criteria is where we have, over the years, we have built a very comprehensive our criteria. So any investment, any portfolio company which we evaluating, we're doing due diligence. If ESG team come up with a conclusion saying that this potential company that from investment team we're interested to invest, if the ESG team tells us this company does not meet ESG standard, not meeting our criteria, so the investment team may decide not to invest. So in other words, ESG team does not have a veto, but they have a strong influence to the investment team for the investment decision. So this set of criteria is most important. And then the seriousness of you implementing those criteria onto your day-to-day work, and to from a corporate perspective down to each investment perspective, you have to have this mechanism to make things to work together. So that's the step number one. But more than that, today, if you think about last 10 years, even as of today, as an investor, when you look at the long list of pipelines, the potential company that you want to invest, very, very few portfolio companies, they having a sufficient ESG kind of meeting your criteria of ESG, because ESG is something new. Many companies have not really have a very strong so-called a criteria compliance. So important thing for us as an investor, we're not afraid of a good company. Today, they are not so compliant with ESG yet. There's a lot of room to improve. The question is, are we having the ability as an investor, after we decided to invest this company, we can help the company to moving from not so ESG compliance into fully ESG compliance while we become the shareholder of this company for the following few years before the exit. So from investment period, from post-investment perspective, then we have built a even dedicated and a strong system where we work with portfolio company. Give examples. For example, if we see this company, they need to improve the ESG. So very often our ESG team, dedicated ESG team, will sit down and working with the management team, we call it during the first 100-day plan, to help the company to building the process how to improve ESG. Secondly, we have to make sure that there is a dedicated team within the portfolio company. So we usually name a ESG officer or director if they don't have one yet. Usually most of the portfolio company, they don't have. And also at the board level, we have to make sure ESG is part of the auditing committee responsibility. And so there are a few other criteria. We make sure that our legal documentation we all sign for the investment. All our co-investors invest alongside us, they must sign this we call the ESG declaration. It means they commit to invest on the company for ESG perspective. And then we also make sure the portfolio company, they have an annual reporting and a quarterly reporting. So each the board meeting, usually board meeting happens to make sure we, from a idea to be a real stuff. So today in Europe, particularly, we have 4 standards of practice for ESG actual framework. So from bronze to silver to golden and to platinum. So Eurazeo today, we are taking ourselves and all our portfolio company at a golden level. So which means to have a set of criteria we must comply with. But we are now moving to a platinum, the highest level, which means 50% of the board member have to be female. The ESG has to be one of the management criteria for measure their KPI, and also make sure that by 2030, 75% of the energy the company use must be green energy. By 2040, have to be 100% green energy. So those are all the standards we setting using the platinum standard. Another thing I like to share with you is regarding the reporting. So the idea is to ourselves as an investor, but also to portfolio company that we invested. How can we balance between their profitability and the ESG investment? So that's where we have to having a stronger reporting framework and a structure to make sure that the company is not because doing ESG for ESG, because they're doing ESG is also for improving their business, improving their products, improving their quality of the operation. So ESG, we want to see them as a booster, not as a cost center, not as a drag. So in that perspective, we build a number of reports, measurement. It's out there, but those standards are framework. From a practitioner as a company, you have to moving from standard down to your own system. So we're using external consultings with our ESG team together with the investment team, with the management team. Over the years, we have built our own reporting, pragmatic reporting structure and KPI criteria, and also covering both the essential for ESG, but also for the financial results as well. So because we've done so much in the last 15 years, so today we are very proud of saying that we are receiving highest recognition in Europe. We have been ranked #1 in 2020 by UNPRI. We're receiving 4A+, highest score ever in the last 15 years of UNPRI evaluation. We are the portfolio company, their carbon neutrality total have to be 0. So this is a very tough target for us to achieve, but we think this is the way as an investor, as a practitioner to helping the society. Now, the last question I wanted to answer earlier that Chris was mentioning. So how do we measure? Are we making money or are we just take as a cost for ESG? So since 2015, as of today, as a listed company, we have put a ESG measure in our annual report. As a listed company, we have to have an annual report every year. So we have cumulative savings close to a 260 billion euro in the last 6 years of our ESG practice. So actually, that translates to our profitability. We make money on that. But at the same time, we help to reducing 1.5 million metric tons of carbon reduction. So we help society. So at the same time, we helping contributing to carbon reduction as a business group, but also we we make money. I mean, this is translated to 260 million euro, gaining by practicing, because we get a tax incentive. We can sell some of our carbon carbon money, and at the same time, we also see the improvement for we're providing a better quality products. We can sell more products because consumer enjoys a carbon reduction products. So with all that, I like to a quicker conclusion to all of us. I wanted to say this to everybody, whether you are a public agency, you are private business, or you are individual person, or your family. I want to share with everyone my strong belief that ESG is no longer be a choice to you. It's a must. If you don't do it today, you will force to do it tomorrow. So better you put your hands together, put your money together, start to implement ESG, because this is a must. Thank you.
You're muted, Chris.
Thank you very much, Eddie. That's very, very helpful. And clearly, yourself and your organization is a real leader in this space out here in Asia. And so hopefully we can see more and more companies and managers following in your footsteps. So thank you for that. My next question is for Matt. And now in the public discourse and in the E and the S and the G, there seems to be a disproportionate amount of emphasis on the E of the ESG. And I know you've dedicated a large part of your career to the S of the ESG. And so do you see the S gaining traction? And if so, how?
Well, you're absolutely right. The E and the G have been areas that the indicators and the questions related to them have been quite sophisticated, quantitative. They've allowed for companies to measure things, but the S is kind of the orphan because a lot of people say, well, you can't really measure the S. It's more of a kind of human rights type of a situation. You have scenarios whereby there isn't any quantitative data related to that, but that's just not true. The S related to, let's say, labor, you have audits, and those audits have been going on for a long time. There's tremendous amount of information related to audits. You have grievance mechanisms and hotlines and various other things that have a tremendous amount of data. So as a result of that assumption that you can't kind of measure S because there's nothing, a lot of organizations are saying, well, if you have an acronym that has 3 letters, each of them should be equal. And part of the reason why this is relevant and important is that, let's say that you're a car company that does electric cars. And so on the E front, you get a lot of points for basically being environmentally responsible. But what if your cobalt and your lithium is coming from the Congo, where you have a lot of forced labor that takes place? If you look at the S, it's going to be low. The question of how you balance these various elements of ESG is kind of an art and a science. There's a lot of discussion about this. There's a lot of people talking about which direction we have to go in order to kind of add up the various scores. And I think over time, you're going to see, as Verna mentioned, a lot more standardization, a lot more kind of consolidation. You'll have more regulation. All of those things will result in us having a better kind of set of metrics to be able to look at these things. One other thing that I just want to mention is Reuters and a number of other organizations came together to come up with a report called Amplifying the S in ESG, Mythbusters. It's available online, and what it does is it demystifies the S, and it makes the case that more emphasis needs to be put on ensuring that the S is given as much relevance and importance as all of the other acronym letters.
Thank you very much, Matt. And again, thank you obviously for all the great work that you're doing in this space for a lot of the very vulnerable and less privileged folks in various parts of this world and beyond. So thank you for that. I want to ask Alan, who has dedicated his career to really helping SMEs and startups to navigate this incredibly important space. So you have a lot of rich experience in this area. So if you can share with us your perspectives on how startups and SMEs are thinking about ESG, and perhaps you can share one or two sort of heartwarming stories about sort of what you have seen develop in this space as well.
Oh yeah, thanks, Chris. As I mentioned earlier, Gravity is a Hong Kong-driven technology-based impact investment and management company. When we first touch those startup and SME founders in Hong Kong, you will be surprised that many of them are also passionate to do something good for society and sustainable to our environment. They're not, they're not fully business-driven. If the situation allows, they would also like to have the balance to support, for example, like charity activities or some community service. Then you may want to ask how to help these kind of companies. We are helping about 8 impact projects founder currently using our impact framework as well as our ongoing development platform, impact measurement and management platform. We call it IMM platform. We will first conduct an impact assessment by using 5 dimensions, including what, who, how much, contribution, and risk. And that is good enough for us to understand where they are and how they are doing in order to map to 17 SDGs. Then we co-work with the founders to define the impact thesis or ESG goals together. Following our frameworks, the founders can include some procedures or some steps in their operation in order to record or quantify their impact activities in business. Most importantly, one key procedure is to get feedbacks from different stakeholders in their business that come up with a closed positive loop that may also contribute their business. With some regular meetings and through our online IMM platform, we can co-build the impact thesis model together so that both of us can know the progress by the traceability function of the system. Finally, our IMM platform can help to generate the impact report by the end of the year that comes up with a good reference for starting next year's exercise. That's how we are helping those startup or SME to integrate ESG or impact model in their business. I have a good example to share, which is one company that I'm mentoring them for some times. They are a medical device company. They invented a wearable device that can continuously monitor vital signs even during the sleeping. Their sleep data analysis can identify the health situation of the subject or the patient or the elderly. As you know, in Hong Kong, we face huge challenge during the pandemic. Hospitals are under great pressure, not enough of space, not enough of manpower, to take care of so many patients. Doctors, nurse, caregivers need more support. At the same time, patient, even the elderlies in the elderly center, they need better care of their situation. That comes to a demand of their product. And you may think, yes, there are enough social elements such as matching the third SDG, good health and well-being. However, in ESG point of view, or even the impact point of view, what they can help for the environment, or who are the stakeholders that they can help, how much they can help for both environmental and social impact, etc. We are trying to share some suggestions and guidelines, co-working with the founders to include some steps, say, try to count how many effort can be saved for the caregiver, such as the time and the effort, or the nurse or doctor, help them to collect, help the founders to collect the feedbacks from different stakeholders, estimating how much disposable waste can be saved, such as those COVID-19 test kit, and these the contribution and risk they can think of during they do this exercise. After that, the founder can have a better picture of what they are doing. When the founders share this to the team, all the teammates become more passionate and want to do better. It is because they know much better about the value of their work. In addition, when they share to the collaborators, partners, doctors, government departments, all parties aligned quickly, this communication makes the collaboration smoothly. As a result, the company's reputation become better, the trust from the customer and partners are higher, and turns out they receive more orders. This is very good examples of how SME implemented the impact framework to have a constructive effect to the business.
That's great, and the kind of impact that your organization is having to other organizations having an impact themselves. And hopefully we can see more of that, not only here in Hong Kong, but in other cities of the world as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is for Fang Yujin, and who works at a large family office in Beijing, focused on impact investments in ESG and whatnot, which, it's less common now, but hopefully more common in the future. And so when you're looking at investments and thinking about impact investments, how are you thinking about these things, and what kind of investments are you looking at?
Thank
you, Chris. We learned a lot from, for example, Eddie's presentation. They have shared with us their long practices. For us, we're particularly interested in agriculture, health, and education. Agriculture not just has to do with people's health, but also water, environment, and sustainable development. A large percentage, I think 31% of emissions in the world come from agriculture, and 15 out of the 17 SDGs have to do with agriculture. There are a lot of diseases today. Many of them are difficult to treat, and many of them have to do with what people eat. So the health of the people and the health of the environment are connected, and we need to create a healthy cycle between them. So we have a particular focus on traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine plays an important role in combating COVID-19. And TCM is based on plants. And whether these plants are grown in a healthy way has an impact on the effects on the medicine. And acupuncture is a green and natural treatment. And it's popular in Germany, in Russia, in the US, in other European and North American countries, and Japan and Korea. China has 150,000 Chinese practitioners of Chinese medicine. and the use of acupuncture and the training of acupuncture practitioners is an important effort. And then there's education. In education, we need to teach about nature, about life. So we have a fund of funds, we have funds of funds, and we also have direct investment. So when it comes to assessing funds and when it comes to assessing projects, it's important that we are true to our original mission. We need to remember why we are doing this.
When
we are choosing GP, we need to look at the value, professionalism, understanding of the world, global vision, social impact, and the 17 SDGs. So I think the GP should have enough resources as well as rational judgment to choose appropriate projects. We have to understand whether a project can be resolving a social issue on the root instead of creating other issues. It will be better to have collaborators working together in a specific industry. And some of those issues will not be able to come up with an immediate solution, but at least it needs to provide some positive impact on the environment, reducing some of the negative impact. In terms of direct investment, we invested in Impact Hub in Shanghai. This is a global incubator alliance. This team started in China. They built database, think tank, empowering tools, competition, and events. So this is very important for the startup projects in China. And we also have invested in Big and Bytes, which is called 实行资本 in Chinese, and they are focusing on overseas projects. For example, some of the Shangri-La project, dairy products from Yunnan province. So this project is in line with China's 14th five-year plan, as well as very sustainable in terms of its supply chain. And we also have projects like gene editing, which are probably one of those things called Canada virus in the products in the agricultural chain. But we also have services for drones when they are spreading insecticide. It could actually spray on the back of the leaves. So this is a really good company with great technology, as well as another plant-based meat company from Israel. So whether it is investing in a fund or direct investment project, we need a really accessible social value evaluation standards. We need to have local factors as well as international standards integrated within the framework. So before we make the investment, we have more than 20 dimensions in terms of ESG. And then for each dimension, we have a score system. Only those above an average score that would be able to receive our funding to use our tools, comprehensive risk evaluation, opportunity evaluation. Thank you.
Perspectives from the various panelists. Unfortunately, I think we're kind of running over on time right now. So if I can just ask one more question, one last question to Matt, and it's ESG and thinking about what it could be in the future. If you were to add one more letter to ESG and then one more letter, what would that be?
P for partnership. When you look at ESG, it's very individualistic. It's a company's kind of relationship with the environment and the world and whether or not they're doing right by workers, et cetera, et cetera. But in order to elevate this so that we get more impact, if we could also measure, the relationship that companies have collectively to address this, it would add value. So this is included in the ESG platforms in various locations, but I think it's relevant and important enough to be separate. So, for example, the SDGs, the Sustainability Development Goals, if we could have the ESGs better align with the SDGs so that there is a relationship. So companies are basically feeding into kind of the Sustainability Development Goals that would add value. The relationship that organizations have with multi-stakeholder groups like Better Cotton Initiative or Good Weave International or various other things that demonstrates that a number of companies are coming together to work on an issue collectively would add value. And lastly, when it comes to kind of multi-stakeholder groups, my organization brings the fashion industry together to debate and discuss and talk about things. And so the entire community is taking on these issues together. If we were able to measure these aspects, if we were able to quantify them, 1 + 1 would equal 11, not 2, because the synergistic approach of multiple organizations coming together would add a tremendous amount of value to the overall process. So it would be P in this particular case.
ESG and P, and I think this conference itself is helping to foster that P. So thank you to obviously to all the organizers here. And thank you for all the panelists here today, and look forward to helping to make the world a better place through what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And also, thank you, Chris, for leading such an excellent panel of fruitful discussions. And if I may, highlight several important points from all these panelists, I think from Eddie Chen, as a shareholder investor, you mentioned that you handed ESG declaration to your portfolio companies. And I suggest that probably you consider adding an application form for them to join the United Nations Global Compact and join this global movement on ESG and the sustainable business. So then they are in a good hands with their sustainability journey. And also to highlight what Matthew has emphasized on social aspect, indeed, we need to take a principle-based approach to ESG. And the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact covering the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption could come in to avoid ESG washing by taking a principle-based approach. Indeed, we need to have comprehensive stakeholder dialogues and consultations, as many of the previous speakers have highlighted. And we need to help continue to build capacities for small and medium enterprises to catch up and not left behind, really linking the bridge and building the bridge between ESG and SDGs are the 10 universal principles of Global Compact, which are endorsed by 193 member states of the United Nations. And you also touch upon important point on ESG reporting. Actually, on the UN Global Compact website, you can find over 20,000 ESG and sustainability reports from our member companies across over 170 countries. And we're currently upgrading the system to make it more user-friendly and easy for search. So please visit our website anytime to find the information you need. I think there are, in particular, beyond investors, civil society organization, there are two important groups that we might want to pay special attention. And the first category is on the state-owned companies. And take China as an example. In China, the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council, they have 97 state-owned, central state-owned companies, which have a combined asset of $30 trillion and a revenue of more than $4.6 trillion and estimated stock value of over $10 trillion, making it one of the largest economic entity in the world. So how these state-owned companies in China and in many parts of the world embrace ESG in their domestic and overseas investment holds extremely importance for mainstreaming ESG across the world. So the good news I also want to share with everyone is that since 2008, SASAC issued the first directive to guide these state-owned companies on how to embrace CSR ESG into their strategy and operations. And by end of 2012, they all issued a public available ESG report. And now in 2022, last month, the SASAC just established a new bureau on ESG and social responsibility, responsible for helping these companies to establish their framework, adopt international standard on ESG to achieve sustainable development. And another very important group is the public listed companies. And the UN Global Compact, we work across partners to establish and launch a sustainable stock exchange initiative. So where the stock exchanges can collaborate with investors, regulators, and companies to enhance corporate transparency and ultimately their performance on ESG issues. And to date, I'm happy to share that over 100 stock exchanges, including the Hong Kong Stock Exchange across the world, representing 61,000 listed companies, has joined such initiative. So to summarize, we need to foster collaboration and we need to build more effective partnerships to advance ESG for more sustainable investment and global economic and social development in a sustainable manner. With that said, it's my great pleasure to invite the former UN Assistant Secretary General, the current Secretary General of Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet, Mr. Satya Tripathi, to take the floor to chair the next panel of very important discussions. So Satya, over to you.
Thank you so much. And then thank you for highlighting the amazing work that the UN Global Compact is doing in across the planet. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone to this very exciting session on why ESGs are so important, especially in the context of the climate meltdown that we are witnessing at this time, which will only accelerate and get much worse as we go along. We have an outstanding panel of speakers today. Mark Ye, who's the head of China at the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network, Angeline Huang, who's the founder and CEO of Alliance for Impact, Ross Overline, the co-founder and CEO of Scholars of Finance, and Yufei Jiang, the Director in Advocacy and Service of B Corps China. An outstanding panel, and as we go along, you will see that there's so much wisdom to be shared, and also in terms of understanding the real need for ESGs and why it is so much in conversation now. Recent studies have demonstrated that some companies that have been more transparent about their sustainability efforts are less exposed to systemic risks and shocks, and were therefore less affected by the financial crisis that followed the pandemic and indeed still continues. Companies with high ESG ratings have consistently earned comparatively higher stock returns, and they have experienced lower volatility than low sustainability focused funds. As a result, an increasing number of organizations are now publishing sustainability reports and seeking ESG credentials in order to measure their impact on sustainable development. You've just heard how the UN Global Compact has 20,000 reports on their website, and that you should go and check out. Investors are also progressively integrating ESG metrics into their investment analysis in order to improve decision-making, reduce long-term risks, and achieve higher returns. And of course, if you look up on the web, there are millions of reports literally that tell you more about the ESG focus of specific companies. And we also heard just about the Sustainable Stock Exchanges Initiative, where possibly mandatory reporting would increase reliability of ESG data, forcing actors to also communicate their negative impacts. Because when you're asking to somebody to report on the good things, then there is a tendency not to report the bad things. And that's not a good thing, because people need to get a balanced picture of what is really happening, not just focusing on what is nice to present. And we need to guard against greenwashing, which is something that we have seen in the last decade really becoming a strong force, and it harms in two ways. First, it puts into doubt all the good work of very meaningful organizations and companies that are actually doing the hard work and making a difference. And of course, B, it hides the negative impacts of the terrible work being done by some companies in hiding, in getting into the room, entering the conversation, and then presenting greenwash data that puts into doubt everything that we all want to do here in terms of sustainability and in terms of economic, environmental, and social impact. With that, let me stop here and invite our panelists to present their thoughts. Each panelist will be presenting for roughly about 7 minutes. And then, of course, we'll have enough time for a question and answer session. So let me start by inviting Mark Ye to make his keynote presentation.
Thank you, Soya. Hello, everyone. This is Mark from Shanghai. I'm heading the practice in China for AVPN. So AVPN is the social investment network. So we have more than 600 institutions as a member. So they are from foundations and from conventional investment institutions. And we are having members across more than 30 countries in APEC. So that's our network. So what we do target to achieve is to really mobilize the capital towards the challenges that we are facing, and then really solve those problems timely. So we've been doing this for more than 10 years now, and I've been involved in the impact investing more than 10 years now as well. So on the ESG, this is really positive signal of that the impact context or impact discussion is moving forward, because people are thinking about what are the differences. I mean, the ESG momentum that we are receiving right now. I think there are a few things that I think is a really possible sign. The first thing is that you're hearing more about ESG, different perspectives. People are trying to reshape it, try to understand it, trying to do something about it. So that's a big difference. And secondly, I would say you can see more policies and more people from different sectors trying to involve in this to try to capture new opportunities for impact. They could be looking for financial returns, also for the social returns. And last but not least, I think most positive sign, I think we all hearing more is the increasing awareness or increasing expectations from the new generations on this topic. So as a future leaders, next generations of investors, next generation of commercial leaders, the next generation of nonprofit leaders, they are looking for new ways. They are looking for new opportunities. They are looking for new possibilities in the impact discussion. And ESG is such a new narrative that people can start to learn and connect and really explore. But I think, having said that, I would say still a lot of challenges remain. Firstly, well, we do know that for the realization of all these impact expectations or impact initiatives, we need to be able to measure it well. And measurement itself is such a big problem. That could be from data issue, there could be resource issue, there can be integrity issues. So those are all issues around the measurements. And in terms of the implementation part of it, we do see different players, different investors, different stakeholders in this ecosystem are focusing on different sectors, on different problems. And it is really critical that we are all well connected by the most recent cases to learn from it. At the same time, it's really critical to really connect with the diversified stakeholders in the ecosystem to really explore. And the core challenge is that then after that, how can we sustain, how can we survive long term? And that requires more. That requires more people to join. That requires more policy to support. That requires more people have open-minded to start to learn different perspectives all over again. So that is also not easy. And also, I would say, at the end of the day, it's still people. How can we support the next generations of the people to have a better ideas about the future with the really concrete examples? And I think that's what we are all trying to achieve here, what we all try to provide. But we all know that those could be small, and we want this to be scaled. We want this to be sustained. And just so, I think it's really critical, and it's important that we all recognize the fact that it's really difficult to achieve SDGs by 2030, and we need more. We need to do things differently. We need to have different mindset. We need to have a different innovative approach, and we need to really strengthen ourselves to be ready to take on more challenges, because it's just things that we need to all work together. Otherwise, I think after 10 years, we're still discussing the same thing. I don't think that's the thing that we want to see in the future, and we want to demonstrate to the next generations. So I think all in all, what we do care is that practically a lot of the solutions are really meeting with the sufficient resources, and then supported by the, we'll say, growing ecosystems. And also, I think last but not least, really we need to be connected, because there are so many things going on, and the VUCA world, and then there are incidents by people, by nature. Those are all given. So we need to really anticipate those and try to explore together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I'm glad you brought up these two key points, connection, because we are stronger together. We can do so much more, not just the sum of our parts, but actually it's a geometric progression when people connect. And Mark, earlier when he was introducing yourself, we talked about mentoring. It's really, really important to find those young champions across the planet, be it in the corporate world, be it in the philanthropy world, be it in the civil society world, or indeed the young parliamentarians in government and in the legislatures, to really drive change, which has been sorely lacking. You also talked about measurement, which is very interesting, because when I was with the UN, we did a study of the SDGs, the 17 goals and the 169 targets. And what we found was that even if you were to measure only 25% of those 169 targets for which data was available, for the rest data wasn't even available, you would need $50 billion to do it in a meaningful way. So that's the challenge, finding the resources and really getting to a place where ideas are actually supported by the kind of resources that we need. And with that, let me now turn to Angeline Huang, who's the founder and CEO of Alliance for Impact, and she's run funds at the billion scale. So where do we find these kind of resources, Angeline? How do we build those partnerships between the corporate and the philanthropic and of course the world of governments, so that it all comes together? Thank you, Angeline. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Annan Sadya. And I just want a correction that my former job is running the fund. I currently actually fully devote to this SDG project and Alliance for Impact. First of all, it's my honor to be invited to join this 2020 Social Impact Investment and Sustainable Conference. This is my passion. To all of you, maybe you don't know Alliance for Impact, so I will give a few minutes to introduce who we are and what we do. And this actually relate to what Mark just mentioned, people's, community, and resource. So first of all, I'm the visionary too. since when I was very, very young. My daddy asked me to choose environmental engineering as my major. And I was actually ranking first in my state college entrance exam, and I went enter the Tsinghua University. And my dad told me when I was 18, he said, environmental major, because at that time I can choose any major. My passion is finance, but my dad said, environmental major is something that you really can change the world and make the world better. You know what? After 20 some years, and I went to environmental engineer, computer science, and I went to Yale MBA. I came back to, like we just mentioned, I work in Wall Street for more than 10 years, joined a top hedge fund for running the 20 billion cash investment, and also involved with company every venture investment. And I feel like social impact, sustainability is still my concern. Exactly. When I was in the former company, the company does, this is one of very typical traditional Wall Street company, right? The computer engine quality make a lot of money, but then the government require about ESG compliance. Did the company really pay much attention to incorporate that? At the beginning, it's very passive. But then later, what happened is, I think the awareness is very important. So a lot of medias, right, all the conference started talking about this ESG, SDG, and then the talent employee actually require, because that's big company, whether this company, you feel good or enough to working for them. The ESG is one of the standard to make a top talent decide whether I want to working for this company. So company, because I'm in the management chain too, so we actually start to hire the people, slowly really implementing the policy. So this is just to relate to, but then again, because there's no standard, right? People, when you invest in this environmental friendly, and that can maybe reduce some of your return, or maybe because you don't see immediate return. Because in Wall Street, people always like to see immediate return. So some of the project actually get delayed. So during the pandemic, I see the world change a lot of people's mind, change my world too. And just because the timing, I actually launch a very large campaign within the Great New York area. It's called ACUC, United American Chinese Cares. So we actually, within 3 weeks time, we're able to, within the small community, to gather about $6 million equivalent of PPE. And we use data and data analysis, data collection, because I have a computer science background. And within that 3 weeks, the data are shocking us, which means communities, resource is there, but how can we organize them together to make the bigger social impact? So I designed after that, definitely very successful campaign. I running everywhere while the pandemic, and distribute those PPE to hospital and community. And that's inspired me that I can do something different, make the world better. So we formed this Alliance for Impact, and actually during the pandemic. So currently, I'm facing the same similar issue, that how can the nonprofit social responsibility project can have a financial sustainability, right? We don't have a funding. So on the same day, what I'm thinking is, okay, we were going to have the business model ourselves, so that we can actually make our nonprofit education, social responsibility, everything suspended. So I actually created 100% virtual academy called Visualize Academy. So by now, within the last 1.5 years, not only our community grew from 500 people to 50,000 people. Each week, we offer between 5 to 12 free seminars. And we also building the youth. That's why we call YEFA support, one of our young ambassador program now, is we not only focus our current first generation of the Asian community, we also focus on next younger youth community, the generation. So our program right now focus post-pandemic mental health. So we have the free workshop every single night. It's free. That's why we have people come from around the world, and with more than 15 from our data, because like I say, in my experience, how can make those social impact project with sustainable cash flow and also impact, this actually requires the creativity and initiative too, and also technology. So I have to force to being creative to make this big, large-scale project to cut into very single, small one. And one thing how can to do that is I actually also build a very good volunteer program. So currently, I have the magic resource that we have more than 200 people come from all over the world and volunteer. And each one of them running each individual project. And I inspire them, encourage them, and give them scope the project. Every project is helping people make better. And then I give them financial. So what I do is because I think the social impact project also require the data security, data strategy, and also visibility. So we actually weekly quantify each seminar people, how many people from all the world, and actually showing the summary to all of my volunteers. So make them feel good. So, when you make people feel good, then they actually start to spend it all the time. That's where the resource come from. If you are working with socially responsible project, you don't have a lot of resource, but you can have people, right? So when you can energize all those people, that's where actually you help to put this resource together, will actually can make the other monetary cash flow from, like, we have a small shop workshop and training and class on what this kind of education. So this is one of my resource too. So now we actually system making, we even start from, the small, like I say, it's 1.5 years ago, but we are able to, within our community, make more than $2 million, and we system helping a lot of people. And actually the youth, we also have a couple thousand of the family join our program. And so youth, entrepreneur, and social impact, this project is one of key. So that's why we have another young program called Youth, Entrepreneur, and a Finance Association. So here I just want to summarize that social SGD program require the creativity and require, I'm a doer too. So every single day, my work, how to inspire other people's, and we can sustain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angeline. That's truly inspiring. The fact that you mentioned about taking a big problem and breaking it down to manageable parts, and then dealing with each of them in a way that makes it possible for those parts to again come together and then produce big results is actually what we do at the Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet. Take a big problem and break it down to manageable parts, find a partner that can deal with each of the parts, mitigate the risks, and make investment in nature possible. Because the whole financial world revolves around one thing and one thing alone: understanding risk and managing risk. So if you can actually manage the risk by building virtuous partnerships, that solves the problem. Because if finance could by itself solve the climate problem, we've had money for a long time. There are trillions of dollars in play. Money alone cannot solve. You have to build these grassroots partnerships where people and organizations come together to make the impossible possible. That's when money can flow in the direction of the kind of actions that we need to see to make the difference we desperately need in the world. And with that, I have the pleasure of inviting Ross Overline. He's the co-founder and CEO of Scholars of Finance, and he will tell us, among other things, what an exciting journey it has been for him and how his learnings resonate with the rest of the audience today. Ross, the floor is yours.
Satya, thank you very, very much for the very kind introduction. Angeline, Mark, thank you so much for the incredibly insightful commentary. And I can already see some partnerships that are going to form after this panel. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be with all of you. I'm actually going to share a few slides for my 7 minutes to try to be as effective as I can with your time. As Satya mentioned, I'm Ross Overline. I'm the CEO and co-founder and chairman of Scholars of Finance, an organization on a mission to inspire character and integrity in the finance leaders of tomorrow. Satya mentioned the importance of risk, and at our organization, we think a lot about the importance of purpose in finance. We seek to solve the world's largest problems by investing in undergraduate students who will one day manage billions and trillions of dollars through leadership development, mentorship, and the active support of purpose-driven finance executives and investors to teach these young people that they can be successful as investors, trying to make an impact and staying true to their values, acting with humility, integrity, compassion, and courage. And then we help these young people join top firms, funds, and give them a lifelong support community that empowers them to spend their careers making an impact through investing. We're a startup, and today we're at more than 30 of the top universities in the United States, including Harvard, Stanford, and many others, and have support from leading firms like Blackstone, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and executives that work with us from BlackRock and a number of other firms you may be familiar with. Prior to Scholars of Finance, I held roles across an investment bank at Twitter, which is in the news a lot today, and fintech companies in the United States. And I believe that responsible finance and values-based leadership are critical to the development of a prosperous and inclusive world. As such, I've committed my life to trying to transform the financial system with our team at Scholars of Finance and with all of you here today. The topic of this panel topics are balancing financial and social returns of impact investing, negative and positive screening, and ESG and social responsibility. It's easy to learn about these topics. One could spend hundreds of hours reading studies available online. And our very distinguished moderator and the other panelists here are frankly much more qualified to teach you about these things, I believe, than I am. But that said, I've heard from so many people, especially young, aspiring leaders, that their biggest challenge is knowing what to say to the naysayers, the people who speak against ESG. What do I tell them? How might we respond productively and effectively to enlighten them and advance our shared vision for the future of business? This dialectic is critical, and I want to share 4 critiques that I think are signals that our friends or colleagues need more information, and how I've heard other investors very productively respond to these critiques. The first of these 4 critiques, as Satya brought up, is greenwashing, that ESG is inauthentic. We have seen real greenwashing in the world, and cynics are rightfully skeptical here, and these people who are greenwashing need to be stopped, as Satya mentioned when he so gracefully opened our panel. I've heard many leading investors say that they are actually not terribly worried about greenwashing in the immediate term and the long term. A controversial thing, I know. In the immediate term, while some business leaders are only adopting ESG because they feel they are forced to do so by the market and their customers, or their initial efforts might be minimal, they are still moving their business in a positive direction for society and our environment. And in the long term, many investors believe that momentum will grow. And I've heard investors encourage other investors and business leaders to exercise their emotional intelligence, to deeply gauge the authenticity of the ESG efforts of any leader they meet with, to determine whether or not a company is a viable ESG investment and an authentic ESG leader. And through that process, we believe that we can move more and more capital to businesses with sound and authentic ESG practices. Another major issue has been the lack of data and a single set of standards to measure against, leaving companies wondering what target to aim for. Corporate ESG disclosures have really improved since the launch of the Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI, in 2000. Today, more than 80% of the largest corporations use GRI standards. And organizations like the International Integrated Reporting Initiative, IIRC, the US-based Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, SASB, MSCI, the UNPRI, together have been advancing reporting and its relevance for investors. And the data available to us is steadily improving. And big advancements in big data, machine learning, and artificial intelligence are already making that data more useful and more accessible. And it's also very important to note that there were not generally accepted accounting principles at one point in history that all of us across the globe oftentimes use. Over time, over decades and centuries, we coalesced around a common set of standards. And we're increasingly seeing that happen today, with major governments like in the US moving towards creating and requiring 5 reporting frameworks within their nations, and the consolidation of standards among the few major players I just mentioned previously. The third most common argument I hear is there's no real impact of these standards. One of our advisors at Scholars of Finance, his name is JC DeSwan. He's a partner at a hedge fund. He teaches ethics and finance at Princeton University in the US, and he also teaches on Asian capital markets at Cambridge. In his most recent book, Seeking Virtue in Finance, he explains that when investors are divesting, it is simply money changing hands. There's a buyer on the other side of that transaction. So there's really no impact on negatively screened companies. However, he explains convincingly that when a sufficiently large majority of investors and asset managers all use ESG screening criteria, it creates downward pressure on cost of capital, ESG unfriendly companies. So while one may think, my ESG investing won't matter, we need to remain determined, because when all of us do it, it will then have the transformative impact on our economic system that it was designed for and that we all hope for. And fourth, institutional investors were initially reluctant to embrace ESG, arguing that their fiduciary duty was limited to the maximization of shareholder value, irrespective of environmental or social impact or broader governance issues. And I can't believe it, but we still hear these arguments commonly made. But as evidence has grown that ESG issues have positive financial implications, I'm confident these will dissipate more and more. Fried, Bush, and Basson completed a landmark meta-study that reviewed the results of more than 2,000 analyses between 1970 and 2014. One of the most comprehensive authoritative looks at the ESG's impact on financial performance. And the findings were clear. The authors wrote, and I quote, that the results show that the business case for ESG investing is empirically very founded, that roughly 90% of studies find a non-negative ESG to corporate financial performance relation. And more importantly, the large majority of analyses report positive correlations between ESG and corporate financial performance. So with that said, I also want to end on a forward-looking note. I've shared with the last thing that I tell critics or cynics about ESG is what the future could look like. First, I share with them that by 2025, it is projected that ESG assets will comprise $53 trillion of assets under management globally. This is due to several factors, including the shifting regulatory landscape, the increasing awareness of the benefits of ESG for business, and the public's influence and access to information. Second, I believe that the E in ESG will become the most prominent component in the years ahead. This is vastly different from 15 years ago, when the top considerations were social factors like corruption and war. And the reason is that it is the most measurable of all of the ESG components. It is much easier to know how much carbon a company is producing than how much a child might be learning in school. But the other factors will still remain very, very important. Thirdly, as ESG data becomes more robust, it will be more reliable and accurate going forward. ESG data will give investors a much clearer picture of the socioeconomic impact of a company or a project and help them to make more informed decisions. And finally, this is my hope for ESG, that ESG screening will simply be referred to as investing, a standard part of our job as business leaders and investors, moving from being a central topic of conversation to another.
ESG 呢会成为我们企业家的工作的必然的一部分。
Time, everyone. I'm excited for our conversation. I hope you found this enlightening. And I must say, I am so excited to learn from everyone on this panel and everyone in the audience as we follow up later. And I hope that we can continue to help strengthen each other as champions of this important movement. And I'm so excited for our Q&A to hear your perspectives. Thank you, Satya. Back to you.
Thank you, Ross. And thank you for highlighting especially the greenwashing part and why it is so important for all of us to understand that this is not going to go away unless we really make the connections and present the understanding of the reality of the challenge or the immensity of the challenge, and also the fact that you have a lot of these false binaries being presented. One thing that you hear often in the world of food systems is that people basically say, you know what, how do you feed 10 billion people by 2050? Where will the land come from? Whereas the right question should be, how do we stop wasting the 40% of the food that is produced and distributed around the world? Because if you actually stopped that food waste, you will feed 60% more people with the same food. So you don't need more land, you don't need to cut down the forests. So we are in a false dichotomy, and then that's the challenge, you know. So that's and the critics always get it wrong because they ask the wrong questions. But the challenge is that there are so many in number that they overwhelm the conversation by asking the same false narratives, presenting the same false narratives, and asking the same wrong questions. And that then, of course, creates the problem of fudging the whole issue and the positivity around it. So thank you for highlighting that. With that, let me invite Yufei, who brings a very rich perspective on philanthropy, on investments, and on social impact. Yufei, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. I want to thank the other speakers. We have heard a lot about their approach to ESG and critical thinking. My name is Yu Fei. I come from B Corp China. My sharing will be focused on how we look at ESG and social responsibility from a business perspective, and which is the final theme, final subject of our discussion. I want to share something with you. In 2020, we have seen a big billboard display on the NASDAQ big screen. It was the day when Friedman, the Nobel laureate, proposed that the only goal of a business is the maximization of returns for shareholders. It was the 50th anniversary. So we reopened this discussion about what businesses are about. And when it comes to the vulnerable groups in society, how they have been neglected in social economic development, how we can make them visible, how we can make them relevant stakeholders. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see this poster about corporate governance, what businesses can do on top of pursuing profits. These posters have actually presented to us the idea of ESG. The one in the bottom left-hand corner, it reminds us that we can see the value of ESG, and the capital market is recognizing that. And consumers are making their choices based on the eco and social friendliness of the products. And we can make choices that are aligned with our personal beliefs and missions. In the post-COVID era, people will be all the more focused on ESG. So all these changes are driving the changes in business strategies of corporations. So it's not all about just caring about society and the environment. It also is crucial for the development of businesses themselves. The poster in the bottom right-hand corner reminds us that ESG is about thinking about keeping in mind the interest of all stakeholders. We used to assess the success of entrepreneurs on the profits that they generate, but now we have to consider the environmental. We have to think about the environmental crisis. We have to think about the loss of biodiversity and inequality in society. So we have to think about profit, people, and planet these days instead of singularly thinking about profits. So all shareholders, all stakeholders have to be put into the same system where we create value for all of them. We're not only measuring the success of businesses on the returns they generate for the shareholders. This goal, of course, is very broad. So when we think about environment, society, they are all big words that cover the entire humanity. For example, how do we be responsible? How do we be sustainable and green? So how do we make these concepts more tangible? So we have to really implement ESG in a practical way while avoid greenwashing. So we use 5 dimensions to assess ESG. They are environment, worker, community, consumer, and governance. When it comes to the environment, we assess what efforts a business has made when it comes to the environment. And we look at how much renewable energy and how much recyclable materials they use and what innovations they are using to become more environmentally friendly. So when we are talking about impact investments, we are in the service industry. Our environmental footprint is not as obvious as manufacturing, but in our investment portfolio, we are focusing on using innovation to deal with the issues such as energy poverty. We want to make sure B Corps are able to acquire clean energy. We want to help people reduce the generation of electronic waste, for example. Then the second aspect is the workers. Businesses are formed with people, and we have to think about the welfare, the health, and safety of people. And we provide training and employment opportunities to the vulnerable groups in society. And we ask whether we can allow staff, employees to own a part of the businesses they work for. When it comes to community, they are in the upstream and downstream of our supply chain. We need to care about the social environment. We need to help the micro businesses in our supply chain to grow. Then we have the customers. We are committed to high quality of our products. We have to address privacy issues in the era of the internet. So as impact investors, we have to look at how our portfolio can help build positive impacts through our investment. Finally, there's governance. And it's not just about governing the stakeholders, but it's all about facing the entire society, the social environment that a business is in. And we need to assess the impact that we have. We can use the force of capital to help provide solutions to global problems, and that will generate long-term return. And the green boxes illustrate what we deal with in our day-to-day business operations. The orange parts show ways we can have impact through our products and services, so everyone can do good. So just like how businesses have financial reports, we also need to have ESG reports, and our ESG reports will cover all aspects of the operations of the business. And we need to bind ESG closely with our everyday operations. And these assessments will help us give scores to our performance in post-investment operations and oversight. And of course, we can leverage our commercial influence to deal with social and environmental challenges. And that would allow us to help build a better society. And these positive forces will also aid the sustainable development of investments of businesses. So there's just some observations and thoughts that I want to share with you all.
Thank you so much, Yufei. That was very enlightening, and also to highlight the kind of companies we want in the thousands across the planet, the Patagonias of the world that really make a difference, not just in terms of making money for their shareholders, but adding value for the stakeholders, which is all of us, including the 8 million species on the planet and the entire planet itself. So thank you very much. And we have roughly about 15 minutes for a good Q&A session. So I will focus on two things, and it has been spoken about already, or rather three things, but the second part is basically they're one and the same, is how do you balance financial and social returns? A lot of critics actually present it as an either or case, that you either make money or you do good. You can't have both, which couldn't be farther from the truth, as we have heard from many eminent speakers today. So, and of course, there could be an initial trade-off of lower returns if you're thinking purely in money terms. But it is also a fact that what we are seeing, or what we have seen for the last several decades, is a process of private profits and public losses, where you make money, but then you leave the damage to the nature and the natural environment for the people to pick up the pieces and fix the scarred landscapes or the damaged oceans and rivers or the polluted air. And so technically, we are all paying for it. Somebody might make the profits and get richer and richer, but unless ESG is at the heart of the conversation, both in terms of measuring and reporting, we will always have the same problem: private profits, public losses. So with that, let me invite each one of you to give us your insights in very short, maybe a minute each, on how do you deal with this counter narrative that social responsible investing is a trade-off of lower returns, because the returns, only if it's in money terms, may be lower for a small period, but in terms of stocks and flows in nature, if your stocks are gone, there will be no flows. That's what we are seeing now. So how do we bring our stocks back? And the ground is clearly shifting. A lot of companies are now talking about ESG, even BlackRock, some of the biggest investment entities in the world are now talking about why it is important to have very clear ESGs and measuring them and reporting them. So what has changed? What were the biggest barriers before, and where do we go from here? So let me start by inviting Yufei first, because she was the last to speak in the other round.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. When we discuss ESG, do we have to give up some profits? I think we can look at this from a few dimensions. A lot of people consider, in fact, ESG as a big investment opportunity because it's going to repair our planet. It's going to bring us new possibilities and new opportunities commercially. And secondly, we can look at things in a short-term and long-term perspective. Right now, if we overlook the protection of resources of the environment and we hide it from our balance sheets, in the long term, it is not sustainable. And on the third point, we have to look at the risk aspect of things. Any negative news scandal in terms of the environment or ESG for business is going to be a liability. We should make appropriate plans in terms of ESG, and that's going to be an effective risk management measure for businesses so you can develop sustainably. And I think also ESG is linked to all stakeholders. Socially and environmentally friendly business is going to win more support from their staff and their community. And these are important factors of their success. Thank you.
Thank you. Ross?
Thank you, Satya. I'll be very brief because I touched on this a little bit during my speech earlier. But I'll say two things. I think that people who are continuing to press on this false notion, this false dichotomy, as you mentioned, that ESG is not profitable, that there is this economic trade-off. I'm going to say something controversial and say that they are either selfish, short-sighted, or uninformed. Selfish. What Yufei just said, that is the most common response to this. But like, our actions and our work, our events affect all of us. The world won't sustain. The people who are still naysaying have heard that 1,000 times. And I think they're patently selfish individuals, or they are short-sighted, right? They're literally not, they're not actual, and that I think is tied to selfishness oftentimes. They're not thinking 10, 20, 30 years about their children, their children's children, generations after us. Forgive me for being a bit sharp in my language here, but this is where I want to hedge this humbly by saying they may just simply be uninformed. I cited a landmark study, a meta-analysis of more than 2,200 studies on ESG and financial performance that concluded there is a neutral to positive correlation between ESG and corporate financial performance. And so what those people need to simply hear is it is profitable. And I would say, if it's not profitable, why is Larry Fink talking about it almost every single time that he is in the public sphere? The CEO of the largest asset manager on the planet is saying that climate risk is investment risk. Who else do they need to hear this message from? If they won't believe Larry, who will they believe? So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ross. Angeline?
Yes, I can answer this question. I think that the trade-off, financial trade-off, is definitely its issue. So to solve this problem, we can from two different scales. From larger scale, I think that the system issue, right? So ESG is a new. Of course, it's not really new, but compared with the traditional history, it's kind of new concept into the society. So how can make everyone to incorporate and implement? We need to start to have a standard system, right? Standard score system, and then social influence and peer pressures. All this require collaboration. So we can solve this problem by system change, but slowly take time. That's why we need a system that the organization like UN and conferences is all trying to increase the social awareness, right? And secondary collaboration definitely very important. We can't collaborate with the people who Ross just say selfish. In this world, there's always some people are selfish, but there's always have people a good heart. But then there's many people are in between. How can we earn them back to the good people? That's what our work is, right? That's what I try to do too. So collaboration, system change, and then we have to understand that ESG also requires superior management, right? We just mentioned, you need to have the same thing that you manage Wall Street, manage a tech company. You need to have the same innovation and creativity. So people said you can't make money. You know what? I did make it happen. Is from this AFI, we actually sustainable. And every single day I tell people, so this is what I'm just trying to say, the small scale, increase awareness. I constantly have the seminar, education to tell people why from long vision, why do we need to do that? What's our mission and vision? I think when you, for the small scale, you use vision and mission to influence more than people understand you, then they will gather together. That's what I do. And secondary education, right? Education and education. This is definitely, how can you make people to get into part of your good things? You have to team up with people. So that's why we continue to use different type of the education to try to make people understand the importance of the system, ESG projects importance. And coming down to the role, emphasize as the leaders. As a leader ourselves, we can't just tell people, okay, I'm only counting on donation. But realistically, do we want to have our own ability to create money? Because I came from Wall Street, but that's why I use Wall Street to create a money engine technical to run this nonprofit. I said, no, we need to make money. I tell people, I make money. I like to make money, but I make money and I distribute it to make society better. So you can support. When they hear your vision, they see what you do, they actually start to supporting you. So at the beginning, we're very, very challenged, definitely, but they need a time and a patience. So this is my answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angeline. Mark?
Thank you so much. I think the comments that I made, I think are all relevant. So I think related to the trade-off. I think we already kind of demonstrated that it's possible. It's possible to achieve both goals at the same time, the financial goals and the social impact returns at the same time. But we also know that it's not easy. It's not always the case. But that's same to all like businesses. It's same to all like public initiatives. The same. So at the end of the day, it's still about value system of individual or of the organizations. And for the value system, the value of people, the purpose of people, the mindset of people, the philosophy of people are not easy to change. So the only opportunities that we start to do so is the only opportunity that we're starting from very early stage, starting from the education for sure, and listening to more like passionate voices from the seminars and the sessions. And every day is really experience it and to really challenge every one of us, how much do we care? And are we really trying to achieve what we are saying to the world? So those are the things I think very critical, and we do want to support them along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think we're reaching the end of our session, and I don't want to impinge on to the next session. So let me close by asking a few questions to our distinguished audience. Take back these questions and think about them and see how the answers you find help you in your own work, because that's important, because ultimately the purpose of all these sessions is to challenge our collective thinking so that we can become better versions of ourselves. So the questions are these. Looking to the future, what do you envision aiding or impeding the continuation of the recent upward trajectory in impact finance? Things are really looking up. Finally, finance is trying to be responsible. Ross talked about Larry Fink. I mean, I can't imagine 10 years ago, Larry Fink speaking about ESG literally on every conversation he has on TV or he has in the public fora. So that's a big question. How do we keep the momentum going? Now, the first iteration of sustainable investing focused on excluding companies. Okay, you're the bad guys, we keep you out. You know, if I'm an ESG fund, I don't want you in. And then of course, now there's another group of ESG finance, ESG focused funds. They're saying, okay, we will do it inclusive. So we will only include people that meet XYZ standards. Now they both have their merits, but we need to find a balance. We need to, because the bad people, whether you like them or not, they have impact on the environment, they have impact on the climate, they have impact on our planet and the way we live our lives and into the future. So how do we make the so-called bad people, or I could just quickly think of fossil fuel companies, tobacco companies, and you know, there's a lot of companies that do make significant profits, but at significant damage to either the climate health or public health. But how do you make sure they transition as well, that it is not business as usual for them? Do they need to be punished more, or do they need to be encouraged more? I mean, that's a balance we have to find, to not to leave them aside, because if you leave them aside, they'll keep doing the same harm. So we need to get them on board the train, the change train, if I may, so that everybody is on board, everybody is moving towards a sustainable and a prosperous future. And then, of course, the last question I would like to put to our distinguished audience is that how do we bring innovation and social responsibility to be the bedrock of everything we do? How do we stop this whole mindset of input first instead of putting nature first? Because let's say a human being, just as a simple example, if you are told you can make a ton of money here, but that will stop your breathing for 5 minutes. We know we'll die in 5 minutes without oxygen. So we're going to say, hey, thank you for your million, I don't need it. because if I'm not breathing anymore in 5 minutes, what am I going to do with your money? Because I'm not there anymore. So if the planet is not there anymore, what are we going to do? Because there is no planet B. So with those thoughts, let us put our heads together in the collective space and do more, do better, so that we can all be a better version of ourselves. Thank you for your time. It has been an amazing panel and an amazing audience. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you so much, Satya, for your
Thank you.
excellent moderation, summary, and remarks. I think you are not only a good speaker, but you are also a philosopher. And thank you so much
Thank you so
also
much.
to our last panel of speakers this morning. As we reach the end of this ESG roundtable with 3 outstanding panel of speakers and discussions on basically every aspect of ESG, let's do a quick recap and look forward for the day. First, on E, environment. May I quote what the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, once said: "We must urgently come together to end our suicidal war with the nature and build lives of dignity and prosperity for all." The Secretary General last month, in fact, just launched a new group of experts to help with realizing a net zero future. And he is urging private investors, business, cities, states, and regions to do more to cut harmful greenhouse gas emissions. And this expert group will work on more credible and robust standards and criteria for measuring, analyzing, and reporting on net zero pledges by non-state entities. So really look forward to that. And we need bold pledges, but matched with concrete, measurable actions. So stay tuned with us at the United Nations for these standards to coming out to help all. Secondly, on S, social. As the UN Secretary General emphasized, income is not the only measure of inequality. People's chances in life depend on their gender, family, and ethical background, race, whether or not they have a disability, and other factors. Multiple inequalities intersect and reinforce each other across the generations, defining the lives and expectations of millions of people before they are even born. Therefore, we need a new social contract for a new era. And to make this new social contract possible at all, we need a new global deal to ensure that power, wealth, and opportunities are shared more broadly and fairly within organizations across countries and at the international level. And private sector can play a crucial role to address and close this social inequality. So for business, every speakers we heard at this ESG roundtable are telling us that business and investors has to stand something beyond just making money. It needs a social purpose and create shared values for all stakeholders, including you and ourselves, our nature, environment, and society at large. Last but not least, G, governance. We also have heard from the previous 3 panels that for companies around the world, ESG must be in the boardroom. Sustainability must be placed at the center and become the new normal of doing business and making investment decisions everywhere. So for the entire world, with increasing divide, the UN Secretary General called the urgent need to build a stronger and more inclusive multilateralism to safeguard human rights, peace, sustainability, and development for shared prosperity everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, let's unite corporations, let's unite investors, let's unite every stakeholder and everyone in the business for a better world. To answer the previous speaker's question earlier, if you ask me to add one letter to the term of ESG, I probably will leverage my advantage as this ESG roundtable chair to add not only one, but 2 letters to ESG, which is C and A. And C means collaboration. Solidarity and collaboration gives us hope and means strength with evolving global challenges plus complex geopolitics. A means action. We cannot depend on empty words to change the world. I'm sure you will agree with an ancient philosopher Lao Tzu, as he tells us, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. So let's take action to recover from this pandemic and infodemic, stronger, better, and together, creating a better world for all and generations to come. In this shared spirit of solidarity and collaboration, I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Roy Luo and his team in particular, to thank our speakers, our participants, and announce the conclusion of today's ESG Roundtable. Thank you, and let's take action and be the change we want to see in the world. Goodbye, 再见.
Thank you for your warm introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, young leaders and global citizens, I'm honored to speak to you today as part of this UN SDG Carbon Neutrality Initiative and Youth Leadership side event here at the Social Impact Investment and Sustainability Conference 2022, SIIS 2022. My special gratitude goes to the Social Impact Investment and Procurement Foundation, SIIP, and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research, UNITAR, for co-launching this impressive initiative to cultivate and empower future SDG youth leaders. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, young leaders and global citizens, I firmly believe that dynamic young leaders like you, committed to sustainability, ESG, and carbon neutrality are absolutely critical in both persevering over the global challenges we now face and forging a brighter future underpinned with the sustainability and empowerment. The understanding stems from my time serving as UN Secretary General, where I saw firsthand how young global leaders all around the world are essential to persevering over local, national, and international crises. And strong youth voices are also indispensable to the UN-led partnership efforts of the international community. These include fighting pandemics, tackling climate change, achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and building peace and resolving conflicts. Global citizenship is an important concept that can serve as a unique tool to help solve some of our most pressing challenges and help us reach our global goals. The global citizens identify themselves not as a member of a nation, but as a member of humanity more largely. They are tolerant of other people and cultures. They fight for the protection of our planet and guided by ESG approaches in business. They are committed to servicing and helping others, including refugees and immigrants. They build bridges rather than construct walls. They look beyond the narrow prism of national and personal interest and work for a better world and where no one is left behind. And to establish long-term solutions, we need inclusive and participatory action from young global citizens as an essential ingredient to catalyze global partnership. So for these reasons, I have been trying my best to help elevate global citizenship as a driving vision for young people around the world, including through the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna, Austria. In this connection, I urge all of you to focus on enhancing your actions in pursuit of the 4 capabilities of leadership, practice, innovation, and collaboration with a view towards helping achieve the UN global goals. Indeed, everyone has a moral responsibility to act wherever they may be, and we need to see these ideals in greater frequency at the local, national, and global levels. The challenges we face are unprecedented. Our response, underpinned with the global citizenship, action, and sustainability, must be equally unprecedented. I thank you for your critical efforts in this regard. Thank you for your warm introduction. His Excellency Yukio Hatoyama, 93rd Prime Minister of Japan, Dr. Luo Xiang, Chair of the SIIS 2022, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and privilege to speak to you today and deliver these virtual keynote remarks here at the Special Impact Investment and Sustainability Conference 2022, SIIS 2022. My deep appreciation goes to the Social Impact Investment and Procurement Foundation, SIIP, and the World Green Organization for hosting this incredibly timely conference. My special thanks also go to all of the distinguished SIIS 2022 supporting organizations who have come together through the understanding that action is a power and sustainability must drive our collective actions forward during a period of great change. Indeed, I believe that this conference takes place at a pivotal juncture for boosting global cooperation and partnership and expanding solidarity in directing investments towards carbon neutrality, ESG, and technological innovation. This is critical to achieving the UN Climate and Sustainable Development Goals. This dynamic international conference has brought together a wide variety of key stakeholders from the impact investing community and beyond, including those from government, international organizations, the private sector, NGOs, and industry. I'm confident that SIIS 2022 will help scale up climate action on the road to net zero, synergize a green recovery from COVID-19, and bolster global partnership and cooperation to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. I thank you, the distinguished SIIS 2022 participants, for your active efforts in this regard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we find ourselves at the center of a variety of converging global crises and increased uncertainty. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend our economies, societies, and the way of life. Great power tensions between the United States and China, as well as between the US and Russia, are surging, and particularly the ongoing armed conflict in Ukraine represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades, with profound economic and humanitarian repercussions. At the same time, our planet is on fire, both literally and figuratively, with the climate crisis deepening as temperatures surge, floods rage, and wildfires burn. New technologies are altering how we live and work. Sweeping advances in AI, biotechnology, robotics, and VR, virtual reality, are rapidly changing our countries and businesses. However, despite all these challenges, we have made progress in key areas, and I believe we have invaluable opportunities to change the world for the better. But to do this, we need to work together through a driving commitment to climate action, sustainability, innovation, and the power of partnerships and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, today I wish to speak to you about the great importance of coming together in partnership to catalyze solidarity and action in a significantly changing global landscape. First, I will highlight the reality of the climate crisis and the necessity of raising mitigation and adaptation efforts. And second, I will underline how cooperation and partnership, boosted by innovation and action from impact investors like yourselves, are the keys to unlock the achievement of the UN SDGs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is fueling insecurity, conflict, refugee flows, and public health risks all around the world. And these threats do not discriminate. All nations are and will continue to be endangered by them because of global warming. As a result of climate change, rising sea levels are an existential threat to many small island developing states, as well as some of the world's most populous and economically important cities around the world. In the last few weeks, deadly flooding decimated Australia's east coast and major wildfires burned in South Korea, destroying many homes and huge mountain areas, as well as displacing thousands of local people. Heavy rain and dramatic flooding submerged parts of central China in July last year, killing some 300 people, trapping passengers in subways, and displacing more than 200,000. And areas of the Middle East and South Asia are now experiencing heat waves so severe that doctors are sounding the alarm about the capacity of humans to physically withstand them in the years ahead. But warming is not just a future threat. A landmark study recently released in the scientific journal Nature says that nearly 37% of all global heat-related deaths can now be blamed on human-caused climate change. How can we mitigate these threats? Countries in Asia, like China, Korea, Japan, or others, certainly cannot do it alone. Nor can Western nations such as the United States, United Kingdom, and the European Union. What is needed instead is an unprecedented global effort propelled by multilateralism, solidarity, and partnership. With this in mind, we must urgently step up our collective efforts to slash global emissions and boost adaptation to implement the Paris Climate Change Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, during my 10 years serving as Secretary General of the United Nations, I'm proud to have prioritized climate change and elevated its importance to the very top of the international agenda. The Paris Climate Change Agreement, signed by 195 countries in 2015, offers us a clear game plan to confront the serious threats to our planet. It sets viable targets to impede rising temperatures, constrict greenhouse gas emissions, and spur climate-resilient development and green growth. Today, I still believe the Paris Climate Change Agreement offers our best hope to persevere over the dire threats to our planet. But we must accelerate our common implementation efforts. We don't have a plan B because we don't have a plan B either. And quite frankly, we have no time to spare. the sobering UN IPCC Intergovernmental Climate Change Report, released last August, paints a devastating picture of a worsening global climate crisis that is now inevitable, unprecedented, and irreversible. But it also details that rapid, large-scale emission reductions can still succeed in restricting the planet's temperature rise to around 1.5 degrees Celsius. In this connection, to faithfully implement the Paris Climate Change Agreement and push further, all countries, industries, and stakeholders need to urgently expand their ambitions and urgency in cutting emissions, adapting to climate change, and expanding global decarbonizing. And the impact investment community has a crucial role to play. Invest in renewables, fund climate resilient and adaptation projects, accelerate the circular economy, integrate climate risk considerations into your investment decisions, divest from fossil fuel and coal holdings. We need holistic, collective approach underpinned by partnership and solidarity to implement the Paris Agreement, realize a net zero, and secure a brighter future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, we need to expand efforts to achieve the United Nations 2030 Agenda and its SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which, together with the Paris Climate Change Agreement, make up the UN Global Goals. During my time as UN Secretary General, I'm incredibly proud to have brought the entire world together to agree to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Adopted by 193 countries in New York in September 2015, the SDGs offer us a way forward to solve the most critical issues of our time. These include poverty, hunger, public health, education, inequality, climate change, gender equality, and others. The SDGs also provide humanity and our planet with a collaborative blueprint to ensure the future we want. More than 6 years since their adoption, the SDGs have made tangible progress on bettering maternal mortality rates, combating poverty and hunger, and improving the quality of water and sanitation. But progress is uneven on others, with some sectors and geographic areas moving faster than others. And COVID-19, the climate crisis, and conflict all leading to troubling reversals, SDG implementation on the ground. With this in mind, strong global partnership, including the active participation of leaders in the social impact investment community like you, are necessary if we are to deliver on our development commitments. SDG 17 highlights the prominent role that civil society alongside government, the private sector, international organizations, and others should play to help achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It calls for, I quote, multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize and share knowledge, expertise, technology, and financial resources to support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in all countries, unquote. Indeed, we need an all-hands-on-deck approach where everyone joins together in partnership to synergize the ownership, participation, and vital involvement from all people and organizations in a sector of all societies. The SDGs also offer us a vital roadmap to help rebuild our societies back better, greener, and more resilient from the pandemic. Additionally, they can help bring all nations and people together in multilateral cooperation and partnership to chart a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future. The ongoing pandemic, intensifying climate change, and elevated conflict has made it painfully clear that a new direction for all of humanity and our planet is needed. And the SDGs offer us an innovative and timely way forward to recover from COVID-19, lessen inequality, and construct healthier, peaceful, and resilient societies. They can also help us fight against and enhance our resilience to climate change and future class disasters, as well as synergize sustainable growth. So please redouble your efforts to guide your investment towards companies underpinned with sustainability and those working towards the SDGs, a just transition to renewable power and a net zero future. ESG, environment, social governance, must guide your actions moving forward. And all stakeholders should elevate their efforts on the road to 2030. As such, I'm counting on your commitments to this end. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this age of pandemics, climate crisis, and deepening security crises, I firmly believe that we must recommit ourselves to multilateral cooperation born out of partnership to solve the multifaceted challenges we face. Global challenges require global solutions, and such solutions can only be realized through scaled-up government, private sector, civil society, academics, and scientific cooperation at all levels across borders and seas. We are all in this together, and we need to ensure that the UN global goals are local businesses all around the world, in Hong Kong and beyond. Today's interrelated challenges and disasters respect no borders. Our actions to ensure resilient and thriving planet and in pursuit of sustainable development for our future generations simply must transcend all frontiers. I once again congratulate you on the holding of SIIS 2022 and applaud your active partnership efforts to this end. Thank you.
Ni hao. Sikjofa Mea. Thank you for having me in the opening of this important conference. I'd like to congratulate the organizers of the successful event held last year and the initiative to hold this, the second annual meeting. The focus on solidarity and action in a changing landscape is really timely. Last year, we met amid the COVID-19 pandemic, which by now has lasted well over 2 years and remains a troubling reality for people and economies around the world. It has created a new and different normal. Add to this the ever more urgent need for carbon neutrality to save our planet from irreparable damage. These are compelling illustrations of how interconnected and interdependent we are on planet Earth. Action, and even inaction, can make a difference, not only for yourself, but also for many others, whether you're a country, a company, or an individual. Action in one corner of the world can influence people far away. For example, CO2 emissions in the industrialized world or the war in Ukraine can create hunger and human suffering for innocent people far away, such as in a poor community in Africa, or for that matter, contribute to increased food prices in Hong Kong. I was glad to see the word solidarity in the subheading of the conference. Solidarity is a fundamental human value and a guiding UN principle, which takes on special significance in our interconnected world. Acts of solidarity can make a difference for other people, and because of our interdependence, these acts can ultimately help yourself. Self-interest and narrow-mindedness, on the other hand, can in the end hurt yourself, your family, your community, or your company. It's easy to associate solidarity with philanthropy or donation to a good cause. Compassionate giving is and will remain something important. But solidarity is something much bigger. It's about carefully considering how your action or inaction influence others. As you know, the term impact investment was minted some 15 years ago to describe beneficial social or environmental impact alongside a financial return. It was initially focused on certain public goods type of investments, such as housing, healthcare, or education. Often it took the form of public-private partnerships. These kind of initiatives remain valuable. They can make a very big positive difference for people. From existing on the fringes of capital markets, impact investment has become more mainstream among institutional investors. Of even greater significance is a broader trend in the investment arena, as illustrated in the UN Principles for Responsible Investment. An increasing number of investors, both institutional and private, take more environmentally and socially prudent investment decisions and put pressure on companies to operate in a more sustainable way. Active investors are sometimes moving their investments away from certain sectors or specific companies. For example, we have in recent times seen a flight from fossil fuel to renewable energy in investment portfolios. In other cases, investors are working actively with companies to introduce more sustainable practices. In companies, boards and executives are increasingly taking a closer look at sustainability as an aspect of the longer-term success of the company. A very good example is Unilever. The recent book by its legendary leader, Paul Polman, book called Net Positive, is a practical handbook on how companies can take ownership of and deal with the environmental and social impacts of their business model. It is about clarity of purpose and values. It's about engaging not only with investors, but with a full array of stakeholders, and to unleash the creativity and innovation that future-proofing of a company demands in our challenged world. Transparency and trust are hallmarks of building confidence among investors, employees, consumers, and other stakeholders. Unilever is one of the many companies which have over time performed better than their competitors who prioritize short-term profit over broader stakeholder management. There's plenty of evidence and research which speaks to this. with variations across countries and sectors, robust ESG factors create better value over time and show less volatility in stock performance. A recent study of companies on the NYSE and Nasdaq exchanges showed that those who had strong ESG records before the pandemic outperformed those with low ratings. In these times of uncertainty and risks, investors in many countries are flocking to companies which behave responsibly. This is very good news for planet and people. I'd recommend the World Benchmarking Alliance for inspiration from business practices which contribute to sustainability. The WBA has identified the 2,000 most influential companies around the world based on their impact on planet and people, for better or worse. You will benefit from taking a close look at leading companies who are ahead on the sustainability journey, learn from them, and aim to do better than them. This will not only help attract good investors, but also top staff who are increasingly concerned about these things, and consumers who are mindful of, for example, the carbon footprint or labor practices associated with the products they buy. The bottom line is that all investments and business practices have impact and must be considered very carefully from the perspective of people and planet. Just ask the simple question: does the investment work for or against the SDGs? You see similar thinking among qualified personnel, especially among young people who choose which industry to work in or which company to work for. I recently saw a study where 70% claimed to make such a deliberate choice. Last year, I heard the head of one of the largest oil companies in the world say that they are no longer able to attract the top engineering graduates. When you think about it, it's hardly surprising. After all, who would want to work for a company which causes harm to the environment or to people? On the contrary, working for a company with an ambition and track record of sustainability is highly motivating. Getting the best talent in your company is a huge competitive advantage, and it clearly has become easier for some companies and more difficult for others to recruit and retain the best staff. There are similar processes in play among consumers. More and more people care about sustainability and seek to inform themselves about different companies and their products. Retailers know this and care more and more about, for example, carbon footprint or conditions of workers in their supply chain. Investors and companies can decide whether to act responsibly or not, to be transparent or not. I'd like to focus on the upside, but there is a dark side. Talking is cheap, but only action counts. There's still misleading marketing, so-called greenwashing or SDG washing. Beware. It could be very costly if you're caught out to lie, mislead, or hide. More and more eyes are upon you. The reputational risks are only mounting. Of the many examples I could give, the VW Dieselgate scandal is probably the best known. It's widely estimated that it has cost VW over $35 billion. In addition to fines and related expenses, the reputational damage is long-lasting. And of course, responsible executives ended up in prison or were fired. Let me return to some thoughts about successfully navigating our turbulent world of today. Not even the most powerful companies with the most elaborate planning tools or risk management systems had anticipated COVID-19. Equally, the unprecedented business consequences of the Ukraine invasion was hardly on the table before they suddenly became a reality on 24 February this year. Of course, it is the task of investors and business leaders to plan for and manage risks, and to adjust as quickly as possible when things happen. I'd argue that those who base their operations on strong values and principles have the upper hand. A strong moral compass or moral GPS makes it easier to identify emerging issues, to react to them, and to make difficult decisions when needed. Ladies and gentlemen, while I have so far mostly addressed investors and business leaders, we're all individuals with power as well. We can make a difference in our private lives, in our purchasing decisions and other choices we make. Often the young lead the way. They tend to be better informed and they have a bigger stake in the outcome. Those decision makers who take note of changed attitudes of people in relation to sustainability stand to benefit. Those who don't, well, they ignore these signals at their peril. Investors, let me conclude by turning directly to you. As holders of the purse string, you have tremendous power. Your decisions clearly make a difference for people and planet. Thank you for behaving accordingly, for making smart business decisions that contribute to sustainability. There's already ample evidence why this makes best business sense over time, and you have a chance to add to this body of evidence. I'm sure this conference will give us all inspiration to do more and to do better and to act now. There's urgency to avoid human suffering or irreparable damage to our planet. There's urgency to build a better world. Thank you. 谢谢.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for the invitation to me for this global forum on impact investment and sustainability. I want to thank all the forum hosts, namely the Social Impact Investment and Procurement Foundation, the World Green Organization, the Staats Foundation, and the Global Steering Committee for Carbon Neutral Action, for their bold commitments, strategic actions, and thorough preparations for this event. I would also like to compliment all the partners and cooperating agencies, including bilateral and multilateral donors, sister UN agencies, business associations, civil society organizations, and academia on the great partnership and close collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum is taking place at a critical time when many economies face multiple challenges to contain the health and economic damages caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, facilitate economic recovery, and at the same time ensure that the economies recover in such a way that accelerates the progress towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Carbon neutrality targets agreed at the COP26 Climate Summit have also provided crucial and demanding challenges to emerging economies in this region. We must tackle these issues immediately and decisively through bold and concerted efforts on various fronts, such as institutional capacity building, human resource development, strengthening the rule of law, and technological innovation. Yet, we must find the means to finance all our needed actions while containing the fiscal space and debt level at a sustainable level. The average fiscal deficit among Asia-Pacific developing economies is projected to increase from 1.5% of GDP in 2019 to 5.6% in 2021. Similarly, the average public debt to GDP ratio is projected to exceed the critical 50% mark in 2021, although they need an additional annual investment of at least $1.5 trillion to achieve SDGs fully by 2030. Such quick buildup of public debt and required SDG funds have raised concerns over debt sustainability in many emerging economies. A finance divide between advanced and emerging economies amid the global turbulence poses a major setback for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. In this vein, governments need the private sector's active involvement in achieving the development agenda, while businesses adopt and promote the social responsibility framework in their operations. Ladies and gentlemen, businesses support for public interest through, for example, a public-private partnership, PPP, is often developed on the social responsibility framework. While having many interpretations, a business social responsibility is typically defined as a process to integrate environmental, social, and governance principles, also referred to as ESG principles, into corporate strategies and business operations in close cooperation with key stakeholders. The concept also contains economic, ethical, human rights, and consumer subdimensions. The ESG principles have increasingly gained interest among businesses, governments, and other entities. The increase in interest is primarily a result of efforts made by various stakeholders. These efforts have improved many fronts, such as labor standards, enhanced use of renewable energy, waste management, and practical anti-corruption measures. A number of transnational corporations, also referred to as TNCs, have been involved in ESG initiatives to promote sustainable, inclusive, and resilient business practices and improve labor.
share screen.
大家下午好，欢迎各位嘉宾，欢迎各位朋友啊，欢迎大家来参加社会影响力投资和可持续发展2022年会的元宇宙分论坛。我是分论坛的主席陈旭，同时呢，我也是零碳元宇宙智库 MetaZ 的创始人啊，也是全球碳中和行动指导委员会的元宇宙专业委员会的执行主席。非常高兴能够来主持今天的分论坛。我们在昨天的主论坛和 ESG 的今天上午的 ESG 的这个论坛上面，已经听到了很多嘉宾关于 ESG 和可持续全球发展的很多精彩的观点。那么，对于整个的可持续发展和人类社会的进步而言，相信大家都注意到近1-2年来出现的元宇宙发展的这样的一个趋势，不管是在区块链、在人工智能、在 VR、AR、MR、XR 这样的前沿科技的推动之下，我们可以看到说，大量的科技创新在催生着这个行业的这个产业和趋势的发展。那么，元宇宙和我们的可持续发展和我们的 ESG 的目标到底有着什么样的关系？非常高兴能够请来今天的各位嘉宾和我们来共享他们在这方面的精彩的观点。好。接下来我们就进入今天的分论坛的第一个步骤，也就是我们的 Impact-Fi 的影响力金融的宣言。这个是由影响力金融的委员会来提出的一个最新的一个宣言的一个。
Let's start with today's first item on our agenda. Let's welcome our ambassador of Metaverse, Luna.
Hello world, this is Luna from Metaverse. On behalf of the body of our world, I congratulate the successful hosting of Social Impact Investment and Sustainability Annual Conference 2022. As the ambassador of sustainability in Metaverse, I am honored to be invited by the Impactify Committee for the launch of Impactify initiative here with you. Throughout the history of Web3 world, impact has always been one of the core values that the Web3 world believes in. The rise of every emerging Web3 technology shines with the brilliance of humanity, embarking a glimmer of hope. From DeFi to SocialFi, from DAO to Metaverse, the very initial intrinsic value of each new blockchain technology echoes that of humanity, to serve more people, to achieve social inclusiveness, and to create more impact for the sake of human sustainability. From the perspective of Metaverse, we can clearly see that following the revolutionary development of human society, the human race is unprecedentedly stepping into the historical transition from industrial civilization to digital civilization, where new forms of social relations will be generated, forming a new digital economy, digital government, and a digital society. The historical mission during the formation of digital civilization is to generate more impact to inherit and manifest humanity, and ultimately to create a more human-centered and prosperous new civilization. In this process, inclusive and sustainable finance is a key to drive such transformation. We're proud to see that with the Web3 technologies, the unbanked population is more supported and helped, showing more possibilities of the Web3 world for human society, Web3 for good, Web3 for sustainability, Web3 for impact, and in all, the impact finance. The new generation of project leaders, investors, and fund managers in the blockchain and Web3 industry have jointly progressed the germination and realization of inclusive and sustainable finance since 2008. To this end, the Impactify initiative acts not only as a commendation for the impact generated by the industry leaders and domain experts in the past 14 years, but an encouragement for those who are fighting and will fight for social impact now and in the future. We hope to form such an alliance here by continuing the contributions that the blockchain and Web3 world has conducted to society over the past decade, and raise the awareness of social impact and actions, as well as a sense of responsibility of the industry practitioners to achieve a more sustainable future. In Impactify, 3 core values echo with our actions: sustainability, responsibility, and openness. Sustainability demonstrates our aim to build a prosperous and inclusive society for present and future generations. Responsibility proves our determination on taking the duties passed down from the last generations and our expectation to guide responsible Web3 investors and project leaders to pursue long-term values and strengthen the coordination throughout the industry. Our third value, openness, indicates that the Alliance would like to continuously adapt not only to the changes in the society, but also newly thrived concepts that fit the core of Impactify. Following the lead of the three core values, we aim to take the responsibility of fulfilling the concept of sustainability with an open mind throughout various fields, including but not limited to agriculture, climate, environmental, social, and governance, financial inclusion, philanthropy, and education. We hereby launch the Impactify initiative and list the Impactify principles in the hope that Web3 industry practitioners, including but not limited to investors, fund managers, and project leaders, can formulate and share a common language of social impact for better communications, and more importantly, rethink the impact of the projects they're leading or investing with the basic indicators demonstrated in the initiative. We encourage every institution involved in the Web3 world and Metaverse to kindly take a new look at their projects or investments and inspect whether they can contribute to the sustainability of finance, environment, human society, and to the transmission of humanity in the digital civilization. What's more, if so, what values have been exactly added to the missions above? In Impactify, we ask our members to follow three principles. 1. Incorporate Impactify's core values into project and investment analysis, and support the development of impact-related tools, indicators, and analysis. 2. Promote public awareness and adoption of Impactify, and strengthen the influence of our alliance. 3. Assemble to improve the implementation of Impactify in the project management and investment processes, and initiate or support new collaborative initiatives within and beyond the Impactify network. Today, we proudly assemble and appeal to every institution in the Web3 world and the Metaverse to join the membership of the Impactify initiative. We believe that it's high time that we shape the true values of Web3 and Metaverse together. By agreeing one of the principles above, your institution has met the basic qualification, among others, to join the membership and is expected to implement the principle so as to reach the consensus of our alliance. The Impactify principles, indicators, and focused areas will continue to be updated, and we will add more conforming elements in the coming future. Let's continue making our due contribution to the future of human society and the Metaverse, and to achieve financial, environmental, societal, and generational sustainability.
谢谢 Luna， 谢谢 Luna 给我们带来的关于数字文明与
Thank you to Luna for this statement on the digital future. We look forward to welcome everyone to this future of Metaverse, and looking forward to using Metaverse to promote ESG. We're going to move to the first segment of our discussion, that is governance of Metaverse and the future of ESG. So Metaverse, the idea has started as early as Snow Crash, the novel, and people have different understanding of it. But it is clear that all innovative technology, such as blockchain, AI, VR, AR, all of them will have important roles to play in human development. Web 2.3.0 is an essential part of that. So with the development of blockchain, we are going to see greater impact on ESG. But what kind of impact? What kind of impetus will that create? I would like to hear from our panelists on this topic today. I'm going to invite Ida Gao to speak. He is the founder of Shima Capital.
Let me present my screen. Let's see here. All right. Can everybody see my screen? Yeah. Okay, cool. So thanks everybody for joining. My name is Ida Gao, or Gao Ida, and our fund is called Shima Capital, Shima Jijing. And a little bit about us. Oops, I don't know why this is going ahead. So we are an early stage seed, pre-seed fund focused on backing Web3 founders. And we started the fund last year. But in terms of my career, I started off after graduating from MIT in math, computer science, econ, working at Morgan Stanley, which is a investment bank doing M&A banking. Then moved over to NEA, New Enterprise Associates, which is a venture capital firm, before starting several funds, including Shima. And some of the backers that we have for Shima, we try to have a very diverse group of investors who can be very strategic for our portfolio companies. So we have a lot of crypto native investors, including Dragonfly Capital, Digital Currency Group, Galaxy, many exchanges like Huobi, Bybit, Celsius, and Republic and Animoca as other strategics. But also we wanted to have investors who were in the more traditional finance space to help support companies, because it seems like a lot of capital is flowing into this space from all over, including Tiger Global, Bill Ackman, Brevin Howard, and Barry Sternlicht from Starwood Capital, and Marcelo Claure, formerly the CEO of SoftBank's LATAM fund. And what makes us a little bit different than other funds is, we really try to offer unique value adds for our portfolio companies. So we like to take a very hands-on approach, roll up our sleeves, and work intensely with our portfolio companies, adding value across different categories, including, but not limited to, talent acquisition. Everybody in crypto has capital. You can raise millions of dollars, but it's very hard to find millions of smart contract engineers to hire. So we help our portfolio companies with talent acquisition. And that team is led by the former head recruiter at Uber. And we also help with community building and marketing. Crypto is very retail driven. A lot of the users are millennials, Gen Zs who live in social media platforms like TikTok and YouTube. And so we want to help our portfolio companies expand and grow the communities around the world. And so we have an in-house team helping with that. And generally, we just want to help provide the most sweat equity per dollar invested out of any of our other cap table investors. Some of our let's see here. Some of our investments in the Web3 space span the entire spectrum, from infrastructure and middleware investments to NFTs, metaverses, gaming, DAOs on the other side of the spectrum, to DeFi in the middle here. So you can see a couple of our portfolio companies, including Open Forest Protocol, Liquidity, and KlimaDAO, which we will talk more about. So what do we believe in when it comes to Web3 ESG? I think it encompasses, three major pillars. The first would be, environmental, of course. So Web3 reinvents the infrastructure layer, and also how traditional finance transactions occur, and how monetary assets flow for supporting, at the end of the day, climate change as it relates to ESG, by creating more transparent carbon offsetting measures, single points of truth for measurement of carbon offsets, the trading and increasing liquidity in the clean energy space, and the tracking reporting, which we will go more in detail. The other Web3 initiative that we think is very key here is how it changes society. So Web3 promotes financial inclusion through the technologies and new primitives that are created, and solves a lot of the financial inclusion key issues by reducing things like poverty, hunger, socioeconomic inequality, by giving access to anybody with just an internet connection to this new world of DeFi and Web3. And lastly, I'd say that blockchain governance is very important because blockchain can support core pillars of governance and compliance within ESG, and helping with things like transparency, issues with traceability and audits in the ESG space is core problems that blockchain can solve for. And also offers appropriate levels of privacy with proper legal and technical architecture. And of course, layers of security and transactional inefficiencies that exist today in the Web2 world. I'll go into a couple of the companies that we are proud to support. Open Force Protocol and Liquidity will be on the panel, so we'll discuss those. KlimaDAO, which is a decentralized and open carbon market, is a pretty interesting company. They are in the carbon offset space. They help tokenize carbon credits, which are considered BCTs, base carbon tons, a index that represents a basket of different types of tokenized carbon tons, and a Klima token. So it has two tokens, primarily the BCT, the base carbon ton, representing a ton of carbon, and then Klima token, which is a token that is minted, governance token, and is minted by locking BCTs in the treasury for Klima, removing essentially the carbon from the market. And the refi ecosystem that this kind of falls into is inspired by the Olympus home model, where you have bonding and staking, where you trade an LP share to the protocol for Klima in exchange for a discount on the Klima that you receive. And staking, right? Having rewards that incentivize users to stake the Klima for longer periods of time, which will lead to additional yield for the users. And what's interesting about Klima is that they've already offset about 17 million tons of carbon, which equals to 86,000 tons, 86 hectares of forestry, taking away about 3.7 million cars annually, or another way to put it is around 500 million liters of gasoline that is sequestered here. Another company that I'll touch upon quickly is called C3, or Crypto Carbon Company. Essentially, this is a gateway for the refi economy and a partner to KlimaDAO and other existing players in the space, serving as an additional layer of incentives and providing governance power to the space by creating a bridge, right? An API-driven and permissionless Web3 bridge that helps facilitate the onboarding of new carbon credits. Because you really still need to deal with Web 2 to Web 3, and that bridge between these two worlds is something that needs to still be solved. And companies like C3 is doing that and providing incentives as well when you participate in stake, bridge, or provide liquidity by issuing the C3 token. So those are the couple of companies that I'll discuss here, and a little bit of a background on Shima Capital. And now I'll pass it over to Fred to talk about Open Force Protocol.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen? Okay. I'm very happy to be here tonight or this morning to present the work we do at the Open Forest Protocol, looking at building the foundation of an inclusive nature-based economy. So to give a bit of context of what we're building here, I'd like to, with kind of a high-level view on the space. And I'd like to start with saying that we are already 1 year into the UN decade for ecosystem restoration. And since that, it's been in that space, we've seen so many initiatives popping up from different perspectives, and I've set up a few here. We can see 4 of them, but there are many others. I'd like to just give a small intro on the first 2 ones on the upper side of the screen, which are the initiatives called 1T.org and the other initiative called Science-Based Target. So the 1T.org is basically a pledge for planting 1 trillion trees before 2030. That has been started by the World Economic Forum a bit more than a year back, and Open Forest Protocol is really linked to that in the mission. The other one is called Science-Based Target, which is an initiative for mainly corporates and companies around the world to calculate, reduce, and offset their emissions with a very quantitative approach to do this. And I'm mentioning this because it's important in the context, and today we have roughly 2/3 of companies around the world who have committed pledges towards reduction in their emissions. And that gives the context to this, which is basically what we are looking at here is roughly a market of $1 trillion by 2030. And that has been, this potential has been kind of estimated by the UN. And this market is going to be driven not only by carbon, of course, but of course by some carbon that is going to be driving this market in terms of demand. And so there are some studies here showing that there is a surging demand for carbon. You can look at the source. So roughly today we look at a market of 1 billion, and that market is going to be increasing to hopefully 300 billion, which is more than 100x in the 30 years to come. If we look at this market today, those 1 billion, we see that there is roughly 50% of the carbon credits coming from forests as a whole. We talk about avoided deforestation, conservation, afforestation, and reforestation. And the Open Forest Protocol is really tackling that market. So this is for the demand side. For the supply side, let me give you a few numbers here to explain what we're talking about. So in terms of restoration, we're looking at approximately the size of the United States in terms of land that can be restored. So roughly 1 billion hectares. And if we look only at reforestation based carbon removal, we're looking at 0.5 to 10 gigatons per year. And that's going to be also in 2030 in terms of expertise. Then what we have today in terms of projects. So today we have roughly, that's an estimation we've done with the Open Forest Protocol, 100,000 restoration projects globally, out of which only 250 are being certified by the accredited standards. And so that's a very small proportion. And that's basically the problem we're tackling. And why is it so? So the problem is that most of the projects that are today in the restoration space and the reforestation space can only do the certification if they are big enough. So only big projects can access that because it's overly complex and expensive to access this certification, and it takes a very long time to do so. So we're looking at 2 to 3 years average in the development cycle of a project. This is just a slide to show you one of the standard on how many steps you have to go through, and of course all those steps have They take time and require some investment. So it's really to show you that this legacy system is a system where things move slowly and it's difficult to scale. So as kind of a general overview of what we're looking at here is, and you look at this map, and especially all the green zones, that's where restoration can happen. And all those zones, in all those zones, there is roughly more than 99% of those zones that can access capital today with the system in place. So that's basically the opportunity and the value creation that we're looking at the Open Forest Protocol. So what is our proposition? Our proposition is basically to streamline what we call the MRV process for forest project. MRV standing for measurement, reporting, and verification. And how do we do this? So we do this with a set of products that I will describe just after this, but basically with a process where the project can register into a Web2 interface, also accessing Web3 in the background, where they can register the project, they can do the monitoring of the forest on the field using an app, and then they can use our decentralized validation system, and that's basically where the Metaverse Web3 innovation kicks in for double checking the data and making sure the data is legit and going to be stored in blockchain. If the data has been validated as legit, then we can access different other services. And of course, one of the main one here we're talking about is carbon. So we have a set of different products that are going to be released in 2 months. Starting in the middle, we have basically 2 dashboards. One of the dashboards is going to be used by project operators to register the projects. And the other dashboard is going to be used by validation companies that are knowledgeable about forest to validate the data that is going to be uploaded by the project. On the left-hand side, you have a forester app, which is basically the app that can be used by field agents that will be assigned by the project operators to go on the field and monitor the forest. And finally, on the right-hand side, we'll have basically a Web2 interface for people to interface with projects to see where they are, what they do, and what they provide in terms of services, and of course, carbon, if that's something they want to do. So if we do a small comparison of the legacy system today and what we are proposing here, this is kind of a summary of the streamline of the process and the consequences. So we're looking at a cost that is extremely low. Actually, it's free to do the MRV process. We're looking at a centralized system versus a decentralized system. So we have at least, when we start, 20 entities doing the verification, and that will increase over time. Looking at hundreds of validators, if not thousands, in the years to come. We have no minimum size in terms of project. The time for verification is really short. It's a 40 days period for doing that. And basically, one of the main importance here is that the carbon credits generated using OFP will be owned by the projects. And actually, most of them, close to 90%. So why do we use blockchain? That's a very important point for us, is that blockchain brings a set of three main points for us. Of course, the decentralization is very important because instead of having a validation of the data by one standard or one expert or maybe one expert company, here we're looking at having a community of decentralized validators. The second point is that the data is going to be stored and is going to be visible by everyone for the duration of any projects. So it means that there is a perfect transparency here on top of having the data that can be changed in any circumstances. And of course, the consequence of that is that it's going to bring transparency and trust to the system, and the data is owned by the projects. So there is no central entity owning the data and who can actually use the data in any other ways. So that's the solution we bring to the market. It's a solution that provides basically will provide a fully on-chain solution for MRV to carbon financing. It solves a lot of problems, as I already explained. And then maybe I'll give you a small overview of how it's going to work. And so it's going to work with an OPN token, which is going to be used for the utility aspect of it. So meaning the validation of the data, the governance. So that's going to be used for basically managing the protocol, and especially making sure that what we implement today is going to be changed and improved, especially improved over time in terms of what we provide in terms of product, but also how we will make the system evolve for instance, for a better carbon methodology, or making the carbon methodology evolve over time. And that's something that basically the open token holders were able to do. And basically, we're also founding a new carbon economy with this token as giving it a yield from generating carbon credits. So the contributor benefits here will be three, basically. If you start from the center, of course, the token might increase in value. That's could be a benefit, but more importantly, on the left side, you'll get an API for common credits once they are generated on top of the open forest protocol. And of course, what we're building here, we start with forest, but we have other opportunities coming up. You can imagine that if we do that with forest, we can do that with other type of climate solutions, meaning that we can implement this MRV solution and validation scheme and structure within Web3 for different aspects. You can think of other climate solutions that we could develop as other verticals. I'd like to make just a point here on the carbon aspect, the yield of the carbon aspect. So we know that the crypto market is quite volatile, and the carbon aspect is basically an asset that is a long-term asset that the world need as to be more resilient towards climate change. So this carbon is going to be yield every year, and this yield will actually be an anchor to the value of the token. So what's happening with us now in terms of deployment and development? So we have, for the moment, many projects we're talking to, but it's important to mention that we've had interesting conversation and actually development with Kenya, Ivory Coast, Panama, and DRC to start either piloting projects with them, to test the MRV on the field, and they are eager to eventually use the MRV system at the national level. Beside that, we have 27 pilot projects that are being currently developed. At this point, 14 global validators. We're looking at 20 for the mainnet launch and over 50 million raised at this point. And our objective for 2030 is basically to have 20 billion trees monitored on OFP, which is basically 2% of the 1 trillion tree challenge goal. So as a conclusion, I'd like to say that the Open Forest Protocol will aim at bringing value to nature, and really our core values are transparency and scale to make, of course, this industry a striving industry, but also make it for us all to address the climate crisis in a very scalable and efficient manner. If you wish to reach out, please come to our website. There is a white paper that you can read. And if you'd like to reach out specifically to me, there's my email address there, and we can continue the discussion. Thank you for your attention. And then now I can pass it down to Michael for the panel.
Cool. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't have any screen to share because we're actually going to be having a conversation between Yida, Fred, and Ransu, who I'll let introduce himself in a second. So I'm going to be moderating the panel. My name is Michael. In the crypto space of the NEAR ecosystem, I go by Ozymandias, and I'm the CPO and co-founder of Open Forest Protocol. The goal of our conversation today is to kind of introduce a little bit around what the underlying value proposition of on-chain carbon markets, governance of these new regenerative finance ecosystems look like and how they might evolve into the future. And we have a really nice selection of, carbon marketplace builders, carbon suppliers, and financiers to be able to provide a really good holistic perspective for what's going on. But before we kind of kick off the discussion, I want to give Ransu, who's the CEO and founder of Liquidity, the opportunity to introduce himself and also introduce a little bit around Liquidity as a project so that everyone's familiar with what we're talking about here.
Yeah, hey, thank you. Yes, my name is Ransu Salovara, and I'm the CEO and founder of Liquidity, which is basically end-to-end platform for carbon tokens. So what we're building is the minting, holding, offsetting, and trading platform that is mostly based in Europe, and of course we serve the whole world. And we're building it on Avalanche with the support of DAO Maker and Shima. So this has been very exciting past months on building a platform and then creating the whole ecosystem around it with the LIC token. That token sale is coming up in 2-3 weeks together with the DAO Maker. And that's a utility token that we're launching first. And then we will follow up with the NFTs that are carbon NFTs. And then before the midsummer, there will be the whole platform that both individuals and companies can use to buy tokens and offset. And this is kind of then complementary to Open Forest Protocol, because then of course Open Forest Protocol will be building up to market a new, faster verified. Like now we have everything is Vera, and maybe soon Vera and Gold Standard. But then we're really excited to work on this whole Web3 kind of a refi world together with the companies like OFP and come up with the ways to bring projects, like Fred said, faster to the market, and then having them more accessible to both individuals and companies. Especially growth companies are in our target, not the Microsoft and Stripes of the world who know their way already.
Cool, thank you very much, Ransu. So just as a general point on kind of how we're gonna get this panel off the ground, I'll direct some questions to the different panelists, but feel free, even if the question wasn't directed to you, to tune in and answer the question after the original person mentioned their input on it. So I think the first thing that might be helpful for the audience to understand is, it's 2022 today. The L1 space, crypto smart contract platforms have been out now for 5+ years. Why is it in the last 12 months or so that there's been an increased interest at the nexus of on-chain carbon, regenerative finance solutions that are starting to develop? What do you guys see as the underlying driver of interest in, I guess, the beginning of an on-chain carbon economy? This would be, I think, maybe first directed towards Ransu, and then we'll open it up to Yida or Fred to see if they have input after that.
As on all the technology developments, timing is the most important thing. Like when you look at the research studies, it's timing, and I think that timing is now right because of these. Layer 1 and then layer 2 is now coming up, and really the attention going. What is that now? We're 7 years after the Paris Agreement, and now world starts to be more and more ready, and everybody is thinking like there's no company that's not thinking about sustainability. And how to tackle that first for the marketing reasons and then for the kind of real reasons. But the marketing angle is now very strong. So I think that this is definitely the driving force. And then now we are really realizing, like Fred said earlier, we're really realizing now that here is one of the best use cases of blockchain is when we have to put on the same place financial data, so to say, and sustainability data. And these together is not possible on a traditional financial system, we can now handle them side by side and together on a blockchain. And I think that this is really now a great use case that we can show that the blockchain can shine.
Anything to add on that front, Yida or Fred?
I think another, yes, sure, Michael. So another big narrative here of why maybe refi is coming out over the last 12 months is that there has been increased concern about the amount of resources needed to deal with crypto in terms of carbon emissions. And I think that's caused people to think about, okay, how do we actually use blockchain technologies to decrease that and also be additive to the entire kind of climate control issues. So it's kind of tangential to blockchains getting much faster, more secure, and abstracting away the layer one so we can focus on applications built on top, including the ones that we're talking about today. But I think one of the impetus of why individuals are thinking about these problems is the perceived carbon emission issues of operating different blockchains.
Yeah, maybe on my side, I see that blockchain is addressing, as Ransu said, a problem, basically a siloed problem that every industry has today. But I would say the voluntary carbon market is even not worse, but it's really, really siloed, is in the sense that nobody actually sees what's happening in this market. And one of the main interests from countries we had was that what we build is transparent. So they will see what's happening where. And that actually brings transparency, but it brings trust and also scale at the same time. If you think of any other system that you can imagine today, of course you could build a Web2 interface, but the trust and the transparency are not going to be there because it's going to be proprietary. So by opening that up, then a world market like the voluntary carbon market hopefully will become more transparent, and people will believe more in carbon credits, because today, of course, corporate works with this instrument, but most people don't understand how it works and why it would be working because they don't have trust. So I think that's an essential part, is to bring that to the industry for people also to come to this to those schemes and thrive and move climate action forward.
Yeah, I don't know, Fred, if you remember this, but about a year and a half ago when we were just launching OFP, there was a carbon market paper that came out from the European Union. And right at the very end of the paper, they slipped in, that beautiful keyword, distributed ledger technology, as, a future nexus to growing liquid carbon markets. And here we are a year and a half later with this industry really only starting to kick off. This kind of nicely segues into a next question I actually had for Yida, which was focused on being an early investor, specifically at this nexus of climate and crypto. Traditionally in the crypto space, if you're early on Uniswap, if you're early on Axie Infinity, there's huge, payoff for being, in on the next trend and in on the next big niche of the market. At the same time, there's also risk. So maybe, Yida, if you can talk a little bit about how you see this landscape developing, what's the kind of thesis in being so early, and what do you kind of keep an eye on as projects pitch you guys and you guys have to decide where to allocate capital?
Sure, Michael. I think this is a great question because it touches upon a lot of different aspects of investing in the crypto space. You mentioned some of the projects like Uniswap and others where a lot of the activities are happening, innately and natively in Web3. So there's not too much access or exposure to solving real world problems. So we do focus on investments in that space that are more Web3 native. But what we like about this space, dealing with carbon credits and ESG in general, is that we're using blockchain, token economics, incentive design to really bring Web2 to Web3. And that's one big category that we focus on, which is what are the real world problems that in today's world, because of the abstraction that we can have with layer ones, back in 2017, 18, we were still talking about transactions per second, security, decentralization, kind of layer one problems that needed to be solved. And I think, in this new cycle of the market, we can talk more about the applications that are built on top, and how, Web2, problems like what we do have here with climate control is something that what blockchain can actually fix or help with. And I think that's super interesting because it's a little bit more sustainable than some of the more crypto native Web3 investments we make that focus on rewards that come out of just a protocol without any type of tie-ins to the real world. And as Fred had mentioned in one slide, I thought it was really good, showing how volatile the crypto markets are, and being able to peg the value of a token or an asset to real world growth in a specific category like the carbon market is more sustainable in a lot of respects, and it also allows us to think about, okay, how do we get exposure to large markets like carbon credit market and in a more sustainable way. So that's one of the reasons why we're focusing on this in this area, and we think that this is the right time now to invest.
Maybe as an add-on for Fred and Ransu, as part of teams that are building early in this new market niche, what are some of the communication challenges that you've run into, or what has kind of been your internal strategy and how you see your products rolling out and really kind of hitting that mass adoption curve into the future? What timeframes are you operating on, and how are you looking at that going forward?
If I go first, we definitely now still too early, slightly too early. I think that Fred will agree on that one, that this is now we still talking Metaverse and gaming and all this stuff on not so much of real world cases yet, but I see that the interest is now coming there, and it's I would say end of the year will be very interesting, because then our platforms will be operational, open forest protocol, liquidity, and so forth. So that will definitely be I would say the last quarter of this year will be very interesting. This will be great for us, I believe. And then of course on we go towards 2030. So all the companies are now
所有的公司现在呢都是在跟我们接触当中，所以这也是呢我们在过去去年呢第一次呢可以说是达到了巴黎协定中的一个重要的指标。所以从今年起，很多小公司只要他们想，他们明年就能实现碳零。所以在不一定非要看着这种长远的2030的一个大目标，我觉得现在就是一个好机会，让公司可以行动起来，然后呢就可以完成可持续性的转型。我们其中一个挑战呢，就是要去教育人们。我们目前大部分的沟通就是要跟别人解释
the blockchain aspect, the climate aspect. So most of the time we end up, talking to maybe a blockchain native person, explaining what we do on the climate side, what methodology we use, how we do things, why we do it like this. On the other side, when we talk to a climate person, very often we actually end up explaining how blockchain works, why it's a good solution. Why it doesn't consume too much energy, very basic things sometimes, but also more technical things on how blockchain works in the back end. What is a smart contract? Why do we use it for? Why do we use NFTs for our projects to register the land? How is the metadata stored? All of those technical aspects need to be explained to climate people so that they understand why we're using this technology. So there is still a lot of education on both sides to basically explain why an application like ours would be beneficial. And I think that's the case not only for us, but for many other verticals that will be using blockchain as a technology in the future, because basically we are in the learning curve of everything coming to this space. So yeah, I think we're very definitely early. I think it's like when the internet kicked in, sometimes we're trying too hard to explain how the internet works or how Web3 works, and actually we should just demonstrate that it works. And so I'm very excited to actually be launching a solution, as Ransu is, to showcase that projects could be onboarded. They can be onboarded into a Web3 interface without even almost noticing that they are in a Web3 interface behind. So having projects on board, using the solution, getting carbon is going to be super beneficial for us, because then the application is going to be very clear and it's going to be a lot easier to explain. So that's one of the communication point that I like to mention here. But of course, there's also, and that's also a challenge for us in the blockchain space, that there is also a lot of things happening around. So there are lots of projects, and it's also a coordination issue, I think, for us to make sure that we kind of work together to make this happen in a good way, and not end up in a market where everyone does everything differently.
Yeah, standardization definitely now, or not even standardization, but agreeing on a certain principles of this is how we present data and all that stuff. That's of course very, very important. We having a call still this afternoon with Token, and talking about exactly the data fields of the token, that what we're going to put them and how it's going to look like. So this is important now, so we have a really interchangeable ecosystem in the future, near future actually. Yeah.
Props for that Sunday afternoon token call, by the way. That's a serious commitment there. So this will be kind of a fun question, maybe a little bit more provocative or telling about how we see the future of this space evolving. It would probably be fair to say that existing carbon markets are clunky, siloed, difficult, having trouble sometimes communicating with each other. To put it simply, they have a fair amount of problems. I'm interested in hearing from Ransu specifically, since the focus of what you're building has to do with interacting with this incumbent legacy market. Do you see the majority of the legacy carbon market moving on chain in the next 5 years? If so, what kind of interests or catalysts do these players have in moving it on chain? And then, if not, what happens? Well, I guess we'll get to the if not after that. So yeah, why don't we start with that?
Exactly. So Mark Carney, the ex-governor of the Bank of England, is of course working hard now to really build a voluntary carbon market big, right? And he's made very clear that there is no other way almost forward than the blockchain. So I think that what will happen now with the Vera is that what Token now started with the bridging stuff in, that everything will be bridged, and what will not be bridged, that will be, so to say, old stuff that nobody wants. And that should be basically almost like a burned away from, not like, taken away from the registries, because they're so old. So there will be definitely a massive, in my opinion, massive updating of these old registries and legacy carbon credits that are in the systems, kind of like, ghosts there. And then everything will be on a blockchain. The World Bank has a blockchain project going on, kind of a meta registry, and other similar projects there. So that's the way the world will. I would say then nearly 100% of a good carbon credits that people want to buy will be tokenized in 5 years.
So the legacy system is going to incrementally move on-chain. Fred, is there space for a native on-chain market in this movement from the legacy system to create, a new standard or a new level of transparency for carbon credits? And if so, how do you envision that rolling out in the next 5 years?
Yeah, well, the answer is yes, because we are building one of the solutions for doing so. So I hope, it's going to happen. Maybe if we look not only at us, but I think there is a huge amount of opportunities here to be captured, because this technology has potential that we can't even think of now. Once you have data that is validated from any type of data actually coming from the climate industry that is validated on chain, that is a trusted data, then you can imagine a world of different solutions on how you use this data. Of course, carbon is a first, logical first step, as this market is, a market that is necessary, is there, it's existing. But you could think of lots of other things. You could think about, people are thinking about using biodiversity. You could think about coral restoration, about thousands of other applications, and especially you could think about having DeFi integrated with what we do, meaning that people can build applications on how to distribute the money for good causes. Not just thinking of maybe the philanthropic money today. Look at this market, think about how the philanthropic money is distributed worldwide. It's a very siloed approach too, people knowing projects. So it's an approach where it's difficult to navigate too. If we would bring data in a more transparent manner on chain, that could be very well used for philanthropic purposes too. So you can think of so many different things that I think I would encourage people that are interested to actually deep dive in that space and try to think about how to apply blockchain to what they do today. If it's possible or not, maybe, you still have to make the case on, do I really need decentralization in what I do? If you don't at all, of course, then maybe it's not a good case. But if you do need that, I think it's really worth spending some time researching in the space and seeing what you could eventually develop for your own business, but also for the greater good.
And if I can add on that one little story here. So interesting thing now, because you were asking about the native kind of carbon tokens that will there be that market, right? So let's look at Finland. Finland is the size of Italy. Italy has 60 million people. Finland has 5.5 million people. Same size countries. Finland has 750,000 private landowners, average owning 25 hectares. So now those are becoming millennials. They're inheriting now land, and just on an open first protocol point, okay, they cannot go to Vera and put the 25 hectares on Vera. So we need now a blockchain native system that is super easy for them to decide that, hey, I'm not going to actually put on a forest industry my 25 hectares every 30, 40 years or whatever. And then I'm rather now going to go and sign it up for this maybe Liquidity, whatever kind of a platform like Liquidity, and say that, okay, here is my land. I want to get every year tokenized credits that then I offset my own living, and then maybe my family's living, and then rest I can sell. So this is, in my opinion, super exciting, completely native carbon token, and in between open forest protocol and Liquidity case. And a lot of people, 750,000 forest owners.
Yes, a very nice case study to illustrate the potential of where this space goes. Yida, I kind of want to bring the conversation back to your side of the house. You had mentioned, in your initial comment about how, crypto is maturing to a point where we're now starting to deal with real world solutions. I think a lot of times there's a negative association between climate and crypto, or a lot of times people don't really know, what's possible. Being very kind of practical here, someone from the outside coming in, looking into this space, you being quite involved in the space, do you realistically think there's a chance that crypto and some of these solutions that are being built today will actually contribute to solving some of our biggest climate problems? Is that a clear hope that it can somehow realign financial incentives, or is this something that is just going to be a little bit too late, that won't have too much of an impact?
It's definitely of the former here. I think everybody talks about crypto as a kind of asset class, technology, and you see more and more folks leaving the FANGs, the Facebooks, Amazons, Netflixes, Googles, to folks on Wall Street getting into the space, and there's all say, hey, I'm going to go work at a Web3 company or crypto company. I think in the next 5 years or so, right, you won't be saying that. Crypto and blockchain is just going to be kind of the underlying layer of technology that powers a lot of the companies that are getting built today, like Liquidity and Open Forest Protocol. Just like how in the .com boom, folks maybe talked about, hey, we're going to go and build an internet company, but they don't really talk about that today when you go work at a Web 2 startup. So I definitely think that there is going to be, this kind of undercurrent of blockchain technologies, powering all of the startups going forward. And, the ones that do not kind of convert over will be left in the dust, just like the yellow pages and other types of mediums. And so I think for climate and carbon credit market, it really is pretty obvious and low-hanging fruit that it will be disrupted by crypto. You don't have to believe in the technology, but one thing you can just look at is the arbitrage abilities that go on between Web 2 and Web 3. A lot of people talk about DeFi, and I think Fred or Michael mentioned that as well. And how do you incentivize and distribute capital and money in this space? And given what blockchain does, which is the ability to move not information, which is what the internet kind of created, but the value of anything from one point to another very, very efficiently and very quickly, that kind of thought is very powerful, and that type of activity, because it allows for the access of capital. I talked a little bit about this in terms of like the social inclusion and helping get access to capital. Crypto helps with many different verticals, but there is still a lack of capital in the space, right? When you're talking about climate control and how do you get access to that capital efficiently. So all else, kind of failing and not really needing to use blockchain technologies, the fact that you can get access to capital and tap into the DeFi markets, where there's a growing industry, 2 trillion now in terms of the total market cap, but growing, and I think everybody on this call will agree that it will continuously grow. You can get access to that liquid capital 24/7 without needing to wait for the banks to open. And I think that is one of the kind of signals to me that it starts with the capital, and then once you have that and ease of access to that, you can get into more of the underlying technology pillars of what blockchain can offer. But that's just one kind of big signal that I see as one of the reasons why I think it's more of the former versus the latter of what you was asking about.
Yeah, really cool. So I guess what I'm hearing from it is that because of the capacity of crypto to be able to streamline value flows, we're going to be able to better coordinate our way through this problem. And then I think when we're talking about the way that on-chain carbon credits or other primitives can communicate with DeFi, that tends to be encompassed under the general heading of composability, right? So we're going to be able to mesh value between games and on-chain metaverses and carbon markets and DeFi together. And it's not only going to move faster, but it's also going to be able to be used in different areas in better ways as well. Yeah, thanks for that answer, Yuta, really solid. So right now we're starting with carbon. And, the talk of the town is on-chain carbon credits. I'm interested to hear from Fred, if you want to, start with kind of a kind of projection of where we go from here. And then also, Renzo, if you want to add in from this, do you see, tokenization of nature, whether that's through biodiversity credits, whether that's NFTs of different types of wildlife in a certain area? Do you see this as how this industry grows over time? Is there going to be a set of refi primitives like there's a set of DeFi primitives that have developed over the last 3 years or so? I'm interested to kind of look ahead a little bit at this point.
Yes. So I think, yes, it's going to happen for sure. On the when and how, that is more difficult to answer, because when you look at carbon credits, they already existing standards, methodology that exists today that are pretty well defined that you can work with and that you can implement into the Web3 space. When it comes down to monitoring other things than just carbon, you mentioned biodiversity. We can think about social impact. We can think about water quality, air quality, lots of other co-benefits that you can think of. The essential question for me is how you will actually monitor the evolution of those. So of course you can do an assessment, sending people on the field like in the old ways. But if you do that, the standards and the way you do this are not, I would say, agreed upon at this point to develop something solid. However, I think that with a lot of initiatives coming to the Web3, with people thinking about innovation, new ways of doing that, we'll see, that space filling up with great ideas. And hopefully, with all those great ideas, we'll see a few standards emerging from Web3, because Web3 is going to be able to accelerate the access to developing the methodology with a community-based approach. Instead of having one company saying, okay, I'm developing a standard here, that's how we should do it. Web3 is going to be proposing different aspects or different verticals, and probably the people will just hopefully aggregate to the one that makes the most sense, or the few ones that will make the more sense. And I think that's super promising, because the speed and the scale there is a lot better than in the legacy system. And I think it's the speed and the scale is good, but it's also the access to capital. And coming back to Yida's argument, is that of course the access of capital today is a bit blocked, especially if you look at people dealing with nature. Most people dealing with nature today, they don't have access to capital to finance what they do. Put apart the big companies, most people that have access, as Ransu said, most people who owns land are small holders, right? Farmers, communities, whatever. And those people don't have access to capital. With a Web3 technology that is open source, they will get access to capital through restoration, meaning we can talk about carbon credits, but we could talk about all the other things. And I think that is going to be rebalancing the capital flow in the world, hopefully. Rebalancing in the sense that we'll be able to give capital to people who don't have access to today, but also make the market more fluid in the same time.
That's very important point now here, that we don't now fall into that additionality, and like carbon credits should be used for that when for the projects that cannot get financed otherwise. So that's why I'm really opposite to these solar and wind farms that are carbon credit financed. I find them weird, because it's basically, it's not additionality. They just play a game between taking a green bond or whatever bank financing for those projects. So it really needs to be that we really focus on these CCBs, kind of additional benefits of it, and enable money to go to projects that would not get the money otherwise. So our platforms really need to be equalizer on that sense, not to be like a financial instrument tool for someone who can get financed anyway. And that's and the sky is the limit when we can go then to places like Africa and Asia and South America, and really find projects where the project is financially great, and then it also has a really important kind of a social aspect there, or these ESGs, so to say.
Cool. So kind of to wrap up here, for some of the audience, I hope that it's become clear that the value proposition underlying this new cluster of climate and crypto is to essentially create more harmony between our relationship with nature and the financial systems that we're creating, and basically how we're able to monetize and share value between human systems and natural systems. This is something that's effective for companies, for governments, and for individuals, and it seems to be something that's going to be, eating the world, so to speak, and becoming quite pervasive in the coming decade. For each of the panelists here, if you would like to kind of tell the audience either through your project specifically or through a way of the space, if they're interested in learning about more, if they're interested in getting involved, if they're interested in supporting this problem, where should they look and who should they reach out to basically follow up and be a part of this ongoing trend? I think maybe it'd be good to start with Yida and then Ransu, and then we'll close out with Fred.
Yeah, I mean, this is a space where access to information is at lightning speeds. So in terms of different mediums to get access to the information, and there's also a lot of noise, but I think following what certain investors on Twitter or on Medium are writing about in this space is key, and we'll be publishing ourselves a lot of the why we invested type of reports on certain investments in this space. And I think kind of following the smart capital or smart money is a good way to learn about how you can get involved. I think there's a lot of other resources provided from just an investor perspective in terms of podcasts and different types of AMAs that go on in the space that could be helpful. And also, looking at a lot of the different initiatives that different layer 1 protocols have in this space. Everybody is focusing on becoming carbon neutral in the very near future. That kind of incentive and thought is also in the Web3 world with different layer 1 protocols, including Near to Avalanche. So I think that the layer 1s are the basis for a lot of these applications that people are building on top of to get information about the space. And I think if you follow kind of where the capital is flowing as a user, as a bystander, as somebody who wants to learn more, is a good way to understand more about this space and get involved.
Cool. And real quick, did you have any specific Medium or Twitter handle link that people can go to for Shima Capital specifically?
Sure. So our Twitter handle is just @Shima Capital. And my personal one is just @IdaGal on Twitter. And so, that's the crypto Twitter world is definitely one that at least in, certain regions of the world, including, the Western regions and in Europe, it's used a lot of. So yeah, those are the two that you can follow. Thanks, Michael.
Cool. Ransu, same question for how people can get involved specifically with Liquidity and how your products can evolve, or can they follow updates and the progress that your team is making?
Yeah, that's a good list already. So what I always recommend for people to, when we talk about the topics like a blockchain and like a carbon credits, YouTube is a very good place to go and learn in 3 minutes, 5 minutes videos. There's a tons of those that teaches you some of the basics, of course. And then our website, liquidity.com, and of course our Telegram. But on liquidity.com, we have a blog. And on a blog, we have now gone through almost every week, we have a blog post, and we go through if you go to the beginning of it, we go through very basic topics there. And you can read those, should be like 3 minutes, 5 minute articles, or even less. So we will improve that all the time and right there every week. And we will ramp up now our content effort. Like Fred was saying, that it's a lot to do with the educating people now. So that's important to us. And then we have on a Gitbook, we have docs at liquidity.com. And there we've been trying to write everything down there that we have basically information about the blockchain and about the carbon credit markets and stuff like that. Might be a little bit behind now, but that is definitely our platform. We focus on making good content there all the time. So please follow those.
Cool. Fred, I've left you for last because I think OFP, there's a number of different forms and different ways of getting involved with OFP. I don't know if you want to kind of talk a little bit about what the best way for people interested to access the project would be.
Sure. I mean, it depends on your interest for of course, but as a general access, I would also recommend to go through our website, openforestprotocol.org. Open Forest Protocol in one word, and from there you can access different social medias. We mainly on Twitter and on LinkedIn. So those would be good point of contact and finding information. You could also find forms online on our website, depending on your interest. If you're interested in joining us as a project, as a validator, eventually if you have a company in that space, or as a contributor. So yeah, please definitely reach out, go to our website. And what I would actually recommend, not only for accessing us.
And we have invited a couple of outstanding NFT artists to create art for the Vienna Biennial. Let me introduce him. First of all, we have Wang Xing, who is a graduate of the Central Academy of Arts, and his works are being displayed at the Venice Biennial right now. We have Zhu or Zhang Ju. He is also a graduate of the Central Academy of Fine Arts, and his work is also being shown in Venice right now. I'm going to ask them to talk about the NFT art they have produced. Wang Xing, please. Hello, everyone. I'm an artist. I'm based in Beijing. I started learning about blockchain in 2016. I started to exploring these topics. I started crypto art creation in 2020. When I started doing NFT art, I started creating this series of art, and this series of projects we're doing, we call it the Crypto Accelerator. So the art that we have created is themed Art to Zero. There are 4 paintings. You can see 4 of them here. They can be integrated to create a circle. I think the idea of carbon neutrality is something that cannot be achieved by any individual, any institution. People all have to work together. Everyone has to make their contributions. And neutrality can thus be achieved. Eventually, zero carbon can be achieved. So these 4 items, they collectively represent the idea of finance. It is not just about wealth, it is about greed as well. So not everyone is idealistic when they deal with finance. They have individual aspirations, they have the things that they want, and that's when they can achieve the goal. Now, finance, to some extent, reflects that greed. And this reflects another part of the event. This is about tech. Tech often form bubbles, but they are often necessary ingredients for the end product. It is only in the process blowing bubbles we can accelerate the development of technology so we can solve those problems. And this is a representation of consumption. Consumption is void, even though on the outside it looks dazzling. So the market needs participation by the public. They need fashionable stuff. They need fun things. And together, they can help promote public causes, collective causes. And this is a representation of art. You can see a merging of interesting elements. And these 4 pictures, each represents a part of a circle. There's a little detail. I would like to use the language of the art to respond to the idea that everyone needs to participate. So if you search for Add to Zero online, and if you buy these art, if 3 of these paintings already exist under one address, if you try to buy the 4th one, you would get an error alert, and it's not an actual bug. It's actually intentional. No one is able to collect all 4 pieces. It's a metaphor of the inability of any individual to be able to achieve carbon neutrality. So no one is able to collect and possess all 4 works. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much, Wang Xing. You can go and search Add to Zero online. As he said, no one can achieve carbon neutrality through their own efforts. So you can buy copies of this art project, but you will realize you can collect 3 of them, and you can appreciate and explore the various elements. Let's hand over to Zhang Ju now. Hello, my name is Zhang Ju. Let me start by presenting to you the concept behind my work.
I
must say that there is this connection between art, artists, and nature. It's something that has guided my work. I am a holder of a master's degree at the Central Academy of Fine Arts, but I also work at an internet tech company. In the recent years, I attended many courses for my own training. I'm interested in the idea of supply financing, and I also took part in training provided by the Alibaba Group. Now I am a crypto artist. So this image is something that I have a deep connection to. Now let's look at the answer of my puzzle first. So you have a gold version and a silver version of these pieces. Let me explain their origin and how I came up with the sketch, came up with the idea. So let's go back to the origin.
I love to show my imagination on my work. For example, I had a shop in Hangzhou where you can trade your dream. You can sell it wholesale, and then I will sell the dream on Taobao. This is a trading platform. Through this transaction, we can come up with more artistic pieces. I don't mind being a very small individual, having interactions with nature, being very pure, a very realistic supply and demand. We can go beyond that. For example, a year ago, it was in Chengdu, where I did some field study, field research. I also pay attention to those houses that are going to be pulled down, because I believe those houses also have life. I spent 1 month in an ancient village because all of those ideas were based on the relationship between people and geography and space. I think being plant, animal, human beings, there's a certain rule. There are interesting rules behind every living being. I made a unicorn because I was wondering how humans come up with unicorn, this image of a unicorn from the shape of a horse. I think from the form of it or the idea of it, it's imperfect or it's too perfect because we are painting a rabbit looking across the river at a unicorn. So on the contrary, when we see there's this desire of human beings is always without limit. So that is why I have made a painting or a work based on the dream of a unicorn because it composes of 5 different livings, organisms. So you see this object with the leopard prints. This shows the desire of human beings because leopard print always go for human desire. It's a symbol of human desire. And also recently I've been building new things that don't exist in real world. I've talked with Wang Xin regarding how we create beings in a world, in a non-existent world. How do we create the relationship between animals and plants in this space? And I would like to point out through this piece, how can we make these objects into a world we know? So that's how I submitted to this conference. I used to make a print called 3 Layers of Dream, which represents human desire. The first draft I submitted, but eventually I didn't use it because it was focusing on the theme. However, it was too pathetic because the relationship between human and nature is not as pathetic as I portrayed in the first draft. The other thing I was doing is Cosmo Chamber, which is a very high-flying project imagining the organisms in the world. So in an empty chamber in which it can transform into a very vibrant room with many different bodies. This continues with a year. In this process, this will give birth to a lot of non-existent objects and livings. So we have these different objects in this NFT world to show the relationship between artists and the spiritual world and nature. So this is eventually what I can show in this piece. We see this as a silver version. The silver version means that when I was making those wild animals, it was a symbol of human desire. It was locked in a Cosmo chamber. And one trace of that is through a window. Through this window, you can see a very vibrant world. The tree branches represent this vibrant world. And the best representation is the symbol of deer, because you see the top of the horns of the deer where you can see the tree branches. This represents hope for a better world. It's growing alongside the world outside the window. So you can see some mysterious being coming from the ground. When you zoom in, you can see the details of the objects. And the other version is a golden version. The golden version compared to the silver one, it is more optimistic, it is more aggressive, active version because the world outside the window is greener, has more depth of meaning. So we see this is a golden version and we see different butterflies in the golden version. And I have put these 2 versions randomly in the system. It doesn't mean one is better than the other. It's just 2 versions of the same piece. So these are the 2 pieces I have submitted to the summit. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. Quite different from Wang Xing's work because we see different compositions in Mr. Wang, because one component has to be combined with the others for carbon reduction. And then your piece is another symbol of environmental protection. When we are not thinking about carbon reduction, then this will in turn becoming a world of despair. So I have follow-up questions to two artists in terms of energy consumption in the crypto area. There are many complaints. So in terms of NFT, how can artists be responsible for environmental protection? Could you state your views in 2 to 3 minutes? Mr. Wang, please. First of all, I think it is a willingness to participate because all walks of life have their own perspectives. Some people don't think they have any relations with such a mega topic, but the artists, I think, should come forward because artists could be more proactive to participate in this topic. In that way, this topic will reach a wider audience, be it technically or systematically. We rely on the consciousness of the general public to realize the big transformation. In terms of the changes of concept and mindset, this is the core of artistic creation. It is not something aesthetic. We are not using this word because in addition to aesthetically pleasing, I think art can transform the world, can communicate with the general public, and to draw a world that the artist feels comfortable in and wants to convey the messages with the public. So it's a very niche market, but also artists have their impact on the fashion industry, on the TV and film industry. So the participation of artists is essential. While the artists are creating works of art in this process, because of the impact of education and liberal arts education, so artists, traditional artists would prefer plants or mineral-based colors. So a pigmentation, so I think those digital artists and crypto artists will go for something different. So while they are expressing ideas and concepts, and when they are picking the tools to express themselves, so they would take into consideration of different factors that are related to carbon neutrality and that are related to public chain, blockchain, when they are considering the factors of the environment. So while people have been having more discussions, so crypto art will become a very important branch in the blockchain industry. Thank you very much. What about Mr. Zhang?
Well, I have 2 points. Many think it's about doing philanthropy or you're making a sacrifice for a good cause. But that's not true, be it the economic side or the organizational method. It can be a win-win. So on that front, I think Metaverse or NFT, they're both positive. So we can transform our mindset from doing philanthropy or charity work to something bigger. And technologically speaking, be it the scale or participation, this is much more positive and more efficient than traditional methods. So we are actually approaching sustainability from a product perspective. And second point is, I think artists are also responsible. Like Ms. Wang just said, artists are trained. Over the years, they learn to perform magic. So artists have the responsibility to send out the right signal and to raise awareness. Artists do have their role in promoting this cause. And that is why I'm very supportive of this theme of the conference and today's roundtable. Thank you so much. We look forward to more artists participating in NFT creations from a sustainability and environment-friendly perspective, and also call for more technicians who are working on the online technology to work on this front as well. And thank you for our two panelists for presenting your NFT work. We will send it to all the panelists today, and I wish your work a big success in Economies. Thank you, Ms. Zhang and Mr. Wang. We look forward. I'm speaking on my behalf and also other panelists, and also our audience online. Because you all have opportunity to get a piece of the NFT work presented today. So Metaverse is a world full of imagination, where NFT plays a big role. In an imaginative space, use from all over the world, scientists, engineers, technicians, investors are now entering into this world. So what kind of innovative business model or new startup will join the world of Metaverse? So next, together with our panelists, we'll talk about the future and global outlook of Metaverse. With no further ado, let's welcome the moderator of this session, Wang Feng, the editor-in-chief of FT Chinese. Welcome to this session, The Future of Global Outlook of Metaverse. It's a great honor to have our 5 distinguished panelists, investor, scientist, leading entrepreneur. And we'll ask our 5 panelists to introduce themselves very briefly. I'll quickly read out their names and their organization. And I also have a panelist to talk a little bit about your field, the application scenario, and how is it related to Metaverse, and the nexus between your business and Metaverse. I'd like to invite our first panelist, Mr. He Zhan, the BD leader of NVIDIA China Omniverse. The second panelist is Mr. Liu Huaiyang, founder of Xinjing AI and Envirnars Metaverse. Next is Mr. Wu Xiankun, co-founder and president of RCTAI. Next is Jin Shiyu, co-founder of Chronicle Media and chairman of Rumsey Ventures. Last but not least, Yu Bin, from the founder of International Meteorite Collectors Association and Interstellar Space Metaverse Park. Please talk a little bit about your organization. And in that order, we'll also have you to talk about your business, your field of research, your project, the landscape, business model, and how is it related to Metaverse. First, Mr. He Zhan. Thank you, moderator. Hi, everyone. I'm He Zhan from NVIDIA. I'm in charge of the Omniverse business in China. It's about creating a technological platform for interactive interaction between the virtual and the physical world. We want to empower everyone to become a creator of the digital world. So everyone can create digital work that belongs to themselves. And we provide free service to individual user and premium service for business users. And in terms of our relationship with Metaverse, we are all about how to create and simulate a physical accuracy, meaning that making sure that the digital world does not define any physical principles. And in the meantime, allow everyone to enjoy the beautiful work in the digital world. We actually talked to Mr. He before in previous conferences, and correct me if I'm wrong. In my understanding, Omniverse is a tool, is a technology, and it actually appeared before the frenzy trend of Metaverse. But now it has become an important component. If you compare Metaverse to a virtual world, then Omniverse is the building block, is the tools to build the Metaverse. It's an important player in Metaverse. It involves many artists, creators, developers. I don't know if my understanding is correct or not. You're absolutely right. You already have a pretty profound understanding of the verse. So building on the 25 years of experience we gained in computer visual graphics, physical engines, and immersive interactive technology, AR, VR, and also the computing power on cloud, and also AI that we're working on for years. To combine all these into one platform. And actually, we focus more on what you just mentioned. In the future, be it the industrial digital twins or designing arts or architecture design, you will make use of the technologies we just mentioned. We provide all those technologies to artists, engineers, designers, and you're welcome to explore and try it out. I think our platform can make your work easier, and you can create your own IP with our tools. Thank you, Mr. He. And I really look forward to the dialogues we're going to have between panelists and Mr. He. And next, I would like to have Mr. Liu Huaiyang, founder of Xinjing AI. Hi, thank you, Malorder. My name is Liu Huaiyang. About a dozen years ago, so I was working on computer visuals, 3D reconstruction, graphics, underlying computings in Peking University. And I later on made the choice to choose the latter, because I think this is already quite common in the gaming world, but sensing technology is a bigger challenge. How can you allow AI to simulate the experience of human, and how to copy the physical world very accurately in the digital one? So I worked on our startup for 6 years. It has been a rocky journey. In the Metaverse, in the beginning, people talk about building a purely virtual world, allowing players to do all kinds of things in the digital world. But the reality we're facing that it's impossible for us to be detached from the physical world in 20 years. So how can we really connect the traffic in the physical world with the digital world? And how can we improve the experience and efficiency of information exchange between the two worlds? So we have created a platform called UNIDO-GSTIN. So this concept actually comes from ancient canon, meaning that the digital world and physical world should not be in competition, but to coexist in harmony. So in which process, say in a street, in a city, the low frequency traffic in the physical world can be transferred to the platform. For example, once you finish your tour to the Forbidden City, you can actually come home to revisit your trip online. Or if you want to play a scavenger hunt in London, and maybe the NFT you created online can be traded offline. So the connecting online offline is something that didn't exist before. So in the first 10 years of the metaverse, we will call it a space internet. The bottom underlying layer or logic is actually a transition where we have to accept some compromise. For example, the consumer AR goggles are not really available yet, but we can experience AR with our phone. There's an American company called Natic. It already gained about 300 million US dollar in their last funding. And right now, it's estimated the worth of the company is 9 billion. So you can see this is a very high value space. When everyone move to the virtual world, you will notice the world we live in actually is at best to define the concept called scarcity. For example, if we want to build a phone, you need to actually spend money on the chip. But when you design something in the virtual world, it's totally free and it can be copied unlimitedly. So the thing about we have to build consensus on the value of digital asset. And also you have to make sure you don't circulate the design, the product unlimitedly. You have to make sure it's still scarce. Well, the landmark in the physical world is already recognized as unique and also scarce. Well, let's not talk about famous attraction like Pyramid or Forbidden City, but even a street in my hometown, a very small county, it has potential to be something valuable in the virtual world. So there is a great potential for added value and a new type of economic model. This is not limited to blockchain or NFT or traffic economy or mass creation economy. So I think that there's potential to form a loop on many levels. Thank you, Mr. Liu. In my understanding, your technology and service are in sync and in high agreement with Mr. He's business. It's about building an initial connection and nexus between the physical world and the metaverse, so that the physical principles and are respected in the metaverse. You talked about replicate the physical landmarks into the metaverse. It sounds quite similar to digital twins Mr. He just talked about. Of course, I'm just a layman. My understanding is very limited, but you two can talk more later. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Wu Xiankun, co-founder and president of RCT AI. Could you talk about the relations between your business and the metaverse? Thank you, moderator. RCT AI, suggested by the name, is an AI firm similar to NVIDIA. We focus on something very important in metaverse, that it has the self-growing capability. So when we want to replicate the metaverse, the physical world, we cannot just rely on manual input of information. It has to be able to grow on its own. For example, we have expertise on AI-generated graphics, and also we have the capability on the self-growing logics. For example, the physical principles in the world we live in can interact with things in the virtual world. So when we create virtual humans and livings, we have to make sure the interaction, the experience is tailor-made and also very dynamic. So we're building the AI infrastructure to empower what I just talked about. Say, you can actually have a virtual friend to continue your game playing in the virtual world. And the virtual human can interact with you through his or her avatar. And through this, you can actually receive a very new type of experience and content. And this virtual figure, this technology make this virtual figure more lively and more convincing. We also serve many Web3 games. So I think in the later stage of Metaverse, it cannot exist without Web3 infrastructure. So our slogan is AI on blockchain. So our business provide the underlying infrastructure of AI that allows virtual being more smarter, more interactive, more convincing, so that the users can actually have a better experience interacting with their virtual companion. And we also create contents for interaction and different use cases. So the AI platform we're making is called Deterrent. It actually inspired from the novel Three Body work. And also another game called Mirror World. Thank you, Mr. Wu.
So I noticed that you are in the fields which cover the various aspects of metaverse, which laymen like us understand. They cover AI and VR, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and virtual reality, virtual persons. So Mr. Wu, is there a story, is there a backstory to the virtual background you have? This is from Rick and Morty. This is an alien who appears on Earth, and I just think it's fun. So I've been using this background. Rick and Morty. It's actually quite an inspiring, enlightening cartoon. it makes you think about the relationship between virtual world and the actual world and humans and other beings. So it is a representative work out of American cartoons. That's true indeed. I'd like to invite the co-founder of Chronicle and also the chairman of Rimsey Ventures, Mr. Jing. Thank you. My company is a little different to the others we have heard from. We're more a technological company. We are a media company based on Web3 or a Metaverse media company. So we're not on the technical side, we're on the media side. We provide a full suite of solutions for companies, brands who want to get into Metaverse. We service businesses mainly. So we tell businesses, brands, what they need to do if they want to get into Metaverse. So based on their brand, based on their characteristics, how they should get into the Metaverse. For example, you are Oriental Pearl, that's your brand. You might use the technology provided by one company, or you might, if it's an individual, you want this individual to have a soul in the Metaverse, you might use the RCT solutions. So we started this business because we think the Metaverse is a world where a lot of content can blossom. We have a lot of content, for example, Jurassic Park, for example, the DC world, a Marvel world. So how do we build a bridge to connect these franchises and these contents to the Metaverse? We have been working with the leading Hollywood studios, and we have transplanted a lot of marketing solutions to the Metaverse. So that way we can introduce outstanding content, high quality content to the Metaverse. We also introduce creators to the Metaverse. That way we can provide a good foundation for growth. We have our digital platform, we have our own studio, we have a lot of international partners, including the Warner Brothers Discovery Channel, the Jurassic World, the Murphs, Paddington Bear. So we want to use this bridge to shift people's attention to the Metaverse. Right, thank you, Jim. See if I understand this correctly. This is like moving from the actual world to the virtual world, to the meta world, and you are the immigration agency. That's right. So you provide a lot of professional services. You provide services to people and companies who want to move into the metaverse. That's right. That's quite apt as a metaphor. Thank you. So the final presenter, last but not the least, who works in an area that's a little different to everyone else. He has an interesting title. He is a meteorite collector. This is Mr. Yu Bing. On the surface of it, it looks like what you work with is very actual, very real, very physical. It's about the actual universe. But what kind of connection can you build between that and the virtual world and the metaverse? Well, thank you. I have been mesmerized by what I have been hearing here. I have the pleasure of, I have a lot of pleasure in taking part in this panel. It's interesting, like you said, the metaverse is really interesting. Over 10 years ago, I used to travel around the world looking for meteors, and meteor hunters have to always travel to Northwest Africa and the Antarctica to understand the objects from the space. So in the last few years, there has been growing interest in the outer space. So our lab is called 4.5B. We call every meteor a little star. They are as old as 4.5 billion years, much older than our world. So in terms of content, we have stuff about space travel, about the solar system and the Milky Way, the galaxy. So we are focusing on science education, and we want to develop this 4.5B lab. We want children to learn about space and develop their interest in space. After the establishment of this lab, we started creating creative content around the theme. We work with China Space. We work with the roaming planet controlled by Bank of China, by the Bank of China group. We have had partnerships with sports brands and adventure brands. Even though space is a quite specific area of science, but through the promotion, through these contents, we are letting more and more young people understand that they can feasibly own a piece of a little tiny planet. We do a lot of exhibitions. We just had a 3-month exhibition themed Roaming Earth at the China Science Museum. So it made me think, why don't we use virtual reality to promote and to show our collections? Other than the 4.5B lab, we work with the China Academy of Sciences, we work with the International Meteor Society, we have educational films, we have games for electronic devices. So we can certainly build an environment where young people can tour the space, the outer space, in virtual reality. So they will be able to have immersive experiences. They can have interactions with children from around the world. That's why this is a very good niche market. So I just wanted to use this time to introduce what we do. Thank you. So it sounds like this hardcore science that you do. So you have this content that you can put into the metaverse. You can use it for educational purposes. Because without the wide application, they often go to waste. So you want to put it in the universe to facilitate learning by children. And you will be able to put this content up there for more children to see. When I had a chat with you the other day, my hometown, the city of Jilin, in the province of Jilin, in the 70s, there was a meteorite shower. It saw the biggest meteorite falls in history. So 30 years ago, I visited the museum where these meteorites were shown. But really, since then, I haven't come across anything about meteorites in my life. So Jilin had this great museum, and there's a lot of data and research, but nobody knows about them. So maybe it's possible that this has improved by now. But if you can move this to the meta universe, and even maybe NFTs can be issued against these meteorites. So this can probably help museums raise funds to help them afford real-life education. So I look forward to hearing more from you all today. The theme of this panel is the future of the metaverse. So I think the theme is connected, is closely linked to all of you. It's an area where you have started business or that you're studying. So let's talk about 5 years. In 5 years' time, what are your expectations? Where do you think we're going to be with the metaverse in China and overseas? Are we going to see changes in our current living environment due to the metaverse? And how our lives will change? I'll ask He Zhan to speak first. Sure, thank you. We started working on this at a technological level. It's not necessarily, in 5 years or anything, but we can see that there are a lot of fundamental trends. I want to share 5 points with you. At NVIDIA, as AI developers, we have provided 1 million times of computing acceleration. So we are focused on the next 1 million time acceleration of computing. Secondly, I want to share with you this model that we developed in 2017. So BERT and GPT, which have become quite well known, all started out of there. So all these have influences on the next generations of applications. So that has been revolutionary. Thirdly, if you look at people's cell phones, iPads, laptop computers, they are becoming AI factories, in quotation marks. So all these devices can potentially become manufacturers of new AI, again in quotations. And fourthly, everybody is talking about robots. But recently, we have found that we have heard about RGV, autonomous vehicles, etc. In the old days, robots moved along tracks or lines, or are aided by QR codes when they move around in factories. But now they have autonomy, these robots. They can use algorithm to figure out where they need to be and what they need to do. I think the first wave of artificial intelligence has been graphic interpretation. But the next wave, we are going to see this kind of robot systems. The fifth concept might be an old one that's being renewed. So that is called digital twins. So this is something that's SDG. It's called synthetic digital generations. So that's going to bring a revolutionary changes. So these are some areas that we are focusing on as a company. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. He. And the other speakers, we'd welcome you. Would welcome is if you could, just speak up as you want to respond to anything that you have heard. If there is any comments, any discussions you want to start, please feel free. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Mr. Liu. You said you were making digital marks, landmarks for the actual world and transplanting that into the digital world. In 5 years' time, are you going to be working on new models of business? Sure. First of all, let me respond to. I want to talk about how we are differentiated from NVIDIA. Omniverse is a bit like Tencent's previous project. It's about putting a digital twin in a virtual world. You can operate the digital individual's version of new world. But this is about entering a virtualized actual world, whereby wearing a headset like VR. But what we are talking about is, as I am walking through Times Square in New York or the Tokyo Tower, we can see a digital world superimposed on the physical world. So whether you are in a virtual world at home, or if you are in a hybrid world or a virtually enhanced world, augmented world in the actual world, we can provide the computing.
I
think there are several stages. I think within 10 years, we'll not be reaching the ideal status of Web 3, but we can transition into Web 2.5 in terms of decentralization, AR, VR, all kinds of things could be existing together. And then we can slowly break through the barriers. And in this process, what we are expecting, one is a connected network in space. So all the geographical landmarks and the cities could be connected together, on which we will have different KIP as well as social activities in Metaverse. And the other thing is Apple, Facebook, and the mega companies will be providing AR glasses for consumers. This will be a next generation smartphone. And last year we see VR as well as other Atlas related equipments and tools have exceeded more than 10 million in terms of the sales. So I think in terms of ByteDance, acquiring VR headsets with 9 billion RMB. So within the 2 or 3 years, I think AR, VR, and AR will be coming up with the Web 3.0. In terms of Web 3.0 within the next decade, what are we expecting? So the things will be, the virtual reality will be connected with the real world. Once we have the headset, once we have the gloves, people touching me on the virtual world, I can feel people's touch as well as the temperature. That could be simulated. Once 2 organs could be simulated, could be instigated by the system, then you will feel this is real. So in the Web 2.5 era, 50% or even less time will be in meta world. However, in Web 3.0, 80 and 90% of our time will be in the virtual world. However, we need to resolve what we eat in the physical world. These are some of the things that could not be dealt with in the virtual world. However, coming up to Web 3.5, in the next 10 years, in the next decade, I think more activities will be done in the virtual reality. So people will be asking whether we can spend the whole life in the virtual world, which will be very similar to what happened in Matrix. But there are so many issues to be resolved. But we really look forward to once human brain could be connected with machines, and how can we use ICT as well as virtual AI? What's the relationship between human and AI, virtual partners, virtual self? But such dimension might not be 5 to 10 years, but 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Liu. You just mentioned Web 3.0, virtual experience could be felt really real. And what's your expected time frame for that? That will be 10 to 20 years. But that includes different factors in terms of interaction. You need a strong sensibility in terms of how the machines and sensors could actually simulate feelings of human beings. Number 2, once you have the reaction in a virtual world, you're holding a glass, but you can break the glass if you hold it stronger. But once a girl takes your hand, you can feel the temperature of her hand, but such feedback and responses would take longer time to simulate. So this is a gigantic open world. How can we improve the algorithm computation capacity of AI? But that will reach a certain level before we can see a sustainable metaverse where people can live for a long time. And then another thing is content ecosystem. Those good content were created in a very centralized way. For example, Decentraland or those Roblox, some people think that it looked unrealistic, but once there's more development, you'll see UGC as well as more progressive AI imaging, that will take more iterations before it becomes real. Thank you, Mr. Liu. On that thought, I would like to push another question to Mr. Wu. In terms of AI, what kind of breakthroughs do we need in order to go into that era? And what's your expected time frame and timeline? I think virtual technologies will be two divisions, as Mr. Liu has mentioned, Transformer, GPT-3, as well as other technologies. We have seen substantial progress. Number two is in terms of humans. There are two divisions: what kind of language they use, what kind of actions they take. Virtual personalities will be also determined on the two factors. It will be a model of characteristics. We are doing enhanced learning to improve those characteristic learning. And when we are processing natural language, this has reached a very sophisticated level when you're talking to a robot, as well as other models. The way of conversation is very similar to a natural conversation. So in terms of reinforced learning and enhanced learning, there's so much scope for improvement. But when we talk to Argo, because it is a very highly structural learning process. You see AlphaGo that it can play Go because it's a very specific time frame with very detailed rules. So in a set scenario, you will be able to perform well. However, in a more open-ended scenario without determined factors and results, it will be really challenging for robots to make decisions, which is very difficult. Enhanced learning should be against the backdrop of many factors to improve the processing capability of machines. If the decision-making could reach a very highly sophisticated level in terms of the level of logic, the production of conversation and language, as well as uploading new information, processing information, that will facilitate decision-making process of machines. So you will actually explore the relationship between the decision-making processes, differences between human and machine, because we are having this meeting here. Humans can initiate the meeting. However, we can use robots to communicate the ideas because you have the two characters making conversations for you online. So even if you are meeting face to face, you will see that the results are quite similar if it's done by machines. So these are very similar scenarios and case studies as friends, assistants of human beings, what machines can do to contribute to development, to help us improve efficiency as well as content for consumption, and to create value in a virtual world. I think creating value encompasses many components. AI can help people to attain value because AI can also play computer game for us. As a second version of you, you can help you to understand your behavior patterns and can help you make decisions. So I think within 5 years, this will see very tangible result within this development process. So I think the development, Model S's development is not only within the virtual personality, because one thing is you can play the role in the virtual world. It could be the bridge between processing, collecting, and distribution of information. It could be in an app on your phone. So it could be connected to a lot of devices and help you process, collect, and distribute information. The other thing is the value of the internet, the development of value internet. We talked about Web 3.0. A lot of people are saying Web 3 is only value app on the internet. However, if you spend more time in the virtual world, you will need the ownership of property. You need to make it clear in the virtual world. If you study economics, you need to understand if you're in the virtual world, if ownership of property is not as clear, the cost of transaction is very high. It would not be reaching the Pareto optimal in the concept of economics. So when we talk about virtual economics, virtual economy, you need to understand the ownership of property to reduce the cost so that people can reach Pareto optimal. If value internet could reach a certain level with more value, could be seeped into different perspectives of your life, then AI will be able to play a more important role because a virtual world, a digital world will be more appropriate, will be used to the existence of AI because it will be easier for AI to recognize a glass or glass of water. For AI to recognize that objects in the real world, it's very difficult. However, in the virtual world, everything could be textured, structured. Then you can put a tag on a glass which says it's a glass, or you can put a tag on different objects. So AI will play incremental role in a virtual world where everything is structured and textualized. Thank you, Mr. Wu. You just described the development of AI, leapfrogging development of AI. Do you foresee any preconditions, any breakthroughs in technology, anything that should be the underlying factor for such huge development? Anything you foresee that should be developed? So people were talking about putting more resources in so you can enlarge the language model, and then that could transform something into more tangible, as well as Microsoft, Google, as well as other language models in different countries. And we can see there's a lot of data being fed into the system. So of course, the models will be better, the performance will be better. Once you have higher computation and higher capacity, you will see better effect. But on such a basis, if in a reinforced learning basis, how can we resolve this issue? I think resolving might not be the best word. On a vertical side, AI might be appropriate to resolve issues. However, in a more general field, it will be really hard for AI to resolve those issues cross disciplines. So how can we reach a balance between the vertical and horizontal areas? How can we make it universal? How can we help them come up with new mindset, new models, paradigms? So this is a new thing for enhanced learning. So what we are using AI for now is only in a vertical level where there's very specific set of rules. However, when it is applied in cross-disciplinary subjects, once factors are not determined, the result is unpredictable. The result will be unexplainable. It will be really hard to predict. We have to see the research from the academia as well as the industry. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I would like to invite Mr. Jin. You just mentioned your service to businesses on Metaverse. So I would like to hear your insight regarding the breakthroughs in the short term as well as long term, your foresight for the 5 to 10-year development of this industry. What kind of new business models, what kind of new applications? I'm sure you are the best person to answer this question. I think my perspective is quite different. I would like to answer this question from a human perspective. I think Metaverse comes as a very natural concept in this era because it reflects a component of personality, because we always aspire to a high density, high efficiency communication. So unconsciously, we are pushing science to technology to this direction. In the past, when we saw this vertical area, it was developing at a very independent space. However, there's very little overlapping with other industries. When we first came up with Metaverse, the concept, it was related to digital connection, AR, VR, as well as AI. The relations between the concept, it's like different facets of an industry, of a concept. But once you are developing this technology, we find that all of these different facets are actually converging on the same plane. So when we are forecasting the development in the coming 5 years, it was really hard to say, because 5 years ago, it was hard to predict what we are seeing now. It was hard to predict how dominant WeChat was, and now we see the rise of TikTok. And in the coming 5 to 6 years, we will see 5G, 6G, or even smaller chips. And NVIDIA will have 90 and 80. Those cards and Neuralink coming up with higher broadband and faster responses. So when we are putting all these factors together, this picture is grand. And we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg. From the mega level, it was more like a staircase of technology upgrade. When we talked about interacting with computer, it was very complicated. When it was as small as a smartphone, and with the level of computation up, it is very convenient, and it exists in every corner of our life. It is expanding and making breakthroughs and physical barriers. So it is showing in different ways through the flow of information. So the focal point of people are changing in a very short time span, be it AI glasses or even AI contact lenses. In a few seconds, we can see the physical world as well as the digital world, or different layers of digital worlds above the physical level. So in the sea of information, we can quickly find the information we need.
The flow of information will result in what we call intelligence, and it helps people to grow and experience the world better. So my expectation for the next 5 years is how we can allow Metaverse and technology that are born from Metaverse to solve more problems in reality in our life, instead of just creating a digital world where we can indulge ourselves. It's something similar to a digital soul. On one hand, we can immerse in the digital world. On the other hand, we can actually connect the digital world with our reality. So most business we're in contact now, not just for Metaverse or Web3, they do not have a clear concept or understanding of what it is or and how to do. The industry is moving forward. How can we integrate other sectors with Metaverse is what we should focus on next. Thank you, Mr. Jin. You already touched upon at the initial stage of Metaverse, the outside sectors, outsiders, opposition and concerns over Metaverse. For example, as Mr. Liu mentioned, it's quite controversial in China. On one hand, the exploration of outer space. On the other hand, is we should look inward into the digital world. Are there any conflicts between the two attempts, or are they fighting for resources? Which is more important, reality or the virtual world? In the next 5 years, the criticism over Metaverse will limit the development of Metaverse, or will Metaverse attract even more conflicts? I think the critiques will only grow as industry grows. It's not entirely a bad thing. It depends on how practitioners react and respond to criticism, be it looking outward or looking inward. Eventually, we have to serve individual customers, audience, and peer. And everyone has different needs. Some want to achieve a digital version. Some want to improve their life. So this is how inclusive Metaverse is. Everyone, based on their own position and needs, will embark on different paths, and they will gain their target audience. Mr. Yu, this is also related to your field. So how can we connect the research of different sciences to Metaverse? You already mentioned many important use cases for Metaverse. And in the next 5 years, what will unfold for Metaverse? And what kind of changes, positive changes you expect? Thank you, moderator. You're right, your questions are closely linked to my research. And I would like to talk about my take on the future development of Metaverse. And I'm a scientist and also a science educator. Exploring outer space is also one of my focuses. On Metaverse, I'm quite supportive. Earth is just one of the planets in the solar system, and we all live in this three-dimensional world. And in the past centuries, all the advances in science are based on 2D. So transitioning from 2D to 3D, in my mind, is inevitable. Well, in terms of when and how, is unpredictable. So I'm very positive on the future of Metaverse. In our lab, as Mr. Wu and Mr. Liu talked about, who built the infrastructure for Metaverse, and with the injection of capital, it's like building a highway for technology. It takes time and efforts. And we also need to nurture the talent pool. So when we create the 4.5 lab, we do not care much about the speed, but we have to embrace Metaverse in a much more positive attitude. So when we designed the curriculum and the content, so we have to be prepared for accelerated digitalization. For example, celestial beings, celestial objects such as meteorites, they are actually closely linked to Metaverse. The Metaverse is just as beautiful as the universe we are trying to explore. So we're now preparing for the building of the database. And in this pandemic, this is well recognized that we are going virtual for sure. And China proposed the dual carbon goals. We still live in the physical world in our three-dimensional Earth. So in the future, facing climate change, human beings will face challenges of survival. And that is why we need to explore outer space. All countries, including China, invest so much on moon exploration, going to Mars. And in China, we have all kinds of moon launching plans. And in the future, we'll build our science base on the moon. And we'll find faster, better, and more energy-saving way to explore space. Metaverse, in the beginning, can only offer very simple applications. And also, I have a question for Mr. He, Mr. Liu. Speaking of digital twin of a commercial landmark. So I think this is just a transitive phase. In the future, once a good business model is found, it will be a virtuous cycle. Do you think it's possible that when we explore other planets, we can combine the efforts of Metaverse with space exploration? So the new generation can learn about space in a better way, because they are the generation that's going to the moon, going to live on Mars. This is the vision of 4.5 Lab. So for me, I would say yes for Metaverse. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Thank you for actually posing the question for us. So Mr. Liu, Mr. Yu, can you answer Mr. Yu's question? Sure. I would like to respond. We actually have done several projects regarding space exploration. About 2 years ago, we created a digital moon together with our users. And you all know that China successfully launched a spaceship to the back of the moon and collected a lot of data. I think in total it's 3 terabytes of data on the moon. So digital twins, what's the meaning of it? Going to the moon is very costly, but in the digital environment, we can simulate our movement on the moon. For example, we can jump on it, and also we can simulate the lighting on the moon. This year, we had a successful project simulating the environment on Mars. When astronauts landed on Mars, what would they see? What would the environment look like on Mars? So our digital twin can accurately portray the temperature, the environment, the census on Moon or on Mars, which can be very close to the real world, so that people can actually experience the simulated Moon and Mars on Earth. So this can be very useful for educating our kids. They can experience what is it like to be an astronaut. So we can combine science education with Metaverse. Well said, Mr. Wu. Next, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, how to simulate landing on the Moon and Mars. So Mr. Wu already touched upon something very important. You have to be supported with a huge amount of data to simulate a very convincing experience visually, or to simulate zero gravity. There's also some interesting application, for example, some commercial project with a space theme or archaeology theme park. It's built upon the scenarios in the reality, and it attracts children and young people who are very curious about space. This is a great combination. It can be very flexible. Not only can we create a commercial scenarios for users to play, to experience storyline, we can insert it into more scenarios offline. So actually, we adopt this in many of our business scenarios. As for another topic mentioned earlier, should we allocate more resources to going to outer space or going to Metaverse? Allow me to add one more option. There's different camps, the spacecraft, the Metaverse, or biomedicine. But the three camps going to the same destination. So should we go to outer space, or should we reform human body? So actually, about in the mid-age, Europeans were faced with similar options. One is to explore the ocean. The other is printing technology from Gutenberg. Then that calls for people to explore their inner world. It's hard to choose from the two, but no doubt the two efforts can support each other and complement each other very well. If you work on biomedicine or spacecrafts, maybe there's some challenges you cannot overcome. You need support of huge computing power with data. It would take you huge efforts, but you can save all those energy and time and data in Metaverse, in the simulated environment, so you can save energy and solve the problems earlier. So let's talk about the most basic matters: energy, matter. They were all consumed in order to solve the same issue that can be solved with more efficient information. Thank you so much. That's a very intriguing discussion. So today, besides the future outlook of Metaverse, we also need to talk about the global outlook of Metaverse. And many of you run a transnational company or have experience working across the border. So can you talk about Metaverse from an international investing perspective? For a layman, it seems that Metaverse attracts more attention in the US. Of course, it's a buzzword in China as well, but globally speaking, I don't know. What's the landscape for Metaverse research? Can you talk about based on your field of study or field of business? We'd like to have Mr. Wu and Mr. Jin to answer first. Mr. Wu, can you start first? Thank you, moderator. Well, right now, I live in the States, in California. Let's not talk about theory, but something just happened lately. Music festival. It's just pure fun. Coachella is a brilliant music festival on a huge grass land with 5 or 6 stages with different music genre: EDM, rock and roll, pop, hip hop, etc., etc. When I'm at Coachella, I realize something. It's very hard to replicate the reality in Metaverse. So when you go to watch an NBA game, the vibe of the game is, of course, important, but with a huge screen where I can see how athlete shoots. But without the vibe, maybe it's okay as well. But at Coachella, when you walk around the stages, your experience, the information you get, cannot be replaced with several screens. There's 5 to 6 stages. So when you walk around, the volume of the music changes. So there's incremental changes to the experience. The reason why I go to such a length to talk about Coachella is that many people who work on Metaverse, they, in terms of art experience or offline activities, they have become less sensitive. So when they work on Metaverse, they don't really realize what kind of experience they're trying to replicate. In particular, if they never experienced such a well-organized offline activity such as Coachella. Not in terms of artistic value, but in terms of the complexity of the experience. They don't know where the difficulty lies. So it's very hard to replicate a continuous and comprehensive experience. So this is also my worry. It seems that we are having less opportunity to experience nature and life, and our mind becomes passive and inactive. And in terms of experience or technology or finance or business model, we're lagging behind compared to the outside world. And also due to several reasons, we are becoming more and more closed. And it's harder and harder for us to really catch up with the world and to catch up with the mainstream of innovation. So at this point, for startups, entrepreneurs of Metaverse or Web3, this is a commonplace, a common challenge for all of us. To create a good experience, one has to have a good experience before themselves. To be really creative, they have to have a active mind and also a very open mind.
So in this area of globalization, you have to have scale, and with scale, you're able to make new investments to expand your production. So at this phase, we are at a very challenging phase. I think we all have to learn and receive information from the outside world to communicate with the outside world so that we are not left behind. So that's a very personal observation. Thank you, Mr. Wu. And it's a real life challenge for us. I want to see, what do you think, Jim? Well, let me add on to what Mr. Wu has said. I think technological innovation aims to provide better experiences, but to do that, we have to help people connect heart to heart. I think the exchange of information is the idea of the quotient of information. Sometimes we want to replicate the actual world into a virtual world, but sometimes it doesn't work so great. Like in Foresight, there was this concept in Foresight, and people can go into that world and appreciate the concept, but you still lack real contact with people. So when I connect with other people, it's not just based on the information you can see, like music, like texts, like numbers, like images. There are other kinds of information that combine to create your experience, the intangible things. How can we use technology to replicate this kind of connections? How do we provide better immersive experiences in the digital sense? So technologically, China isn't that different from the rest of the world. It's a very new concept, and all of a sudden, it is a buzzword, and everyone's crowding into it, and people are all trying to have some kind of tie-in with the metaverse. But there is a lack of differentiation. One major difference between Chinese companies and the overseas companies is that in the capital market, there is some difference in how far everyone is going into the metaverse. So how do we leverage the Chinese capital markets? How do we leverage our advantages here? The metaverse is an inclusive idea. It is not to say whatever the American does about the idea is is the right one. In fact, everyone is creating the universe. You put them together, you have a metaverse. So in China, we should create our own universe that answers our own questions, that meets our own market demands, and that's when we can take that and connect that with the rest of the world. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Jim. We have maybe 10 minutes left. We had another question we wanted to explore that we have been coming across lately. That is, all the hype around metaverse and all the investment have been enhanced by the pandemic. We have been doing a lot of things online to compensate for things that we cannot do offline. So I think the hype of the metaverse have nothing to do with this phase. And we are seeing that there has been a crisis for metaverse and certainly investment in metaverse. We have seen a cooling off of share prices of many companies. Many of the companies have seen sharp drops in their share prices. So I don't know if you're also seeing some cooling in this area. And what kind of effect will any cooling have, both benefits and downsides? I want to see what Mr. Liu has to say. When it comes to the cooling of the secondary market, it's actually, or at least for us, in the primary market, we're still seeing heating up, even if there might be some cooling off in the secondary market, because there are still a lot of people who are still launching projects. They are not reacting so quickly. They're not backing out. They've only just made the commitment to go in there. So you still have seen great interest. If we look at Web 2 and Web 3 separately, the narrative coexistence narrative is still being made in earnest. A lot of people are making AI mapping technology, gaming technology. So it's not just games, all kinds of social applications as well. That we have a lot of developers coming up to us. I think we still haven't peaked yet in terms of interest. Then you have industrial internet. Web 2 is used in a lot of commercial applications. They do need a lot of virtual reality applications. They are only in the process of procurement yet right now. So when it comes to Web 3, we have been talking about it for a long time. We are seeing a lot of valuable applications emerge while this is still a huge blue ocean space. When you are constructing virtual worlds and when you hand over these abilities to users and to operators, they will create giant economic potentials. As long as they have the opportunities to create value, it will attract capital. So this is not a short-term fad. It's not a 6 months, 12 months fad. Everybody recognizes this is a general direction. So I think capital funding is still moving into the metaverse space. Okay, we have heard a very optimistic presentation about the trend. He-Zhan, I wonder, when you work with Chinese partners, what do you see as any trend? Is the cooling off on the market passing on to the developments at the companies? When it comes to our incubation platform, our focus on the vertical applications, do they solve any needs? Do they provide solutions? So we are working with our partners. Our partners, we are building platforms that are practical and have practical users. So we are being impacted by COVID lockdowns as well. Many of us are working at home. So there are a lot of online applications and offline applications. So in this ecological environment, we're seeing very positive developments. The metaverse is just an idea. People will gradually realize that when we peel away the buzzwords, we realize that many users, many applications are very practical and concrete. So you are like me. I think you are doing real work and tangible work and providing tangible products. This is what I think what the trend is. Thank you, Mr. He. Just a couple of minutes left. I want to see, Jim, when you look at the industry trend, do you have any insight to share with us? When it comes to the metaverse, it seems to be a big opportunity, big boom for capital. But actually, people are still waiting. People are waiting for the infrastructure to mature. And then businesses can prosper based on that infrastructure. Right now, people are still waiting, like 5G, like more mature AI technologies. So far, I understand people are still waiting, speculating. It's not that people are not optimistic, they're still waiting for the right moment. If you get the timing right, if you get your application right, there are a lot of opportunities. When there's too much hype around a particular sector, the influx of capital will create a lot of bubbles, and these bubbles can have a negative impact on the sector. A few years ago, you've seen that happen to blockchain. There were a lot of bubbles, even though there are people doing real work on real products. So it's the same with metaverse. Many gaming companies are saying, now we're building a metaverse. And they are going to provide the infrastructure for metaverses. So they are laying the groundwork for this sector so that the superstructures can be built on it. Thank you, Jim. I think We have a great discussion today. Everyone, investors and scientists have contributed to the physical and philosophical development of the metaverse. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Chen. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you for the moderation. And I think everybody contributed great insight, because I have been monitoring the feedback from everyone else, from the audience.
Recording in progress.
We have heard the trends that we're seeing in the metaverse, and we have heard about how we can make it the development sustainable around metaverse. We are going to have the third panel this afternoon, talking about the paradigm shift of social and lifestyle in metaverse. We have been talking about ESG, we have been talking about sustainable development. We have talked about how the application of new technology can impact on the development of metaverses. In this panel, we're going to discuss how consumers will experience the metaverse. Our moderator is Mabel Jiang, partner of Multicoin Capital.
So today our topic for this panel is navigating through the paradigm shift of social and lifestyle in metaverse. So we are pretty excited to welcome a bunch of panelists from a bunch of different metaverse related projects. Before that, I will introduce myself briefly. My name is Mabel Jiang. I'm a partner at Multicoin Capital, a thesis-driven investment firm based in US. We also have we also have office in Dubai and China as well. So now let's welcome the rest of the panelists. Let's start with Jan Rome, the co-founder of STEPN. Please do a quick round of introduction of yourself and your project.
Hi everyone,
Jan,
my name is Yang. Yes, hi everyone, my name is Yang Rong, and I'm the co-founder of STEPN. So STEPN is a Web3 lifestyle app. Currently, it is available on the iOS store and Google Play Store. So user equipped with an NFT sneaker to move outdoors and get incentivized. And the user are able to generate their own sneakers and then be able to trade with other players within the STEPN ecosystem. So with the STEPN setting, people are more likely to move outdoors, basically using walking or jogging or running instead of motor vehicles, so that to reduce the carbon emissions. And also, STEPN will also use a portion of the profit to buy carbon offsetting credit and burn it. So basically, overall, to reduce the carbon emission. So that's one of our main initiatives of starting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. The next panelist we would like to welcome is George Yang, the co-founder of Really. George.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks for inviting me to such a fantastic panel. I'm George, co-founder of Really. Before entering the Web3, I was working on the street culture e-commerce products from Web2. In partnership with the fashion icon, Edison Chen, we founded the most influential global street culture exhibition in China named Intersect. Well, for Really is a hyper-realistic metaverse project based on Unreal Engine. By leveraging its extensive experience in new luxury and street fashion, Really aims to hit the NFT community and bring the real-world assets on-chain. We mainly provide users with the immersive social and shopping experience by hosting the virtual concerts and releasing the virtual clothing NFTs of the real-world brands. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, George. Now let's welcome Felix Sim, the co-founder of Salad Ventures.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Felix and I'm based in Singapore. So Salad Ventures is building infrastructure and education platforms for the play-to-earn space. And what we focus on is to be able to help this space grow sustainably by giving it more tools in order for the other companies and the other projects who are in this space to manage their projects more efficiently and more transparently as well. And again, it's a very much a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Felix. Lastly, let's welcome James Zhang, co-founder of Jambo.
Awesome. Nice to be on this panel with everyone. Appreciate the team setting this up. Hi, everyone. I'm James, co-founder of Jambo. We're quite simply trying to onboard the next millions of users from Africa to Web3 and bring the best sort of user experience of Web3 to the region. We're talking about a region of 50% smartphone penetration, almost 200 million gamers, mostly mobile, 75% of the population, closer to 19 than 35, but still at a close to 50% unemployment rate. Now to us, Jambo, what's really important is that Web3 can help people bypass the financial legacy gatekeepers of Web2. So we really aim to bring this, all kinds of concepts from Web3 and onboard millions of users from Africa to Web3. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. So let's jump into the questions. Since we were talking about the utility of a lot of these applications, so I guess the first question to ask is, who are your users? And how is your product changing the user's life or user behavior? So let's just start with Jan again. Please, Jan.
Okay, so our users are composed by 30% of the non-Web3 population and then 70% of the Web3 population. So quite interesting that we have now gradually more non-Web3 users taken on board. And through using STEPN, which is basically people have to use it outdoors to move on a daily basis, and they get healthier. We've seen people that are losing weight, 10 kilos, and people that used to spend all their times in front of the computer are now more eagerly to move outdoors. Whenever their energy replenish, they go outdoors and do an hour walk and then come back. And this also impact on their mental health as well. So reading through our Reddit channel, we have multiple people report that they will suffer in depressions or other mental illness that have been basically taking drugs to control their mental illness. And then once they use STEPN, and they actually are getting really motivated to move outdoors and improve on their mental condition, which they actually no longer rely on the drugs to have a normal life. And on top of all these tools, with the mental health improvement, we also see that people improved on their relationships. So we have several cases that we've seen people that is crypto native people, that they take their wife or taking their husband or taking their parents on board of STEPN, and they just move outdoors together. And we've seen that they actually create a stronger bond among the family members. And particularly in the case in Australia, which the divorce rate is pretty high, you will be dealing with the stepchildren's issues. Because, and we have several cases that locally in Australia that they used to have these issues with the stepson and stepdaughter with their parents. But with STEPN, actually, they actually improved the relationships for their stepchildren and then the parent, because they actually walk every day. And with walking, they have this exclusive time together. Then they can talk about the issues and they can resolve the issues as well. So over the time, the family become more harmonious in that sense. So I think that's the three main impact I think STEPN bring to actually the real world from the Web3 to the Web2. And we've seen this actually expanding, that people are constantly reporting that they are improving on their health and also the value relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. It was very interesting to see this kind of user behavior that we've seen quite a few people have for and Forest, which is under Alipay, has been kind of expanded over the world. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So the next one is George. Please answer the question.
Okay. Well, in the early stage, we focused on the street culture. So the main users are pretty much millionaires around the world. They favor the streetwears and they are willing to pay $1,000 for one OG, especially sneakers. They even spend 8 hours waiting for the sneaker release. So that's what our users. Besides, they love the hip hop music and collect art toys. And they play skateboard and they decode their space with cause, the street artist. So most of the crypto users or NFT users have the same hobbies too, I think. I believe through the metaverse, they can experience the same music, art, socializing, and even the shopping experience in a more immersive way. So they can play the hip hop together and enjoy and design their own fashion or come up with the new hot brands in the metaverse. Especially in the virtual concert, they can enjoy the virtual human and the virtual socializing. Yeah, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be excited to see more of the concert that you guys been launching. And I think I will also going to buy an avatar to participate. The next one is for Felix. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so before I actually share about how the products that we're building is changing our users' life, it might be useful to know the users that we actually service. So we are in the play to earn space, and primarily that means that there are people in the world, mostly in developing nations, that have found a new way to earn an income through playing games. So in this process, what has happened is that there are many guilds that have emerged. So guilds are effectively sort of like a leader of a group of people who has emerged, and they start to invest into these games and provide these accounts to these users who then use those accounts to play, to earn. So in our case, we've noticed that one big problem there is that many of these guilds that have emerged are not able to scale their business sustainably in order to impact more people's lives. And what we've done as a first product is we built a product that allowed them to manage their guilds in order to pay their players more regularly and more accurately as well. And in order to help them grow their business in a more sustainable way. So the first group of users that we support are these guild owners. And the second product that we've built focuses on education, because what we believe is that gaming shouldn't just be about gaming and about basically spending a lot of time in front of the computer. There is actually a form of learning within the gaming space as well. So the other product that we've built is an academy. It's an academy platform that lets people who want to learn how to play blockchain games learn in a very concise way, in a very structured manner. So they are able to maximize the time that they spend playing the game in order to maximize their earnings to sustain their lives, basically. So in the process of doing that, we've launched that late last year, and now we have issued almost 200,000 certificates to these gamers around the world, and hopefully we're able to continue growing that.
Awesome, thank you, Felix. And lastly, James. I know you're tackling some problems with all the African population. You probably brought a lot of drastic, changes to those people's lives. So we'd love to hear your answers. Please, James.
100%. I appreciate the lead up. I know we hope to be able to impact any change, at all to such a big region. I think at the end of the day, for us, it's always people first. Like, for example, when there's just a side note before I go into that, and when Mabel asked, told me about this panel, I was very excited for seeing who my fellow panelists are. I can, like Felix, we've chatted before. I think your approach to education, et cetera, is something that I'll dig into, but we really is our first go-to-market strategy, and we think is really important for STEPN, I can wholeheartedly endorse this as an active user myself. I walk more than an hour and a half a day on STEPN, a lot more than before, but I also got to call BS on some parts where, I walk an hour and a half a day on STEPN, but I still don't have a girlfriend. So I don't know how much they're impacting in this regard. But yeah, so sorry, to dig into the main question. So our target users is the 99% in Africa. So Africa, 1.5 billion people, there's only 1% super rich, 99% the same. There's no middle class. So that's why I feel like a lot of Web2 applications, you look at Africa, there's not crazy unicorns or et cetera, because they sort of have this sort of top-down bottleneck at the moment. So what we really try to do by bringing Web3 to the region, you got to start with education, educating people on what the concept of play to earn is, where from their smartphone they can possibly sustain their family, African family, 15 people, maybe 3 work and help the rest, and through their smartphone they can do that. As a college kid in Lagos, 21-year-old, you don't have to go to sort of the similar possible dangerous and competitive jobs, in the landscape, where you can start using your phone and sort of unlock that value. So for us, so far in the 6 months since launch, we've opened 15 offices across Africa. We have more than 35,000 signups for what we call our Web3 class program in the region. So just onboarding a lot of mostly university students and people under 30 years old that really have this phone build, like a Techno M7 or et cetera, to be able to access, these opportunities that we can, in a first-tier city in the world. So sort of our target user base, to answer it quite simply, is 99% in Africa, and our product launches later this year. We really hope to be able to onboard all the people that we're sort of preempting right now with education.
Awesome. Thank you all. So now I have some designated questions for each of you. Let's start with Jan again. So for STEPN, you obviously listed quite a few positive impact to people's life, which is awesome. What do you guys have in play in terms of further maximizing the positive social impact that it brings to people, and any type of partners that you're seeking to collaborate with? Jan.
Sure. So we actually already started the carbon offsetting. So we started around December last year, and we have already offset around 11,000 metric tons of carbon, plus actively by purchasing the carbon offset credit and then burn them. And then we also offset about 6,000 metric tons of carbon passively, basically by people actively walking instead of using the motor vehicles. And also because we want to be more than just burn carbon credit. And for that particular reason, we are in another sort of pipeline of designing endangered animal sneakers. So basically, when these endangered animal sneakers are in circulation, then portion of the royalty fee will be donated to the particular sanctuary or shelters of the endangered animals, which basically for better ecosystem preservations. Because without the diversity of ecosystem, the humanities also will eventually suffer the repercussion consequences. And also, we're also in the process of form a charity fund, because we've seen that how many charity work. We think we can do better with the money being allocated. So instead of just giving money away, we wanted to run a long-term fund that to use the profit basically to support the innovative way that we can contribute to the either carbon neutralities or to curb the climate change issues. So I think the investment in the technology is vital in this, because by just offsetting carbon just one way, but by providing the possible tools and innovation method in the future, that's also will solve this issue sort of in a long-lasting way. And also, in the end, we are actually now working with several sneaker brands. Latest one will be the ASIC sneaker brand, that we work with them to co-branded an NFC sneaker, which we are exploring how we can do positive to the environment in a long-term setting, basically using, again, the royalty proceed to purchase carbon offsetting credit and then burn them, so like the old way we did. So I think for the future partnerships, we actually want to work with the like-minded brand. So to release co-branded NFT sneakers and then or NFT, other NFTs, basically to raise awareness and then use the proceeds to do positive things to the social and also environmentals. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. This is very exciting. I think this definitely provides a very easy access to people for them to participate in a lot of these initiatives that they may already wanted to do, but never had an easy chance to do. So then the next one is for George. So really is trying to change the way users hang out with each other and enjoy the entertainment. You mentioned like concerts and some of the other experiences. So can you maybe talk about some of these experiences that you plan to offer to your users? And then any interesting partnerships on the roadmap that you'd like to share with us? Go ahead, please, George.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, our avatar is hyper-realistic, which looks like a real person. With the advancement of the technology and the equipment, it will become more and more indistinguishable. The reason that we insist on hyperrealism is that the hyperrealism can bring people a sense of immersion. It is easy to bridge the difference between the reality and the virtuality. So, and much easier to apply the technology in the virtual life. For AR and VR, we think they are the two sides of the metaverse with no conflict at all. Yeah, I believe in the future. So we will also launch a single camera driving function of the virtual human expressions and movements, which will further make the virtual social experience more realistic. Actually, we just launched the first virtual concert yesterday. We cooperated with Nono, one of the members of the well-known Chinese rap group Higher Brothers. And it is a work jointly presented with Douyin and Pico. So we have the live broadcast yesterday, and we have got the more than 6.6 million views. And in Pico, it's Douyin's VR company. You can also experience a more immersive experience with the VR. Yeah. So for the next move, we will plan to launch another virtual concert with the well-known American rapper who has more than over 30 million fans on Instagram. And at the same time, we will launch a VR version of the Quest. You can experience our virtual concert on Quest or Pico next time. Yeah. And speaking out of our business of our digital fashion, we are also working with luxury brands and sleeker brands to jointly release their NFT on the Metaverse. I think we are the only Metaverse project that the real world brands NFTs can really be used in the virtual world. Other NFTs, or maybe some of the NFTs, they just can, you can collect and you can trade, but in our product, you can just use it. That's what we are building. Yeah, so I think the name comes from the real. So most of our NFTs and our users will come from the real world and the celebrities. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, George. This is very interesting. I'm looking forward to see like who else you are going to partner with in terms of the concerts. And I'm sure there will be some awesome performances. So next one is for Felix. Salad Ventures is redefining the labor marketplace. You mentioned that, for example, like the Guild OS product is serving really the guild managers. So in terms of offering an alternative way of making a living to many people, how are you thinking about optimizing the synergies among all the pillars under Salad Ventures that you just mentioned?
I think the best way to create social impact, or the most efficient way to create social impact, is to empower more people to do so, rather than directly trying to affect or positively affect the individual. So for example, in our case, we're building tools, we're building infrastructures to encourage more people to get into the the play to earn space by, for example, if you're in a more affluent nation, you probably should consider starting a guild, for instance. And the tools that we're building would obviously help them get started. But at the same time, after they have gotten started, then they need to recruit more players in order to directly give the job opportunities to the individual players within their guild. And that's how we also can help with our education platform. So if we sort of want to look at the UN SDG goals, our focus really is more on the social impact side of ESG. We believe that because of COVID, the way that the definition of work has changed. We think that now, because people have gotten used to working remotely, it's, as you can read on the news, it is now more and more difficult for people to head back to an office physically to work. Now, if everyone is working remotely, that means, well, if many people are, or more people are working remotely, that means there should be more equal work opportunities and economic opportunities for everybody around the world, whether they are in Africa, in China, or in Singapore, or in the West. It shouldn't really matter where they are at. So the tools and the education platform that we're building is hopefully we're able to solve the problem of providing some method to the madness where everything is just messy because there are different cultures and there are just different groups of people from different social statuses doing exactly the same thing. In our first case, it's playing a game or playing games. Hopefully, with the tools and the infrastructure that we provide, we will be able to give some kind of sanity and organization to the entire industry. And then, of course, what's important to us as well is being able to provide, like what James mentioned, some kind of standardized quality education. I think it's very interesting that there's a lot of topics going on online in terms of how, sort of how games or how blockchain games can introduce people into the world of blockchain or Web3. But I think that the blockchain technology can also be used to introduce more people to proper education, which is why I resonate so much with what James is doing in Africa. More structured education, more proper education, incentivizing them in one way or another, but not just incentivizing the student, but also incentivizing the trainer, so that there are more people who will step up to create more impact to the world. So that's how we're sort of thinking. That's basically behind the scenes of what we think as we design our products and as we decide on what products we intend to build in the future.
Awesome. This is super exciting. I definitely see that the Salad Ventures brand, it's not only trying to I guess like teach or like enable people to have a more standardized process of managing the human resources, but really to help a lot of the new laborers to learn about how they can kind of survive well in this I guess a new wave of movement, which is pretty exciting. So now let's come to James from Jambo. So I guess it's quite interesting to learn about what was the inspiration of you trying to build Jambo, and then what did Jambo do to get millions of African users onto the Web3 rail? I'm sure you have done a lot of things, but maybe you can talk about, all the way from like the prepaid data infrastructure, all the way to like, go-to-market strategy, how to acquire a lot of these customers. I'm sure a lot of the audience will love to hear about that. Please, James.
For sure. Just full disclosure, before going to that, we definitely have not onboarded millions of people to Web3 yet. So we're in the process. So how it got started, right? I ran a crypto fund for the last 4 years. Jambo started 6 months ago. Before that, I ran a crypto fund for the last 4 years. I was lucky enough to be sort of known as the Africa/emerging market guy. I had a lot of good deal flow into the sector, into the region. The problem was finding both an African crypto native team, because it's really a prerequisite when you're dealing with the region. It's sort of like Southeast Asia 30, 40 years ago. Now, fast forward, this past year, really seeing how GameFi, play to earn, and different incentivized structures, as Felix said, that now we're seeing people building out the tooling for, but it was more raw as of a year ago. sort of change the economic, principle entire regions such as Southeast Asia and Philippines. Now, I take that, I took that same value prop of low GDP, great mobile and 4G penetration in Africa, and it's true by order of magnitude, with the sort of statistics there earlier, 50% smartphone penetration, the youngness of the region, the gamers of the region, mostly mobile, et cetera. Then you actually go into Africa and you see who's doing things. There's amazing free-to-play publishers like Carry First. We were on a panel earlier with very African native teams, and there's a lot going on. Just there hasn't been that Unreal and too much disruption yet on the play to earn and other sort of Web3 side, just because it's so new. This entire concept is so new. Even in the first world, now you bring it to the third world in Africa. So sort of the approach that we took is we wanted to, I spend 5-10 hours a day on a super app. I see the impact of it in an entire region. I saw the growth of the super app, in China and in the fastest growing emerging market in the last decade or two, arguably, and how it grew. And so we want to take a similar approach to it. So with a highly extensible digital wallet at the core and around, it's an app that's built to help people save money, send money, and earn money. Now, getting to there and saying this is super easy, but honestly, I feel like a lot of Web3 projects have the ability and the luxury of scaling through smart contracts and software. But anytime you're dealing with Africa, that's a region of 1.5 billion people, it's going to be high operations. So for us, it was just very important for us to set up a strong boots on the ground operations, before doing anything. Like for example, right, like Africa is not just one big region. You got to really treat it like small distributed areas. Like I grew up in Congo. My family's been there 3 generations. Congo is a country of more than 200 million people in itself. It's a small, that's quite a large nation in Africa. And so my mother tongue is Lingala and French. And then you go to East Africa, Swahili, English, like Kenya, you go to West Africa, that's French again. So there's no one size fits all. You can't just start in Lagos in Nigeria and then expand from there. You really have to test out different data points for each region. Like if you want to introduce play to earn, right? What does that even look like on a phone build? People there are using, say, $80 smartphones, even though there's 50% smartphone penetration. So does games in Web3 run perfectly fine on those? So from testing various games, we realized some do, some don't. And now we're able to share those data points with a lot of our partners that we're lucky enough to have through sort of the last 2 raises and et cetera that Jumbo has done. So yeah, I think it's for us, the approach was always bottom up, see what the user needed, fill in that gap, and then sort of set up the boots on the ground operations to be able to A/B test. I don't think anyone sitting in the room anywhere can say how Web3 is going to disrupt Africa. The only way to know is just test out different data points yourself, and then through that change and have a strong, hopeful partner base to do it with you in this region. And even to be able to impact one small part of it would be amazing. So in some ways, we're really trying a giant undertaking, going to various regions, and hopefully can allocate budget and allocate our resources accordingly and make an impact.
That's awesome. You all mentioned something around trying to onboard more users. I'm sure you have kind of encountered all kinds of, I guess, challenges and difficulties when it comes to onboarding some of the mainstream users. So how do you guys think about like reaching the next 1 million or even 10 million users of your product? And what are some of the existing challenges that you've encountered right now within your product? And then maybe not just product, but also like distribution, marketings, and all of those in order for you to achieve that. We will also do in order starting from Jan. So please, Jan.
Okay, so we are around halfway there with 1 million. So we're roughly sitting at about 500,000 daily users. And we already exceed 1 million registered users as of last week. So to go to 10 million, I think we will need a whole different game, meaning that we need to build more infrastructures. So I see people doing a project on Web3. They are not building a individual project. They're building a community. They're building more than that, right? It's all associated with the network effect. So we've seen that is a huge opportunity to go into the 10 million users. We need to build a massive network effect founded by the social interactions of users. And we see that we do have the potential for people to talk about it and to form community voluntarily, online and offline. So going to social file with our next move to scale to the next 10 million users. And we also seen what NFT could do. It totally changed the whole landscape with the previous Web2 structure. So with Web3, the NFT served almost like an exclusive social ticket to a social club of like-minded people. And they will receive perks and benefit and et cetera, that the whole project could provide to them. So building the brand, building the NFT is vitally important for building the brand awareness and also the associations of the brand, let's say, with more a better social impact. And going to building more infrastructures, we're planning basically on several different directions. One basically is the game element we put into the STEPN. People not only just to run outdoors, they also have some of the game element that they could experience to add a bit of flavor to the app. And others, such as the music, we're trying to have a machine learning algorithm, a music generator in the app. And also going future podcasting, offline event, they all are the different tools that we could do to make the whole network effect more vibrant, effectively building the whole community exceeding the 10 million user mark. So once we do that, we're going to be the gateway for the Web2 to the Web3, because so far we haven't seen any of the Web3 product exceeding the 10 million. We've seen a couple over the 1 million. I think we can get there by the end of this year, but certainly not 10 million. And as of the challenge, I think the scalability of the team is very important and also very difficult. So we start with only around 10 people, but once we exceed 30, 60, and now over 100 people, managing the whole internal management will change drastically, and people have to adapt to the new environment quite quickly and to work out who is their new colleague. So without a proper internal management and procedure and policies, I think it certainly brings challenge to keep the product progress at a very fast speed and fast pace. So we do a lot of work basically to bind the team together and to basically keep our momentums of growth.
Thank you. The next one will be George. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, in our perspective, we want to build a content-driven community, so in which everyone is free to create their own pieces and pass their ideologies in real metaverse. Therefore, we care about users and we value their input, which will help us to attract more creators and their fans. Well, since the pop culture and the streetwear are mainstream, so we will continue to co-branding with the celebrities and the hot brands by hosting the virtual concerts and the virtual fashion shows to attract people. It is sustainable for us to host a virtual concert every quarter. And while constantly we will bring the brands into the metaverse, releasing their merchandise and open the virtual stores and hosting their marketing campaigns. We will also cooperate with the real-world brands to embed the NFC chip into their real product. And each product will have an NFC and will have a corresponding NFT. Of course, which will help them to do the anti-counterfeiting. If the consumer buy a real product, he can get a virtual NFT, which can be used in our metaverse. For example, if the user buy a real art toy, the art toy will be a virtual pet in our metaverse. If he buy a real clothes, he can get a virtual clothes in our metaverse. Well, that's how we will attract the real world users into the virtual world, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Felix, you're the next.
Yeah, so for us to reach 1 million or even 10 million users, we just have to sort of remind ourselves that we are creating tools. We are trying to enable more projects to be able to sort of promote themselves actually also to the other users. So in other words, we are intermediaries, we are tool providers, which means the success of the projects that we partner with will determine the success of our projects as well. So in other words, if we, for example, partner with a game, then obviously the easiest way for us to grow our own community is to run campaigns, partnership campaigns with the games that we partner with. When we, for example, if we partner with STEPN or we partner with Jumbo or really, then we will be able to cross-market each other's projects and help both our communities grow. So in our case, we are really focused on doing everything it takes in order to make it easier for the users of other projects, of our partner projects, to be onboarded onto their project, build tools around that, build more education content around that, and in the process, as their projects grow, our projects will grow. So for example, like Jon said, that he's arriving to 1 million users, or halfway to 1 million users. And when he gets to 1 million users, if we've got 10 partners like STEPN, then it will get us very, very close to the 1 million users for ourselves as well. And all we need to really do is to keep our head down, keep our focus on building very useful tools, very structured education content, like what we've been doing for the last year or so. And in time, our community and our user base will certainly grow.
That does require you having certain kind of ability to find the next 9 other STEPN, which also obviously is not very easy. But I guess like that's what you kind of been doing all the time. So yeah. And the last one is to James. Head over to you.
No, for sure. So how to reach the next 10 million users. So I think I'll start off with I think Felix is very correct in terms of partnerships. So Africa, right, is it's a region that if you want to bring Web3 to there, you really have to have very strong partners, because it's all building towards a really common goal. It's not one person eat all pie or anything like that. It's the value, no one even knows how big the value is to be unlocked. But when's the last time that a unicorn was built on just partnerships, right? So digging in deeper. Let's just use STEPN as an example, because Jan is so amazing and they're doing great. I love the product. Is let's say the goal of STEPN is to get people to walk, to have more DAU, more people to walk, and get more energy. Then in that case, what you're actually trading for a person is their time. Now, in a region like the US, or et cetera, it might be hard to trade someone's time, because it's probably more valuable. But in Africa, people that are unemployed, don't have opportunity, they're willing to give up their time to you when they're making on average like 75 cents a day if you have a better incentive structure. So if you're talking about giving up time as a trade-off opportunity cost to, onboarding users, I think that could completely make sense. But at the same time, the tricky thing about Africa as well is there's no infrastructure built for any of this. So you actually have to control the on-rail and off-rail of the user, from fiat, et cetera, like that. And then to also the infrastructure of digital assets preloaded into accounts and other things. So, taking into all things into consideration, if all is done well, like I said, if you can find the right amount of people, could really blow up for both parties. And secondly, I'll say for how I see us getting there is, if you look at Africa as a region, it's sort of like China 30, 40 years ago, right? So a lot of the ways that in other emerging markets have improved, like ad models and how unicorns came up, could possibly work, even though this is Web 2 to Web 3. So let's see China, like Alibaba, Tianjin, advertisement model, right? You get the labor is cheap, and you can get more people. So you have sort of this 1,000 general model to sort of get users on board, except the value proposition there was, different payment system, different value system. But in Web3, it's just so much easier to explain to someone, like, this is an application that helps you earn money. You earn money from having the smartphone. And if you take it one step further, you can even control the entire supply chain if you own that smartphone, and they're paying the phone off to you by possibly using applications in like a Web3 phone. So just dropping little, things and pros that we've been thinking about in our team. But obviously, our product comes out, in Q3. So it's a lot of this I'll be very excited to see and share it with you guys further down the line.
Awesome. Yeah, I think from my personal view, I definitely see a lot of the challenges coming from onboarding the user experiences and whatnot. I think all of you have done a pretty good job, well, from different aspect, but often, you know, for example, for StepN, a lot of my friends' parents are using it. It wasn't very hard to teach them how to use it. And even for really, like, you don't have to technically like learn how to install an like a wallet or something. So a lot of those are like the details and small things that you would have to kind of just like, you know, come with the experiences as because like it is not very easy to kind of just shift your view from a builder all the way toward someone who has not like never had an experience in Web3, kind of built something for that. So I think another big thing that I've seen over the past 12 months was that a lot of the Web2 people, the very good product managers and whatnot, they're actually starting coming to the space, and their view actually can help quite a bit of the Web3 native projects build the better onboarding experiences. I guess to round up this panel, I do want to ask you guys to kind of summarize in maybe just 1 or 2 sentences, what's your goal for yourself, and then for the, well, mostly for the project, for the next 12 months, like where do you want it to be at? So I will start with Jan.
Yes, I think we always have stay with our mission statement, basically to get people healthier and to offset more carbon, and then to bridge the Web 2 to the Web 3. So that's the main objective, and we stay on focus for these 3, and that's what we're going to do in the next 12 months.
Awesome. The next one, George.
Well, bring the real world assets on chain, that's our mission, and attract more the Web2 users into the Web3, and bridge the reality and the virtuality. I think that's our vision, and we will step it and always do it.
Felix?
For us at Salad, we want to see GuildOS be the default software tool being used by all guilds around the world who are in the play-to-earn space. And we also want to hopefully be able to achieve the Salad Academy certificates as the gold standard in the crypto education space.
Lastly, James.
We have so many exciting things, you know, that I think we've been building in stealth. I'm sure, like, you know, a lot of my panel mates are as well, that we would love to share with everyone. So follow us at Jumbo Technology on Twitter, and we will keep you updated.
I love this one. Awesome. Thank you all so much for spending time with us. Appreciating. Thank you. I'll hand it over to, no problem. Now I'll hand it over to Chen Xu. Chairman Chen, please.
谢谢 Mabel， 谢谢各位嘉宾的精彩的分享。我们在刚这个 panel。
Thank you, Mabel. Thank you for sharing with us. We have heard a lot of sharing about Metaverse and how they will change the paradigms in our social life and lifestyle. In this entire panel, we could see that our entrepreneurs and investors, our people from the media and artists, they all have shared their understanding of Metaverse and how they are connected to the sustainability of human development. At the same time, they shared with us their recent efforts. We are looking forward to hear more about Metaverse. I'm sure there will be more to share by this time next year when we have our next SIIS conference. So now we want to thank our participants, our audiences. So that concludes the session on Metaverse, but don't go away. We are now moving on to the opening ceremony of the Digital Finance Research Institute, a joint project between UNIDO Global Innovation Network, UNIDO and Global Innovation Network. We're going to conduct this event in English.
Launching ceremony of the Digital Finance Research Institute, Hong Kong. I'm Faya, today's MC. Before we start, I'm more than honored to introduce a few distinguished guest speakers to all of you. They are Director of Digital Finance Research Institute, Mr. Johnny Chong, General Partner of DL Capitals, the Fellow and Adjunct Associate Professor of the Chinese University of Hong Kong Engineering FinTech Applied Research Academy, Dr. Weishen Law, President of Social Impact Investment Foundation, Dr. Roy Luo Xiang, and Deputy Director of UNIDO Global Innovation Network Project, Shanghai Global Science Technology Innovation Center, Dr. Jenny Liu Jing. Now, the opening ceremony of the Digital Finance Research Institute Hong Kong is officially start. I will give a brief introduction of this institute. The Digital Finance Research Institute focuses on value internet, big data, artificial intelligence, metaverse, blockchain, NFT, and other advanced digital technologies. The institute is committed to reshaping the production structure and life scenes through digital finance, and serving as a platform and a vehicle for communication and progress for all sectors of community. Based on internet information technology, the institute will focus on nurturing international talents in digital finance, incubating innovation applications, creating a regional and global development platform for digital finance fields, and making contribution to the healthy development of the global industry. Firstly, I would like to invite Director of Digital Finance Research Institute, Hong Kong, Mr. Johnny Chong, to share his opinion for the future development of the institute.
Hello, everyone. Yes, nice to have you, even the whole day conference. My name is Johnny Chong. I'm actually acting on the director of the institutes in Hong Kong. The digitalization is changing the human society with the irresistible trend, and digitalization is increasing, become the core driving force for economic and social development. Digital finance is precisely the use of internet information technology into the social scenario. We enforce, optimize, and reconstruct the credit system with big data that derive a new generation of production and lifestyle that transform traditional financial services by security token, NFT, Metaverse, for example. Our central government have always attached great importance to and strongly support the development of innovation and technology in Hong Kong. For the first time, the National 14 Five-Year Plan outline explicitly support Hong Kong in building an international innovation and technology center, fully affirming Hong Kong's important position in the country's scientific and technology development and more. Hong Kong government have invested more than 130 billion yuan to develop the ecosystem in according with the 8 major direct laying a solid foundation for the development of the digital economic by making good use of the emergent digital technology such as artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, cloud computing, network security, and building digital infrastructure as an important category and key element to promote the digital economy. The Digital Finance Research Institute, by and large, to attract internationally renowned digital finance scholars and their team to participate in teaching and research work in Hong Kong to help the Hong Kong government to train global talents, including from mainland China, to cover the need in the Greater Bay Area through United Nations system. Thank you so much for everyone to listen.
Thank you, Johnny Tron. And nextly, I would like to invite Deputy Director of UNIDO Global Innovation Network, Dr. Jenny Liu Jing, to give her speech.
You
Microphone.
Microphone, you mute.
Oh, thank you, Johnny Tron. Nextly, I would like to invite Deputy Director of UNIDO Global Innovation Network, Jenny Liu Jing, to give her speech.
Guests, financial industry experts, excellent entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jenny Liu from UNIDO Global Innovation Network Project, Shanghai Global Science Technology Innovation Center.
可以吗？这样
We are hearing. Yeah, you are online.
还没有正式对吗？
有，现在应该是已经正式进入了，然后我这边也进不去这个会议室，可能就是看不到现状的一个情况，应该现在是正式在进行中。
It's a great honor to be invited to this launching ceremony of Digital Finance Research Institute, Hong Kong. Last year, November, Gerd Müller, as the Director General of UNIDO, gave his inaugural speech that he hoped to build up a global platform, which is provided with technology transformation, professional knowledge system, and digitalization to strengthen the ability of UNIDO through the cooperation with other UN organizations, governments, development banks, enterprise and investors. UNIDO could promote the development of green tech, popularize the use of renewable energy, and open the fair gate of global market and value chain. Based on UNIDO multilateral platform, UNIDO Global Innovation Network Project, Shanghai Global Science Technology Innovation Center, and at building up risk-free system infrastructure, facilitating the inclusive and sustainable industry development, creating equal employment opportunity for different genders, and promoting 2030 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Nowadays, technology is a big data, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, blockchain, and other technologies accelerate innovation application, constantly affecting various fields of socio-economics, and the industry digital financial capability has aroused much attention. In 2018, UNIDO Global Innovation Network Project has undertaken preparatory and planning work related to the Digital Finance Research Institute, and has contacted and dialogued extensively with multiple celebrities around the world to promote collaboration in global digital finance. Hong Kong, with its unique economic structure and influence, it will position to contribution to this goal of upgrading digital finance. At the same time, Chinese government has always attached great importance to and strongly support the development of science and technology innovation in Hong Kong, and clearly pointed out that it supports Hong Kong to build an international innovation and technology center. China government fully affirms the important position of Hong Kong in the development of science and technology of the country again. In 2022, we can further make Hong Kong's strengths the country's needs, work to achieve together for shared future, set off a better Hong Kong. Based on this, after a long prepare this, the Digital Finance Research Institution will be officially kicked off in Hong Kong this April. Once again, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the guests, financial industry experts, enterprises, and friends present for participating in this launching ceremony. At the same time, I also call on everyone to participate in this transformation and upgrading of digital finance with a more activity attitude. Through the power of digital finance, we can promote the development of industry. Let's work together and jointly contribution to the realization of the sustainable goals. Finally, I wish the Digital Finance Research Institution Hong Kong launch ceremony completely successful. I wish you all keep healthy and work smoothly.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jenny. We all hope the launching ceremony could be smooth and successful. Now I will pass my mic to the fellow and the professor of CU Hong Kong, Engineering, FinTech, Applied Research Academic, Dr. Wai-Shen Law.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our sections. I'm Wai-Shen Law. I'm the partner of angel investment fund called BL Capital, Bianliang Ziben. And I'm also the adjunct professor of the Chinese U of Hong Kong. I've been teaching fintech and entrepreneurship for many, many years in Hong Kong and promoting digital finance in Hong Kong, right? So for this wonderful opportunity for us to have the Digital Finance Institute to be established in Hong Kong is really good news, and it's actually at a great moment because not too long ago, the Hong Kong Hong Kong regulators have announced the plan for Hong Kong FinTech 2025, have the vision to promote several key areas, namely three of the area I think is relevant and important for us. First of all is all banks have to go FinTech. The second is CBDC related activities. The third one is creating the next generation data infrastructure for Hong Kong. Now, as Hong Kong is getting merged and closely working together with the Greater Bay Area, I think this institute will be the facilitator to encourage a lot of collaboration between Hong Kong and China, particularly the Greater Bay Area. And creating this FinTech data infrastructure is enabling a lot of AI, blockchain, related technology into all the FinTech activities for all the banks and other financial institutions in Hong Kong. So together with the trial of the coming out of the CBDC from China, I think Hong Kong will have a very important role to play in the future, in the next few years. And I think with all the people, the academics, the universities, the entrepreneurs, the startups, and all these people, our research institute could be the center point to focus on facilitating all these collaborations, right? So I think this is a very important moment for Hong Kong as well as for the future of the Greater Bay Area. And I hope that we can all work together to make Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area into a wonderful fintech area in the world. And we should be nurturing a lot of unicorns in the next coming years, right? So for that, I hope that this will be a very brief but important moment for all of us here in Hong Kong. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Law. Wonderful insights for the digital finance in the future Hong Kong. Lastly, I want to invite President of Social Impact Investment Foundation, Dr. Roy Luo Xiang, to address his wishes for the Digital Finance Research Institute, Hong Kong.
Thanks for moderator, thanks for Johnny, and thanks for Jenny's invitation to join this panel. Most of time, when people talk about the Hong Kong, the first impression is there's so many real estate developer, there's so many financial services, and there's so many lawyer and bankers or accountants walking on the street. So, but actually, Hong Kong, if I understand correctly, I think that Hong Kong is on the way or always want to be the science and technology innovation leadership worldwide. So I do think Hong Kong is on the right track to be the science and technology innovation center and Asia and Pacific based. So the financial research, the Digital Financial Research Institute today, we launched just open formally. I think this is a great beginning. Just like the good beginning is a kind of a half success. So I think from my personal side, I do want to give the Digital Financial Research Institute three practitioners. That's my hope. The first one, I think the financial research, the Digital Financial Research Institute, to be the pioneer of research in digital finance. You know, there's still so many blank gaps between the reality and the virtual economical, and the reality and the virtual finance areas. And the institute based on Hong Kong. So I think more space, more room to work with the leading digital financial institute worldwide. Whenever US based or European based or the mainland China based. So I think it's much more opportunity to discuss what's a future trend and how we take practice to realize the digital financial industry issue. So I think the first pioneer to be the research as a benchmark of the digital financial research. That's pretty good. The second is to be the pioneer of practice. Become the actively practitioner on digital financial research. I think that's quite important. As a digital financial institute, not just to focus on the money bubbles area, just like Bitcoin or some that kind of issue. So I see actually you should leverage the power of industry circle to close work with the entrepreneurs, work with the manufacturer, with the leading manufacturers, with the leading IoT, leading medical people, work together. Leverage the power of digital finance, Hong Kong based or Asia and Pacific representative based, to strongly support the reality industry development. Financial to meet the demands of the reality industries. They're always hungry for capital. So I think that is a great opportunity for the Digital Financial Institute to collect the resource and mobilize this kind of resource to support reality industry. So that's kind of your target, that's kind of your task. So this is a second pioneer of practice. So the last one, but not least, that is very important. Let's be pioneer of ESG implementation. So in other words, the Digital Financial Institute will be working on digital financial society. So if, not just if, we do need to go through, we need to go through the entire strategy of ESG, social impact investment, SDG. For this, we don't just put this on the conceptual model, not just the conception level. We need to down to the earth to take the real action. That's to support financial to good, science and technology for good to good, commercial to good, whatever. So I want, because this is a UN supported, or UNIDO is part of this one. So I think leverage the power of the UNIDO global network, follow the mandate of the UN's SDG, follow the mandate of the global ESG principles to support the Hong Kong and the Asia Pacific areas ESG, social impact investment, to strive for SDG sustainable development. So that is the three pioneers. That could be your future's target, future's mission. That's I personally, I think that's your future's focus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lord. Now the session for all the speak is over. So excited to come here to listen to you all about the future of digital finance research and the future of Hong Kong. Now I would like to invite you to announce the official launch of our Digital Finance Research Institute with me. Let's show your face, open your mic. Let's say the Digital Finance Research Institute today officially kick off in Hong Kong. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
The Digital Finance Research Institute today officially kick off in Hong Kong.
Okay, that should be the ending of today's launching ceremony. May I invite you to have a group photo? What kind of gesture do you like? How about this thumbs up? Okay, could you take a group photo for us? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your all engaging in this launching session. Our opening ceremony should be finished here. I will pass a mic to Dr. Lord. Dr. Law, you have mute your mic.
Yes. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the two-day SII conference was full of highlights and constant climax, ranging from visionary ideas coming from global influencer, practitioner wisdom from frontline entrepreneurs and the younger generation that they believe in achieving carbon neutrality with power of innovative science and technology, coupled with their genuine belief that Metaverse will dramatically reshape the format of the future's human society development. Our conference is finally coming to an end, but the enthusiasm and strong conviction shown by all of the speakers and participants will inspire us to bravely overcome the difficulties and the challenges and work together for the ultimate achievement of the SDGs and the UN climate change goals. We have just received the latest statistics from April 23rd to now at this moment through 20 media platforms worldwide and a large number of self-published media worldwide. The cumulative number of the online visitors have exceeded 3 million, and the number is still growing, with more than 60% of the professional audience coming from more than 30 countries and 30 industries worldwide, including entrepreneurs, investors, representatives of the public listed companies and industry research and NGOs. Without your generous and selfless support, this conference would not have been so much successful. Let me invite Dr. William Yu, the founder and the CEO of World Green Organization, to address the closing remarks and summarize the entire conference. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Law. Good evening from Hong Kong. I am Dr. William Yu from World Green Organization, a co-organizer of the Social Impact Investment and Sustainability Conference 2022. Thanks so much for the insightful and informative presentation for these 2 days. I personally very much enjoyed the update insights and useful experience. I promise I won't keep you long. I only have a short remark, 3 key points, so please bear with me. In this conference, we have covered the most timely topics ranging from social impact investing, carbon neutrality, ESG, and Metaverse and NFT. Based on these 2 days dialogue and professional presentation, I want to raise 3 S to conclude the commonality and express our gratitude as well. The first S is standards. You know, the standards to address measurement. We are now in the crossroad to set up and improve different standards, be it ESG or sustainable finance or tokenization of carbon asset, AML, or other labeling to enrich the content and to test its feasibility. So in short, we need to quantify the environmental and social impact and add the true cost to our full accounting system. So this is important for our financial sector and provide trustworthy, consistent methodology to justify their financial modeling. So you and I are lucky enough to participate and contribute our talents and experience to the formation of this new, but also more for sophisticated sustainability standards. So the second S is sustainable finance. So to address the short-termism, you know, short-termism refers to an excessive focus on the short-term results at the expense of long-term interests. So as stated by Mr. Mark Carney, the former governor of Bank of England, about the tragedy of the horizon, we need to address the short-term outlook for the financial sector that prevents more actors from seeing and pricing the risk of climate change, and also prevent insurers, asset managers, financial advisors, and others from driving capital to long-term sustainable outcomes. So short-term profit pressure versus long-term sustainable impact. So to address this challenge in green finance, with the ESG support, we have informed the capital allocation decisions. So the third S is to find sustainable technologies that address the credibility issue. So in the past, for example, we could not fully address the challenges in measurement. For example, relate to carbon neutrality or net zero. So like measuring the carbon emissions of scope 3 that covers supply chain emission. So robust data in social and environmental dimension is still extremely limited for ESG. Now we have IoT technologies, AI to capture data with accuracy and predictive nature, as well as blockchain to enhance transparency. So for long-term investment coupled with longer payback periods, such as tree planting projects, maybe the tokenization of carbon asset allows a more attractive investment portfolio. Remote sensing and IoT to monitor the growth rate of different tree species, as well as mobile robotic to detect the risk of forest fire, will make quantitative measurement possible. So these 3S, inspire us to work towards the future to tackle our global challenges. So back to the basic, what we need to do now is to bring all these resources to formulate a new order to address the problems we created in the past. Although we can live in a perfect world of Metaverse supported by VR and AR, but at the same time, in the real world, our aims is to build a better place, a more equal society, a healthy planet for human beings. So I myself, as a task force member of UNESCO in the United Nations, I hope every one of us don't forget about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Unfortunately, this year of pandemic has significantly reduced the development gains built through SDG in the past. Pushing more than 34 million people into extreme poverty in 2020. So the global economy is expected to lose nearly 8.5 trillion US in output over these 2 years due to COVID-19. So we need to take real action to catch up. Finally, we want to thank many different parties, speakers, and sponsors. We are grateful to the Social Impact Investment and Procurement Foundation, the STARS Foundation, the World Green Organization, the Steering Committee of the Global Carbon Neutrality Action, and with the support of the United Nations to make this conference happen. So our officiating guests, Dr. Luo Xiang, Mr. Ban Ki-poon, Mr. Yukio Hatoyama, Mr. Yang Yuanqing, Mr. Wang Si, Professor Ma Huihua, and Mr. Petro Antonio, Dr. Dan Masson, Ms. Karen Wong, and Ms. Li Xin. So to conclude, as one of our speakers mentioned today, ESG is no longer an option, it is a must. And also we need to add a P, partnership to ESG. We need partnership. We look for collaboration with corporations, governments, investors, together with the United Nations. So please join us. Thank you. See you next year.